A whole month. I can't believe I've already survived my first month at the Shinobi Academy. Naruto thought happily, as he tucked into his second celebratory bowl of ramen. He was finally making progress towards his dream of being acknowledged as a person, instead of the avoided outcast that for most of his life people saw him as. Looking down at his reflection in the ramen broth, Naruto couldn't help but smile. He had finally taken a step on the right path. Well, who would have thought someone could get so enthusiastic about a single month of classes? It's a joy to see someone so dedicated to their education, Tuka said from behind the shop's kitchen window. Naruto blushed a bit from embarrassment, and the old man just laughed aloud at the boy's expense before preparing him another serving of his famous ramen. 3 bowls later, the small academy student got up from his favorite seat in the ramen stand before paying the man with coupons. It was a difficult reality, but they were his only means to afford food sometimes. Not that Tuki and his daughter minded that. Heck, they would have let Naruto eat there freely hadn't the boy been so insistent about paying. He's stubborn and forgetful too. Naruto, come back. You left some of your coupons, the old ramen chef thought fondly as he hollered after the blonde, but it was too late. The boy had already gone speeding off like a tiny whirlwind. Pocketing the small crumpled pieces of paper, Tuka decided to just put it on the boys' tab and call it a night. The alleys of Konohagakure had become like a second home to Naruto. He not only knew all of the shortcuts through, over, and between them, but they also provided a refuge from the constant icy stares he faced when he traveled out among the village's open populace. Today had been a good day in particular, because he already accomplished 2 of his 3 needs. One was his full stomach and the second was the fact that he was well on his way towards his dream. Now to settle the third thing for today. Pranking, Naruto finished aloud before a mischievous grin spread across his features. He didn't know how to explain it, maybe it was a part of his nature or it was his desperate cry for attention, but Naruto knew that nothing compared to the adrenaline rush he would feel after pulling a prank on an unsuspecting target. Perching himself atop one of the shadowy rooftops that overlooked his secret kingdom, Naruto scanned the alleyways below with a truly clever expression before a quick motion caught his attention. Turning his focus onto the scene below, Naruto watched 3 men in black quickly follow behind the thing that had first caught his eye, and Naruto entered what he liked to call his prank mode. Condensing his chakra into a tight, nearly non-existent ball, Naruto had learned in class that the ability, which he had perfected over years of pranking and now came almost naturally to him, was something not even most jonin could do with a remarkable amount of practice. The thought of him being more skilled than most jonin made him swell with pride, and with that thought in mind, he looked down into the dead-end alleyway while formulating a prank to top all of his pranks. Now, what should I do? I could drop 3 trash cans on their heads and call it a night, but that's so boring. Maybe something like a stink bomb, but I don't have the time to prepare one without. Hinata? Naruto gasped out in mid-thought, when he noticed the strange little girl was squeezing herself into a ball in the corner, trying to disappear from the sight of the 3 men surrounding her. Remembering the girl from his first day of class, Naruto recalled that she had a timid aura and whenever anyone asked her a question, she became a stuttering heap. In his never-ending attempt to make friends and gain recognition from everyone around him, Naruto stepped in and answered the question for her despite being completely wrong. The girl's reaction was gracious though, and Naruto figured that she was at least someone that he could befriend. What is she doing here? In a dark, back alley like this? From what I remember, she's the Hyuga heiress, the closest thing to royalty Konoha has, and as Naruto recalled silently, he turned an interested ear to the conversation below him. All ideas for making the men his newest victims vanished. Well, what do we have here, boys? It seems that the little Hyuga princess wandered away from daddy's bodyguards and found herself in a pile of trouble, one of the men said, before laughing aloud at his own joke. This guy was obviously the leader, because the other 2 didn't have the brains to figure out when to start laughing or when to stop. The leader soon grew irritated and his killing intent began to leak out silently around him, cutting off his companion's awkward laughing in an instant. From above, however, Naruto immediately noticed something strange about the guy as soon as he started leaking his murderous aura. What's with this guy? Since when did his aura change so suddenly? Naruto questioned silently while keeping his eyes peeled on the man in question. For as long as he could remember, Naruto had been able to read the moods and auras of people without so much as a second glance. It was because of this that he trusted Tuki and Ayam, because whenever he looked at them, all he ever saw was an aura of kindness radiating from them. However, this guy's aura was angry, chaotic, and positively reeked of horrible intentions. Watching as the aura flared up, Naruto knew from experience that the man was about to attack, so without a second thought, Naruto dropped down on the unsuspecting offender and planted his foot squarely on the back of the guy's head. The dark-haired male stumbled for a moment but his 2 companions quickly caught him. After quickly regaining his balance, he shrugged off his 2 lackeys before turning a pissed-off glare onto Naruto. Where the hell did this kid come from? Hey wait, isn't that the Kyuubi brat? How the hell did you sneak up on us? The man asked, while making sure not to mention the Kyuubi or any of the unusual traits that gave Naruto. The blonde just smirked, however, to hide the tightly bottled sense of excitement that he was getting from a job well done. I don't know, maybe because you guys have shitty sensory awareness, Naruto fired back cockily, causing the Hyuga heiress to gasp at his foul language. "Oh yeah, I forgot she's from the high society. The only time they cuss up there is if someone gets the stick pulled from their asses," Naruto joked silently as he eyed the three men in front of him. From what he could tell by just looking at them, that the leader seemed to be the only one here with any harmful intent, the other two just seemed to be followers who couldn't think for themselves. True to his assumption, the leader was the first one to try to muscle his way past him. "Oi Gaki, this has nothing to do with you, the little Hyuga bitch ran into me on my way home. I don't take kindly to unprovoked attacks, especially when there is no apology involved," the leader said before his two friends backed him up from the side. Naruto stared at the man the whole time he was talking, all the while reading the man's aura as he spoke. "Well, I think you're full of bullshit. There's no way someone like Hinata would run into someone purposely, and even if she ran into you accidentally, which I'm sure she didn't, she's the type of person that would try to break their back for your forgiveness," Naruto stated defiantly, despite only knowing the girl for a month. Unknowingly to Naruto, his words had lifted the downtrodden girl's spirits and boosted her low self-esteem just a little. "No one has ever said something like that about me." "Thank you, Naruto-kun," Hinata uttered quietly while watching the scene in front of her rapidly unfold. "That damn Gaki is starting to piss me off," the ringleader thought angrily while looking in the 7-year-old's eyes. His blue eyes seemed to twinkle with an inner fire like nothing he had ever seen. It was as if the brat's eyes weren't looking at him at all, but through him and into his heart. Little did he know that he was only half right. Naruto smirked when he saw the familiar sight of uncertainty flicker across his opponent's face and aura. Now that the seeds of doubt were in his opponent's thoughts, the game of deception and misdirection would be all too easy now. Forming a quick seal, Naruto found out from a bit of after-school practice that the seemingly impossible bunchin could easily be done if he just compressed his chakra as he was doing now. Instantly, 10 Narutos appeared, each flanking another's back in a bowling pin array. Locking eyes with the leader once again, Naruto's smirk widened as he and his 9 other clones charged at the men. Amongst the chaos, Hinata watched silently as the clones danced merrily around the men's blows, all the while taunting the men with their casual attitudes and sly grins. "What's with this kid? I can't tell his chakra apart from the copies," one of the less intelligent teens cried out as he swung at another one of the clones. Growing frustrated, the leader found that trying to hit one of the Narutos was akin to swatting a fly that was hyperactive, taunting, and knew how to push all your buttons. In fact, the clones were so distracting that neither he nor his companions noticed the near-silent poofing of a Kawarimi. How could he be this strong after only a month at the academy? Hinata thought to herself as she watched the clones continue to dance around the bumbling group of men, letting herself look onwards in awe at the boy's distraction, so much that all thoughts of escape eluded her until she felt a hand clamp down on her shoulder. Instinct kicked in, and Hinata inhaled deeply to scream, but a hand clamped down over her mouth. "Whatever you do, don't scream," a familiar voice whispered quietly into her ear from behind the trash can. Looking over her shoulder to confirm on whom it was, Hinata felt a rush of relief when her eyes met Naruto's cerulean eyes. "Hey, go ahead and use a bit of chakra to escape onto the rooftops, I'll keep them busy while you get away," Naruto whispered before releasing the girl and watching her jump up onto the roofs without any problems. Watching the girl slip out of sight, Naruto turned back to make sure that the three stooges were still busy before figuring out what he should do next. "Well, it seems it's time for me to make my escape," Naruto thought as he patted himself on the back for a job well done. However, as soon as he was making plans for his great escape, the chakra supporting the bunchin unraveled, dispelling all of the clones at once. Turning his attention back to the 3 young men, Naruto noticed that the ringleader's aura was now a deep rage. "That's gonna cost you dearly, Gaki," the dark-haired male stated angrily while cracking his knuckles. "Oh really, so you and your 2 cronies are gonna teach me a lesson? You couldn't even beat a pack of bunchin before their timer went out," Naruto taunted, trying desperately to distract the teenager somehow so that he could deceive or misdirect him. However, his attempt was to no avail since there wasn't a single flicker of uncertainty or doubt in the young man's aura. "Tough words for someone who relies on tricks to fight his battles," the teen shot back, now fully focused on Naruto. The blonde had no illusions that he could beat 3 teenagers at once, but if he could manage to distract the leader, then there was a chance he could get away. "Hey, they fooled you, didn't they?" Naruto countered while trying the seals for another Kawarimi. "If I can just time this right, I may be able to switch places with one of the trash cans behind them and disappear amongst a pack of clones," Naruto planned as he completed his hand seals, just as the man's foot collided with his stomach. Thunk! The loud clank of the leader's foot crashing into the trash can drowned out the sound of Naruto poofing into existence. Rushing for the exit, Naruto finished the seals for his 20 bunchin quickly surrounded him. "I'm home free now, baby," Naruto thought happily, but just as he was about to cross the threshold into the open Konoha streets, he was yanked back in by the collar. Turning his head upward, Naruto locked gazes with 2 menacing red eyes. Thrashing and twisting with all his might, Naruto didn't stop struggling even as a rain of blows hit him from all directions. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity of painful torture, Naruto felt himself hurled through the air like a cheap rag doll before falling into a heap of garage. Bruised, bloodied, and soaked with trash water, Naruto looked up at the three who did this to him with eyes still burning with that great inner fire. Peering directly at the group leader, Naruto made eye contact with the teenager, startling the man with the intensity in his eyes. "What's with those eyes? Why is it as if he's looking down on me? Judging me? Hey, stop looking at me like that, Kiki, before I take your eyes out as well, and remember this well, because this is how you will always be, trash at the feet of greatness. Nothing, not those Hyuga bitches' eyes nor your eyes, can ever compare to the eyes of the Uchiha Sharingan," the man said while looking down on the boy with a blazing one Tomo Sharingan. Burning that, along with the pattern emblazoned on the group of teens' backs, Naruto stared angrily at the men's backs as they walked away, leaving him in the trash. "I swear that all those bastards are gonna pay," Naruto swore angrily as he pulled his beaten body out of the trash. His anger was rolling off him in waves, and since no one was around to call him monster or demon, he didn't care. At least, that's what he thought, because little did the young boy know there was another spectator at the show, one with a fully developed Sharingan and an interested glint in his eye. Just after dusk, Naruto sat in the midst of empty ramen cups and dirty clothes going over his plan once again. On paper, it was simple: sneak in, trash the place, sneak out, but in practice it would be a whole other thing. Luckily, he had all the right resources. First, he managed to catch Irika just as he left the academy for the day. Gleaning as much knowledge he could get about the Sharingan, Naruto tried to be as vague and innocent as possible about why he was so curious about it all of a sudden. Irika was one of the few people that gave off a trusting aura, so lying to him had turned out to be harder than Naruto thought. But if he knew what I was planning to do, he would go all mother hen on me, Naruto thought, recalling the argument he and Irika had gotten into over the bruises on his faces and arms. He had told Irika that it was a bit of new training he was trying out, and he wasn't exactly lying, because saving Hinata had taken every bit of ninja knowledge he had learned to pull it off. Building off step 1, Naruto, with a little fast talking, got Irika to use his teacher's clearance to pull up a few of the village's maps and schematics from the library. Studying the maps alongside Irika was tricky, because if he seemed too interested in the Uchiha district's layout, the academy professor would know something was up. So in a roundabout way, Naruto began formulating the quickest path from his apartment to the Uchiha complex and back. "Take the alleyways there and the main road back. If someone tries to come after me, I can look as innocent as possible," Naruto reminded himself while changing into his stealthiest set of clothing. Even though he had scored the highest on the stealth portion of the entrance exam in the entire academy, upper classes included, he figured against an enemy that had a world-renowned Jujutsu opting for full black apparel would be the best bet. Slipping on the pants and shirt, Naruto wrapped his forearms and shins with black gauze before pulling his hood up. He was dressed in the classic ninja attire, only armed with the set of kunai he had received when passing the academy entrance exam. Despite being armed, he wasn't going there to fight anyone. "No, these kunai have a much bigger part to play in this revenge," Naruto thought as he carefully placed the few bottles of spray paint he had been saving into his outfit's hidden sleeves. Grabbing his black rucksack, Naruto then double-checked every detail of his plan down to the proverbial T, before making his way to the door, and once he gripped the handle, trepidation finally set in. "Once I set foot out of this apartment, there's no turning back," Naruto told himself, as a final desperate ploy of his forgotten conscience. Leaving well enough alone was his safest and most secure bet. However, if he did that, then he wouldn't be Uzumaki Naruto. Reaching up to his hood, Naruto pulled the thin flap of fabric across the lower half of his face, covering it behind a black veil before stepping through the threshold and into the night. "I finally did it. I finally hit all the bullseyes on Itachi and San's shuriken course," Suzuki thought proudly as he made his way home in the night. It had been a month since he had started the academy and he was already improving rapidly. He had been faithfully working on his shuriken skills as his brother instructed, and it was only a few days ago that his father had actually acknowledged him. "I'm a man now, and a full-fledged Uchiha capable of using the Gukaku no Jutsu, Grand Fireball technique. Father realizes that now and even said it. He even said, as expected of my son," Suzuki thought, uttering the last part ever so quietly as he rounded the corner into the Uchiha district. He was late, and the full moon sitting on the horizon was proof enough of that, but he was sure that his mother wouldn't mind it this once, not after she heard what he accomplished. Whipping out his shuriken, Suzuki decided that one more volley wouldn't hurt and that it would only take a second to retrieve the lost projectiles after thrown. Scanning the area around him for suitable targets, ones worthy enough to test his skills, Suzuki spotted 4 telephone poles surrounding him from all 4 of the cardinal directions. "Okay, just like Aniki did it," Suzuki chanted before launching 2 shuriken in opposite directions. The first volley's trajectory was aimed wide, flying directly in between 2 poles. However, Suzuki was done yet, and with unparalleled precision he fired off another volley aimed directly for the first set. The second set of shuriken flew twice as fast as the first, and in perfect timing the metal stars collided with the first set, altering their trajectory drastically so that instead of flying between the poles they all veered directly into a pole. Thunk, thunk, thunk. Naruto! Sasuke exclaimed aloud when his gaze met that of the blue-eyed shadowy figure, illuminated by the pale glow of the moon sitting on the horizon behind him. He knew that his aim was true, as he had spent much the last week breaking down the technique into a science before practicing it enough to make it almost instinct, and the blonde served as a perfect explanation as to why his last shuriken missed. I couldn't have missed, Sasuke thought, his eyes following his disappearing classmate. I would have known before the shuriken even left my hand. So why is Naruto dressed like that? Little did the Uchiha know, another watcher was there, their crimson eyes glinting before they too vanished. Inside a building's shadow, Naruto cursed. Shit, shit, shit. Someone already saw me, and they recognized me too. His heart was racing, but he soon calmed himself. I guess it was bound to happen. So far, everything had gone smoothly. He had stuck to the alleys, avoiding the Umbu patrols on the rooftops. But now he was on the border of the Uchiha district, and the real challenge was about to begin. The buildings here were closer together, and the paths between them were wider, fenced off, and offered no cover. It was a virtual no man's land for a street rat like him. He had gambled and lost, but there was a silver lining. Sasuke recognized me, but the Uchiha don't live in a single compound like the Hyuga. They have their own district. His father is the clan head, so he must live in the main house. If I assume Sasuke won't tell his parents he saw me near the complex, I can just hit his house last and still pull this off. He ran the plan over in his head. The timings were all guesses, but if he didn't run into many problems, he estimated he'd be finished with his revenge before sunrise. Plenty of time for Sasuke to fall asleep and for me to finish, Naruto told himself, before sneaking into his first victim's room. He opened his black rucksack and smirked as he started filling it with the man's clothes. I have to thank the third Hokage for getting me this bag. It was a birthday gift, sealed to its own summon storage system. Its purpose was for Naruto to store valuables if he ever needed to flee his home, but for now, it had a more childish role. He chuckled, putting the underwear in a separate compartment, then headed to the next house, leaving a trail of clean clothing behind him. Hours later. Okay, now for the hardest part. The head's house, Naruto whispered, entering the building. He'd had a few close calls that night, but his slyness had saved him. The Henge, Bunshin, and Kawarimi had gotten him out of trouble more times than he could count. I feel sorry for the guy I switched with when I ran into that shinin coming home from duty, he thought, recalling the scene of a tired shinobi walking into his bedroom to find his brother and wife on the same futon. Luckily, Naruto had used a replacement jutsu instead of a transformation, or he might have ended up thrown against a wall by a very angry husband. Pushing the thought of domestic violence aside, Naruto made sure his chakra was still compressed. The last thing I need is to be caught here with a trail of clean clothes behind me and all of their underwear in my backpack, he muttered, as he entered the first room. He immediately noticed that the room was empty, which was quickly followed by the thought, how can someone live in here? He looked around in disbelief. The room wasn't dirty, it was the opposite. It was so clean there were no signs of life. If it weren't for the neatly tucked futon in the corner and the perfectly arranged cases of kunao and shuriken next to it, he would have mistaken it for a storage room. Putting the strange feeling aside, Naruto got to work. He went to the closet, where everything from the shirts on hangers to the drawers below was perfectly arranged. He took an armful of shirts and pants and threw them on the floor to make it look like someone lived there. With his own preferences for a messy room satisfied, he went to the underwear drawer for more supplies. He opened the drawer and was shocked to see a single splash of color in the otherwise black and white room. He pulled the orange book from between two fan-emblazoned briefs and saw his own name on the first page. I'm definitely going to read this now, he thought, pocketing the brightly colored Ika Paradise before messing up the room and leaving. Once the blonde was gone, a figure appeared from a hiding spot in the wall. The man looked at the messy floor in disgust but resisted the scowl on his face. He turned his attention to another figure that was appearing before him. Has the boy been detected yet? The figure asked, its form flickering slightly in Itaka's eyes. Itaka felt a little insulted. His companion was projecting his form from a remote location, a sign he didn't trust him. Given the man's history, though, his trust in humanity had died long ago when he took his brother's eyes. No, Madara-sama, the boy is as you described, crude in his execution, but cunning and perceptive, Itaka reported, kneeling. However, there is one exception. The boy is able to suppress his chakra to almost nothing. If not for these eyes, I doubt I would have reacted in time when he opened the door on me. Rise, my apprentice, Madara said softly, looking Itaki in the eye. I feel as though the boy's appearance is an ill omen. A fox's best traits are cunning and trickery, and this boy has clearly been blessed by the Kyuubi. Otherwise, how would he be able to use such advanced abilities? I believe now is not the time to act. Acting against a fox in the midst of its vengeance has never been a wise decision. In the depths of the boy's obsidian gaze was the roaring flame of ambition, a trait he and his brother had shared before he took his brother's light. His ambition will be the death of me, Madara finished, talking to himself and his young apprentice. Now is not the time to proceed with our plan. Patience will be our reward tonight. Hopefully, we will achieve victory another day. Hi, Madara-sama. I will keep an eye on the young fox for the time being. His involvement tonight was not unwarranted, and I will see if I can use it to our advantage, Itake replied before the flickering beam disappeared, leaving only a residue of chakra. Activating his Sharingan again, Itake disappeared into the walls, returning to his duty of monitoring the young fox. A little ways away, Naruto crept up to the next room, completely unaware of the conversation that had happened only a few feet behind him. Scheming Uchihas were the last thing on his mind. Instead, his focus was on his next victim. Sliding the screen door open quietly, Naruto entered like a ghost, making no sound. As he made his way to the closet, he looked down at the futon to see whose room he was raiding, only to find it was Suzuki's. A wave of anxiety washed over him as he stared at the peacefully sleeping boy. Do I owe him this one? He's never been spiteful toward me, and it's because he stayed quiet that I even got this far, Naruto reasoned, his morals warring with his inner prankster. His mischievous side took no prisoners, and Suzuki would just have to be a casualty of war. Besides, a prank has never hurt anybody, Naruto told himself, swiping the boy's underwear. Just as he was about to go to the closet for more ammo, genius struck him. You better appreciate this, Suzuki. I'm giving you a break, Naruto whispered as he rummaged in his backpack. He searched the endless space seal inside his rucksack and couldn't stop the maniacal grin that spread across his face as he stuffed his break into Suzuki's empty drawers. There's your Passover, Suzuki. Enjoy. Unfortunately, Naruto's whisper was just loud enough to stir the unconscious Uchiha. In a groggy voice, Suzuki asked, Passover? What are you doing here, Itake? Did you wander into my room by accident again? Kami-sama. I barely managed to get that henge off in time, Naruto ranted internally, not trusting his voice to convince the young Uchiha that he was his brother. He gave a shaky nod, thanking Kami it was dark. Otherwise, Suzuki would have seen his usually aloof brother sweating like a hog. Whatever. Hurry up and get out of here, Aniki, or I'll tell Mom you were trying to scare me with the eye-stealing Owenite bit again, Suzuki sleepily threatened, rolling over and going back to sleep. Naruto let out a breath and didn't release the henge until he was safely out of Suzuki's room and at his final destination. The Uchiha Council Chamber, the room where all the ordinances of the clan are passed down from leader to follower, from elder to newborn, Naruto mused, repeating Iruka's exact words from earlier that day. Upon entering, he realized it was less secure than he expected. Maybe because he was in the heart of the Uchiha complex, the proverbial belly of the beast, or because he had gotten the guard who was supposed to be on duty knocked out for sleeping with his brother's wife, not that he knew that, of course. He opened his backpack and began to lay out all the clothes he had collected on his scavenger hunt. He noted the sweaty smell coming from all the clothes. The dirty and clean clothes had somehow mixed together, giving them a disgusting aroma. Smells like shinobi's feet mixed with sweat and grime. Absolutely perfect, Naruto finished aloud, spreading the clothes all over the council chamber, making sure to leave no cushion, mat, or table untouched. Now for the icing on the cake, he added, making his way outside. Catching the time out of the corner of his eye, he saw that he had about 20 minutes before the sun rose and the Uchiha would start their day. Acting with cautious haste, Naruto hurried to the main courtyard, digging into his backpack for the side compartment that held the underwear. He found it as he reached the courtyard and dumped the underwear out unceremoniously, causing a foul smell to linger in the air. Like before, the dirty clothes had mixed with the clean, resulting in a horrible smell. However, this smell, the combination of the sweatiest part of the human body and the thinnest piece of clothing, was by far the foulest. The smell was so strong that only a description like sweaty balls left out on a hot summer day or an 11 on a scale of 1 to 10 could attempt to describe the rancid odor. Dear Kami, what have I unleashed? Naruto asked humorously before pulling out a stack of explosive notes with the kanji 4 duds slapped over the seals. They had been sticking to his clothes after the Uchihas had thrown him in the garbage, and Naruto found it fitting that they got back to their rightful owners. True to their labeling, the explosive tags were defective. Once ignited, they produced only a feeble spark, barely large enough to match the weakest katanjutsu. So instead of blowing the pile of clothes to the sky, Naruto supposed the Uchiha would have to settle for picking their clothes from a cloud of rancid smoke. Leaving slowly burning stacks of explosive duds on the large mound of clothes, Naruto turned and left. His righteous crusade for justice was complete, and he had just enough time to make it to class. Fugaku was dreaming, a rare luxury for the aged and battle-weary Uchiha head. Maybe it was because, after a while, the images of battles and bodies would all fade to black as his mind tried to repress his guilt, or maybe it was because he had achieved everything he wanted, and there was hardly anything that captured his fancy long enough to become a dream. The fact remained that one of the most influential men in the Uchiha loved to dream, and now a foul smell was interrupting one. Slowly opening his eyes, Fugaku grunted as the first rays of sunlight hit them. He squinted, trying to find the source of the smell. Cherry blossoms, no that's Mikato. Fresh pine, no that's the new flooring, and sweaty shinobi. Kami not again, he thought as his eyes landed on a flickering light behind the door panel that separated his room from the main courtyard. He hurried out of bed, his startled wife behind him. The sounds of coughing, arguing, and general chaos filtered into his room through the anti-sound seals on the door panels. Reluctantly sliding the door open, the Uchiha head nearly gagged as a thick layer of dark smoke hit his lungs. It was indeed the smell that had been burned into his memory by one of the fourth Hokage's more notorious pranks. Who the hell? Why did someone burn malodorous clothing in the main courtyard? Fugaku asked angrily, activating his Sharingan and looking over the smoky pit that was once his atrium. Finding no strange chakra signatures, Fugaku began to entertain the thought that this was no accident, but a strategically planned attack on his clan. From there, a magnitude of thoughts surged from the recesses of his mind, ranging from "is this a declaration of war?" to "who could have possibly been brave enough to attack the Uchiha?" With that thought, Fugaku returned to his room and retrieved his formal robes. He and his family would be taking a trip to the Hokage's office. Meanwhile, Irika looked at the rows of students, noticing not one, but three strange things happening at once. Blinking to make sure he wasn't dreaming, Irika sighed as he saw a calm and quiet Naruto, sitting peacefully and reading a small orange book he had pulled out after completing his quiz. This can't be happening. A docile Naruto is like the Kyuubi becoming Fire Country's mascot. Irika ranted silently, sighing again. Not only was Naruto acting strangely, but Sasuke and Hinata were also both absent. It wasn't a strong connection, but both of their clans heavily endorsed the ninja lifestyle for their members, and they would have promptly informed the academy if one of them were going to miss a day. Irika wasn't a stupid man, and so the gears in the Chunin's head began to turn. This is too strange. Something must be up, but what? He asked again, eyeing Naruto curiously as the boy's face turned from tan to red and back again. Ignoring the changes in his favorite student's skin color, Irika tried to connect the dots, all the while hoping that Naruto's behavior wasn't somehow linked to this anomaly. "Irika-san, I am here to retrieve one Uzumaki Naruto," a voice from the doorway said. Irika turned to see a porcelain mask. Recognizing it as an Umbu mask, all thoughts of Naruto's innocence went flying out of his mind. Whatever Naruto did was much more serious than he could have possibly thought. Judging the man's shift in demeanor from behind his mask, the Umbu agent gave his condolences to the teacher in hopes of calming him down. "Do not worry, Irika-san. Uzumaki-san will not be harmed. However, he must come with me to the Hokage's office to answer a few questions about his location last night." Gliding through the room, the masked man made his way toward Naruto, all eyes on him. He was the shinobi elite, a master of his profession, and one of the Hokage's personal soldiers. However, even for someone as skilled as him, predicting Konoha's most unpredictable ninja in training was still impossible. As the Umbu's hand reached for Naruto's shoulder, the blonde boy popped, giving off a large flash of light. When did he manage to complete a bunchin? The man thought frantically as he switched to his other senses and searched for the blonde boy. The chaos of the panic students made using his sense of sound and smell useless, and in a last-ditch effort, the Umbu focused his chakra awareness to its maximum potential, only to find that the boy was still untraceable. Nothing, the boy completely vanished, the Umbu thought as his disorientation from the improvised flashbang faded. Realizing he had underestimated the child, the Umbu quickly switched into mission mode, critically analyzing the situation and devising a quick and efficient solution. The target is capable of a heightened level of control over the Bunshin Jutsu, and can easily create distractions from said jutsu. The man began, going into autopilot as he scanned the class from behind his mask. Naruto had disappeared, and with no visible change in his surroundings other than a few knocked-over desks from the panicked students, he didn't have much of a place to start looking. "Well, all the windows and doors haven't been opened or closed, so it's safe to say he's still in this room," the Umbu listed off as he slowly began quarantining the room, breaking it into logical zones despite the chaos. This, which would have taken a normal shinobi several minutes and given his enemy ample time to escape, was done in seconds, and with a surprising flash of killing intent, the whole room went still. The students stared wide-eyed, frozen in fear long after the man quelled his monstrous aura. It was as if he drained the life out of them all, leaving them as frightened as deer facing a Katan Jutsu. Yet, even after his little show, Naruto hadn't appeared. The boy is good, to say the least. I had planned to use just enough killing intent to freeze him up long enough to make him show himself, without causing the other students to vomit or, kami forbid, succumb to their darker impulses, the Umbu mused, not wanting to be the one to explain to the Hokage why a child took their own life to escape his killing intent. Sighing, the Umbu showed his first visible sign of frustration as he strode up to the nearest student and began inspecting him with all his senses. The process was quick, given how unskilled most of the students were at concealing their chakra. The Black Ops agent knew as soon as he encountered the slightest resistance, he would find his target. Meanwhile, Naruto stood on the far side of the room, cloaked as Hinata. He thanked Kami that the girl was so shy and hardly noticed by anyone in the class. Spotting Irika assisting a pale-looking kunoichi who had just lost her breakfast thanks to the Umbu's display, Naruto considered his options as time slipped away relentlessly. "Now what do I do?" Naruto asked himself, slightly shaken from the Umbu's recent display. For once, the glares from the villagers had helped him. The gripping feel of killer intent had almost become second nature to Naruto. In fact, it was because of that constant barrage of murderous intent that Naruto was able to suppress his own, and now, this ninja version of cat and mouse was heating up. Naruto began to formulate an escape plan on the fly, realizing immediately that in his current position, he wouldn't be able to escape undetected. Scratch that, I doubt I'll be able to escape from here undetected even if I was 2 classrooms down. This masked guy is just too good, but if I could just get to the window, Naruto thought as his natural cunning began to fill in the blanks between getting from point A to point B. Subtly, Naruto brought his hands together, feigning the hand seals of the shy, defensive mechanism Hinata used when nervous. He would release just enough chakra to alert the Umbu, timing his jutsu just right and in perfect succession if he had any hope of making it to the window and out of the classroom. Activating his Kawarimi just as the Umbu's descending hand touched Hinata, Naruto dropped his henge and switched places with a chair from the opposite side of the room. The masked shinobi followed the trail of chakra the jutsu left to Naruto's current position in front of the window, with the rising sun at his back. Smirking in an almost poetic way, Naruto brought his hands together for his most practiced seal. Now it's time for the show. Warwick no Jutsu, sexy jutsu, the young blonde yelled as his disguised form shifted into the one described in the new book he was reading. The Umbu agent couldn't help but stare at the long legs, slender waist, and large bust that were now provocatively placed in front of him instead of Uzumaki Naruto. Feeling his defenses crumble and his strict moral code fall victim to his instinctual obligation to ogle the ravishing young lady, the Umbu flew backward when the blonde bombshell gave him a wink and a kiss, knocking the elite shinobi out like a light before escaping through the window. Leaving a class full of traumatized children in his wake, Naruto laughed aloud as he took to the streets and headed for his back alley kingdom. If they want me, they'll have to catch me first, Naruto thought merrily before submerging himself in the shadows of the day. The stage had been set, and the chase was on. Not so shortly afterwards. It had been the longest and most drawn-out chase Naruto had ever led anyone on. It had gone from the back alley slums of Konoha, all the way around to the still-seething Uchiha district, before finally ending at the site of Naruto's last nefarious plot. The Hokage monument, Naruto thought as his eyes shifted from side to side, slanted with a cautious, yet cunning light. The boy passively eyed each of his pursuers, making sure to note each one's strengths and weaknesses for future reference, just in case they had to catch him again. Not that they'd volunteer, unless ordered by the Hokage himself, Naruto commented, merely staring clearly into each of the exhausted eyes of his pursuers. They all had the same look of irritated awe while looking at the slightly winded child, who had led them on a death marathon worthy of Mato Guy himself before finally being cornered, or so they thought. In a flash, Naruto's hands came together in the ram seal, and on reflex, all of his pursuers covered their eyes. Over the course of the grueling ordeal, Naruto had used that seal for a plethora of things, including multiple bunshin, flash bang bunshin, and his personal favorite, the Warwick no Jutsu. It was needless to say that the retrieval team had become wary of the boy's jutsu. Being confused, blinded, and blasted away by your own sexual fantasies come to life would do that to you, Naruto thought jubilantly, before slipping out of yet another attempt to capture him. If it were up to him, this chase would go on all night, and with the sun still high above his head, it didn't look like they would be stopping anytime soon, or so he thought. Just as he was making his dashing escape, a hand shot out and grabbed his collar, yanking him cleanly off the ground and 2 feet in the air where the boy struggled humorlessly against the man's impossibly strong grip. Watching the boy continue to struggle despite its futility, the man sent a heavily suppressed dose of his killing intent directly at the blonde in hopes of knocking him out. The wave of emotion only served to draw Naruto's attention up to the porcelain-smooth dog mask the Umbu commander was wearing. Paying no heed to the prestige of his captor, or the graveness of the situation he was in, Naruto continued to struggle, much to the awe of the men and women surrounding him, and even more so to the man holding him. The temporary shock wore off before both his peers and captive noticed, and with pinpoint precision, the Umbu agent pricked the back of Naruto's neck in one skilled motion before the boy's world went black and his body went still. There's no way I should have needed to use such a technique to subdue a child. The killing intent alone should have been enough to knock out a Chunin if directly aimed at them, but this kid just took it as if it was a light tap on the shoulder, the dog Umbu commented as he slung the 6-year-old culprit onto his shoulder before turning his gaze to his relieved comrades. I had to put down my ika for this. All of you need to go back to the basics if you had so much trouble catching this little guy, the Umbu commander barked out, much to the chagrin of his peers. In truth, had the boy not been in such an open area, or distracted, the Umbu doubted that even he would have been able to catch the blonde, assuming he upheld the pretense of bringing him back unharmed. Well, so much for my break. Naruto and Kazumi will have to wait for later, as I'm positive the Hokage will want to see this kid now, the Umbu added with an invisible wince before disappearing in a shunshin to the Hokage's office. Hopefully, the Hokage was in a good mood, otherwise, Naruto may be in for more than the usual ass-chewing and community service. The Hokage's office. The Hokage was in no good mood. Hell, one could venture to say he was in a bad mood. However, a bad mood would be putting it lightly. No, a bad mood would be another stack of paperwork to complete or someone cutting into his private relaxation time with his copy of Ika Ika Paradise, the Golden Collector's Edition. Those would have been bad moods. However, this was something far greater than just a bad mood. Someone had broken into the Uchiha complex, vandalized the place, while at the same time humiliating almost every individual residing in the estate within the space of a night, and he had a sneaking suspicion he already knew who the culprit was. Kami Naruto, why did you have to pick the Uchiha of all clans? I mean, any other clan would have been fine and probably would have laughed it off as a particularly unfunny joke, but the Uchiha, the Nara, the Yamanaka, the Akimichi, the Hyuga, well, maybe not the Hyuga, but any of the others would have been fine, but the Uchiha. The Hokage thought bitterly as he met the angry gaze of Uchiha Fugaku for the umpteenth time in the space of 10 minutes. The tension in the air was palpable, and the Hokage was sure if he had been anyone other than Sarutobi Suzuki, the legendary professor and hero of the Second Shinobi War, he might have met an unsightly end at the hands of the angry Sharingan Lord. However, that did nothing to settle the hostile atmosphere. Fugaku was angry, not just because his house and home had been broken into and defiled, but because the Hokage had explicitly stated that the culprit would not undergo any physical harm. The old man is too soft. The boy may be the prison for that thing, but there is no reason that he should get off with an insignificant punishment unlike the rest of us, especially for an action as inexcusable as this one. The clan lord thought, rattled at the fact that the blonde menace would yet again get off without so much as a scratch. He would see to it that he got his just retribution, and even if it took deliberately disobeying the Hokage himself, the blonde boy would know what it truly meant to cross the Uchiha. Poof! The near-silent sound of someone exiting a shunshin drew Fugaku's attention away from his thoughts. Analyzing the chakra signature that was subtly filling the air with the Umbu commander's arrival, the clan lord didn't need his Sharingan to know that this man's reserves were truly massive. However, despite the man's impressive chakra supply, which he could even go as far as to say it was near a cage level, Fugaku found that it was nothing in comparison to the amount of chakra that the young blonde being held up by his collar possessed. Naruto saw the Uchiha's scrutiny and quickly regained his composure. Within moments, the incredible supply of chakra pressure had left the room, leaving an empty vacuum in its wake. Fugaku just watched the boy with thinly veiled surprise. A second ago, he had almost as much chakra as the Hokage in his prime, and now he was registering as nothing more than a newborn baby. No, that isn't right either. Even newborns have a chakra signature of some sort, but this boy has none. How is that possible? Even full-fledged Jonin can't completely seal off their chakra signature, and those that can either have the bare minimum amount to be Jonin, or they are chakra manipulation experts. This boy is neither, and yet he has mastered such an advanced level of chakra manipulation that seems to be all but innate to him, Fugaku deduced from just a few moments of problem solving. He could easily say that breaking down problems and rebuilding them into logical conclusions was his greatest skill, despite the years of being called a shinobi genius and his near-legendary prowess on the battlefield. However, in spite of all of that, he could not figure out why this child could perform a technique no one his age, or even a decade older than him, could or should be able to perform. The man's data crunching brought him back to the subject at hand when he recalled why he was here in the first place, and the righteous fury that accompanied it. This child had somehow gotten into his home and destroyed the place. Although reconstruction would be a simple matter of paying the right people to replace or rebuild everything properly, the financial figures needed to back the projects would be far from it. The damage from the fire alone would cost hundreds of thousands of ryo from the clan's treasury to repair the ancient wooden fixtures and architecture. In addition, there was the added expense of replacing the vast majority of the clan's attire. Not a pretty sight considering that most of it was custom-made for special ceremonies and tailored to be some of the finest gear the great village of Konoha had to offer. All in all, the boy could probably spend his whole life working the highest-class missions and never fully repay the debt, given the village's current state of prosperity. Fiscal matters aside, there was also the problem of security that needed to be addressed. This child had broken into his home, the famed Uchiha complex, home to the Sharingan, and the proverbial belly of the beast to all the enemies of the clan and Konoha, and he had done it without detection. The feat alone is outlandish, and something that not even the most hardened of S-rank Nukkinen would attempt, no matter how drunk off power they were. However, if news of a child doing it with only 1 month of official training under his belt, the consequences it would bring would be far greater than a bruised ego or wallet for the Uchiha. Now with all that said, anyone with half a brain cell could see that this wasn't just the Uchiha's problem, but it was the entire population of Konoha's problem. Activating his Sharingan, Fugaku wasted no time in turning the famed scarlet orbs onto the youth to persuade the boy to spill just how he managed to do the impossible, but just as he was about to enter the boy's mind and plant the first suggestive compulsive, a triad of terrors hit him. The first was the third Hokage's killing intent. Years of battle hardened Fugaku into a tactical mastermind who could face down some of the strongest enemies the shinobi world had to offer without even batting an eye. However, staring down a cage he had known all his life to be the strongest man in the village, bar the fourth, was simply too much to handle. Compounded with that, was the Umbu commander's formidable killing intent, which was combined with the intense glare from his partially hidden Sharingan eye. Fugaku could only stare into Naruto's impassive eyes, the blonde's chakra signature hidden from the world and mind completely sealed behind an unreadable mask. Who is this boy? Fugaku asked himself rhetorically, knowing that even though the boy imprisoned Konoha's greatest monster, that alone didn't explain so many of the cryptic traits the boy possessed. Honestly, the inability to read the child's mind shook him just as much, if not more than the Hokage and Umbu commanders' combined killing intent. "My apologies Hokage-sama, Umbu-san," Hyugaku stated cordially, attempting to bring some semblance of order back to himself and the meeting. He needed to regain some sort of control over the situation. The boy was guilty, that much was certain. He just needed to be patient enough for the boy to slip up and the Hokage to see through his act. Now it's only a matter of time, nothing can go wrong. Hyugaku began contentedly in his head before the oaken double doors of the Hokage's office opened, revealing the 2 Umbu guards stationed in front of the office, as well as the culprit behind the interruption. "Now, why would you decide to show up, now of all times, Hyuga?" The Uchiha head spat angrily to his former teammate and rival. For all his calculatory power and deductive reasoning, Hyugaku couldn't figure out for the life of him why his arch-rival was now standing in front of the Hokage, juxtaposed to him. "I simply arrived at the predetermined time I set up with the Hokage himself. A problem arose last night, well before you decided to barge into the Hokage's office unannounced. Unlike you, however, I decided to alert the Honorable Hokage-sama that I would be dropping by to discuss the next course of action," the Hyuga head stated while only sparing a simple glance towards his arch-rival, targeting the man with his piercing pale eyes. Like the Uchiha Sharingan, the Byakugan was a mark of greatness for all who possessed it, as well a curse for the many who weren't privileged to rule it. Hyuga Hayashi was one of those privileged few who ruled over the Byakugan, and with that power came 2 responsibilities. First and foremost, his duty was to seek out and destroy anything that may harm or bring harm to the clan, while at the same time, search for anything to extend the clan's power. This was the only true law of the Hyuga, so to speak, but Hayashi held a second truth dear to his heart. A law imparted to him by his deceased younger brother, a death that haunted him as if he had killed him with his very own hands. However, from that guilt came his second, self-imposed, truth: defend my precious people, even if it costs me my life. Hayashi stated firmly, passing the message through his eyes to the black-haired man beside him. Not scared at all by the look, the Uchiha wasn't cowed or frightened by the look, but instead grew much more serious than before. There was something about the situation he didn't know about, and something told him he was about to find out. "I'm guessing that either we are involved somehow, or the Hyuga have a message that they need the whole village to hear, otherwise it would be well within my rights to ask them to leave," Hyuga stated as he threw the Hokage a pointed look. The old man relented on his killing intent and sighed, knowing that as soon as he spoke that this situation would get even more complicated. Growing grave-faced, the aged shinobi cast his eyes at the 2 Umbu at the door, silently signaling for them to leave. The 2 oaken doors swiftly closed, sealing the Uchiha and Hyuga in a room to sort out their differences. Needless to say that they were in for a long day. With the doors now shut in confirmation from the Hokage, Hayashi began to explain just why he was here at the same time with the Uchiha. "Yesterday, at approximately an hour before dusk, one of our branch family members was assaulted while making their way back to the Hyuga complex. I have significant reason to believe that the assailants were of your household," Hayashi stated shortly. The Hyuga head spoke plainly and pulled no punches, a trait that had long since developed in the wake of his wife and brother's deaths and leaving him the burden and responsibility of running the clan on his own. Hyugaku, who had been dealing with the man in front of him for several years, had never been so furious with his Hyuga counterpart until that very second. "This is inconceivable, completely preposterous. How dare you accuse one of my own without evidence, right in front of the Hokage? Hyuga, you have said some abhorrent things to me, but this is the lowest you've stooped. You dare to slander my clan with such foul accusations, all to get ahead in the eyes of the Hokage. That is beyond forgivable," the Uchiha had finished coldly, glaring darkly at the pale man before him. Had Hayashi not been a Hyuga and a clan lord himself, he would have been afraid of the dark-haired lord's gaze. However, years of staring down tyrants, rogue ninja, and, worst of all, power-hungry bureaucrats had honed his sense of self to such a fine point that nothing short of a Hokage's outburst could cause him to bat an eye. "Are you quite finished, or will you continue to make a fool of yourself? What with you spouting slanderous accusations and other foolish, anger-driven words, I was beginning to think I'd never get to finish the rest of my case," Hayashi countered coolly, throwing the Uchiha's words right back in his face and literally dousing the Uchiha's righteous fire with a few chilling words. Watching the figurative flames die down into angry embers, Hayashi waited silently for the angered man's compliance before continuing. "As I was saying, I have reason to believe the assailants were of the Uchiha, because the one assaulted was my daughter," Hayashi stated tensely. The room temperature dropped a few degrees just from the man's tone. The veins around his eyes began to bulge, a telltale sign of his anger and habit of dealing with these things personally. "Hinata would not lie to me, not after what she's been through," the man uttered with genuine regret. He had isolated himself from his eldest after his wife died and poured himself into being the perfect Hyuga head, hoping his daughter would grow strong on her own and never be subjected to the pain he felt when he lost his Hitomi. That plan backfired, and instead of making the girl strong, it pushed her further into her shell, so far that any attempt he made to coax her out was met with fear and doubt. "That was my second great failure. I will not make a third," Hayashi vowed to himself while letting the weight of his words settle on the Uchiha in front of him. Well, I can't argue with your source, but isn't it possible that someone tried to kidnap your daughter again? I know the wound is still fresh, but I wouldn't put it past the Cloud bastards to try again, Fugaku offered clearly, avoiding a direct confrontation with the pale man. It wasn't that he was afraid, no, his years of war and life-or-death battles saw to that, but in the long history of rivalry, he had grown to understand and even tentatively befriend the Hyuga head, assuming their interests didn't clash. In those long years, he could easily name the three things that the proud man truly regretted. One was the loss of his brother, two was letting his wife die despite him doing his best to keep her, and the third was isolating his daughter. The first two were in the past, but this last regret the man could still fix, and Fugaku knew that Hayashi would die before he let harm come to his daughter again. Smirking at the thought, Fugaku could see why Hayashi was acting as he was, cold and detached, because if he hadn't, he doubted there wouldn't be an all-out war between the two clans at the moment. I see you've come to realize the complexity of the situation, Hayashi stated calmly, the cold fury in his voice dying down to a chilly breeze. Neither man would ever truly like one another, but as far as understanding went, they were as readable to one another as two open books. Humoring the notion for a moment, the Hokage couldn't help but find the statement true, and with a flick of his wrist, he motioned for Naruto to come forward. The blonde timidly stepped forward, knowing from the myriad of emotions just displayed that this had blown far out of the proportions of simple revenge. Meeting Hayashi's stare and Fugaku's glare, Naruto just watched passively as the two men went back to discussing the situation with one another before it finally found its way toward his involvement. So you're telling me that your daughter was cornered by one of my younger, more passionate kinsmen before this boy came to her rescue and fought him off just long enough for her to escape? Fugaku asked skeptically. Precisely, only it wasn't just one, there were three. Otherwise, how else do you figure a junior member of your clan managed to subdue and replace her caretaker without her noticing? Hayashi replied. Implications aside, both clan lords knew that the Hyuga were stronger in both numbers and general power. The only way the Uchiha even contended with them was the sole fact that the Hyuga stalemated themselves by only teaching their main branch the full teachings of the Gentle Fist. Add to the fact that with the main to branch family ratio being 1 to 3, only a quarter of the clan had the potential to fully master the art. That left the Uchiha just enough room to prosper, seeing as an experienced Sharingan user's only competition was either an experienced main house member or a full-fledged Jonin. So the story goes 3-on-1. I'll believe that, given your preparations to ensure nothing like the botched peace signing ever happens again, it would take more than one junior member of my clan to defeat your daughter's bodyguard as well as the element of surprise. However, how could this boy do what your guard could not? Fugaku instigated subtly. The slight nuance in his tone signified his partial acceptance of the idea. However, a more rational side of his brain wanted proof. I never said the boy won, but for my daughter's account, he did stall them all the way up until the point where the ringleader of the soon-to-be-punished group activated his Sharingan and apprehended the boy in the midst of his escape, Hayashi clarified, knowing that Fugaku could fill in the blanks from there. Given Naruto's history of pranking and current standing with the younger generation, Fugaku had no doubt in his mind that the boy had bitten off much more than he could chew when he was caught. Knowing a humiliating defeat such as that one would be unforgivable in the mind of the young blonde, the Uchiha head peered into the young boy's eyes again. A glimmer of light caught Fugaku's eye as the roaring blaze that represented Naruto's indomitable spirit pushed against the confines of the blonde's mortal body and threatened to engulf the Uchiha leader whole. He had, without a doubt, found his proof as to who vandalized his home, as well as the disturbing fact of why he did it. The thought, however, took a back seat to another emotion, one of great relief. It was a refreshing experience for an old, retired warrior such as him to see one so young with so much fire within him. The mere sight of it alone brought a wistful bubble within the clan lord's chest, silently reminding him of two of the greatest people that he, and the world for that matter, ever knew. The boy certainly does resemble them, both of them. I wonder how Minato would react if he were here, the Uchiha asked himself, knowing that the fair and just Hokage would have only one option available to him. Hokage-sama, now that I fully understand the situation, all my personal charges will be dropped. However, I doubt my clan will feel the same, Fugaku announced stoically. Neither his face nor his aura betrayed him, but on the inside, he was fighting against himself. His clan would want revenge, they taught him that, and he knew his clan would lend a hand to those they favored and utterly destroy those who crossed them. There was no getting around that fact, it was as unmovable as the Hokage's monument itself. To remedy the situation, I propose a compromise. However, I feel neither I nor Hayashi can completely oversee its drafting, as it will hold no standing within our opposing clans. Therefore, the decision must fall to the highest authority in Konoha's shinobi forces, Fugaku stated before casting a glance toward his leader. What he said had been true, like the Hokage before him, he commanded the full respect and loyalty from his forces, and those who didn't comply met his full, indignant fury. I see. The Hokage replied simply while taking in a deep breath, filling his aged lungs with the rich, imported tobacco from his pipe. As any true leader, all he had was an ultimatum, one that could ostracize one or both of the arguing parties and create an even larger schism between the two. I need to be fair to both parties while at the same time considering the circumstances that pushed the boy to act, the Hokage thought to himself before coming to a decision. Exhaling a plume of smoke, the Hokage called upon his weathered voice in the wake of the noxious air and pulled both the clan lords' attention to him once again. Taking into consideration all of the events that occurred, I feel that we are indebted to Naruto for not only stopping what could be the largest civil dispute since Madara's uprising but also showing us how complacent we have become. To be able to sneak into the Uchiha complex and vandalize that place shouldn't be an easy task, especially one that an academy student can complete, the Hokage stated before pausing and casting his gaze on his audience. Both the clan lords were listening intently, while Naruto sat on the side of the room, smug overhearing his accomplishment verbally. However, the Hokage continued, Naruto's actions were unsanctioned and treasonous at their worst and cannot go unpunished. Therefore, when tallied against the benefits of this incident, I can only see one fair and just verdict. The Hyuga will choose the boy's punishment and the method in which he can pay back all the damages he caused to the Uchiha. The guideline should be reasonable enough so that the boy gets the best protection as he serves off his time as well as fairly compensates the Uchiha for their loss, the Hokage finished. Thus, the moods quickly changed. The two stoic lords suddenly became animated once again, hammering out the details for Naruto's work contract while the now silent boy sat on the sidelines, completely dumbstruck. The smug smirk had been completely wiped off his face, and it took a few seconds for his mind to reboot and figure out why he was being punished now of all times. He had done the right thing. The Hokage had said it, albeit for the wrong reasons, but it was the right thing. Casting his gaze toward the old man in hopes of an answer, Naruto only found the man's humored expression, and he realized that he wasn't getting out of this. Damn Fugaku, damn Hayashi, damn Hokage, damn waking up at 4 to work off my debt, damn. Naruto muttered mentally as he vigorously swept up the fetid ashes of his most recent prank. Although saying he was angry was an understatement, Naruto couldn't bring himself to be mad at Hinata, even though he was in this mess because he had taken the time out to save her, thus inadvertently setting himself on a prank crusade to pay the Uchiha back for his humiliation. Sometimes life is so unfair, Naruto thought depressingly as he continued to clean the smoldering pit that was once the Uchiha's prized atrium. Naruto supposed that there was a silver lining to this situation, as he witnessed firsthand the looks of utter rage on each Uchiha's face as they passed the site during their morning rounds. To make matters sweeter, none of them could lay a finger on him, or they would meet the combined wrath of the Uchiha head, the Hyuga head, and the Hokage himself. Brandishing the last of the ashes into the complex's dumpster, Naruto made his way over to the workers' quarters where he was to find his next assignment. He learned a surprising amount about the legendary Copy Nin clan within the few hours he had been working inside their walls. For one, he hadn't nearly put a dent in the clan's laundry like he thought he did, or more aptly, the whole clan's laundry. He only desecrated the shinobi part of the clan's gear, and from what he learned, the vast majority of the clan had not or could not activate their Sharingan and were either forced to adapt and become normal ninja, so to speak, or find other, safer professions. Most chose the latter, and from that choice, the lucrative Uchiha family business was born. The majority of this business pertained to trading and using the clan's substantial amount of cloth in the shinobi and political world to make an organized business for Konoha while taking a bit of profit on the side. However, a smaller subsection of the business had been organized to employ family members to work within the clan to get each of the day-by-day duties completed without wasting money on countless servants, thus neutralizing the potential threat of spies and assassins sneaking into the clan. Too little, too late was all Naruto had to say about that last little tidbit. Regardless, these Uchiha were the thought-oriented, savvier, and laid-back Uchiha in comparison to their battle-oriented, haughtier, and uptight brethren. Needless to say, there was a bit of friction between the two factions, and it didn't help that one half had to do the other half's laundry. And somehow, I managed to find myself messing with the Uchiha's laundry yet again, Naruto added scornfully as he greeted his new co-workers, who for the most part, had been rather kind to him. Probably because most of the damage Naruto had done was to the warrior caste of the clan, and it helped that the majority of them were only a few years older and were looking to make some friends outside of the complex. So, is this all you do every day? Naruto asked curiously as he folded yet another pair of pink polka-dotted boxers. Had he known they were the clan heads, he would have stashed some away in his storage backpack for future blackmail, but seeing as he was blissfully ignorant, Naruto handed the folded drawers to one of his new co-workers who stowed them into Fugaku's basket without another thought. Nah, we usually play strip poker and other stuff once we're done, but with all this mess, I doubt we'll have a free moment to play for a long time, the boy responded nonchalantly as he continued on with the salvageable amount of laundry. For once, Naruto actually felt ashamed of his actions. He had completely written off the whole clan as jerks, and now had come to find out that only a small percent were, and because of them, the majority of the clan suffered. Divining the young blonde's thoughts from his highly expressive features, the older Uchiha attempted to cheer the hyperactive kid up. Don't worry about it too much, we would have to go out and buy the latest clothing trends and gear for them within a month, and you saved us the trouble of having to get rid of all the leftovers. Granted, you may have taken a few shirts out of the Leafs Goodwill collection box, but in the end, it saved us all the pain of having to listen to someone's complaining as we got rid of their clothes," the older Uchiha stated jokingly while his fellow brethren nodded in agreement. Instantly feeling better, Naruto turned back and started to work when he heard another offhand comment that got him thinking. "Besides, it's not like we're in the Hyuga branch family or anything. They have it bad," another Uchiha added, as they loaded up the last of the laundry and prepared to distribute it throughout the complex. Looking around at the agreeing faces, Naruto's confused gaze landed on the first Uchiha who had tried to make him feel better. "What did he? Politics, kid, politics. Something I doubt you're really interested in at your age. Anyway, I never got your name," the boy said as he helped Naruto with his basket as well. "Remember this name Uzumaki Naruto because it's the name of your future Hokage," the blonde boy declared, trotting behind the dark-haired boy and ignoring the angry glares from a few of his victims. "Uchiha Itaki. Call me Itaka," the dark-haired boy replied as he turned the corner, silently gesturing for Naruto to follow. Sasuke was in disbelief. Utter disbelief. He wasn't just running late, his brother. The renowned Uchiha Itake, a Chunin at 10, a Jonin just months later, and an Umbu at the prodigious age of 13 was still associating with the Uchiha's lower house and the culprit behind the clothing fiasco. Deep down, Sasuke's disbelief stemmed from the fact that in a single day, Naruto had managed to capture the complete attention of both his father and his brother. This realization alone burned hotter in Sasuke's mind than his hunger for their acknowledgement. How can he be so carefree? Doesn't he realize the trouble he's caused? Or, more importantly, the trouble he's in? The dope should be groveling, begging for forgiveness for his crimes. And yet, he walks on as if none of it phases him. Sasuke silently seethed as he watched Naruto's animated conversation with his brother. As if to stoke Sasuke's ire, his father walked past him without a word, his eyes fixed on the scene. "Subordinate, what are you doing? It's almost 8, and you still haven't finished. Your tardiness will not be tolerated, and any failure will be seen as an ineptitude on your part," Hyuga barked, his glare unwavering and his posture radiating his aggravated mood. To two of the three people in the hallway, it was almost shocking to see Fugaku with anything other than a blasé attitude. However, Naruto had seen the Uchiha head's anger, and although he'd never admit it, the man scared the living daylights out of him. Snapping to attention, Naruto scurried into action, carrying 2 basketfuls of new, clean linens away and barely noticing Sasuke as he rushed by. Likewise, Sasuke barely spared the blonde an impassive glance as he scurried past, his full attention focused on the tense scene unfolding before him. Although no words were spoken, Sasuke could feel the silent battle between his father and his older brother. It was then that Sasuke realized Itachi was offended by their father's treatment of Naruto. The thought alone left a bitter taste in his mouth, but as the implication set in, Sasuke realized that Naruto was able to draw a stronger reaction from both his brother and father than he, Sasuke, ever had. While the reaction from his father was anger, it did little to appease the thoughts roaring in his mind as he continued to watch his brother and father glare at each other. "Both respect from my brother and attention from my father. He's managed to get everything I've ever wanted," Sasuke contemplated bitterly as the two titans broke off their heated exchange and went their separate ways. He was so consumed by his thoughts that the dark-haired boy barely noticed the swishing robes heading toward him until he heard his father's voice as he passed. "You shouldn't dawdle either, your progress in the shinobi arts leaves much to be desired, or should I bring up your last report card? Now, hurry along, before you are late for class and have wasted more of our time," Hyuga said dismissively, having drained all the passion from his voice and filled himself with apathy for his surroundings. Feeling cold and forgotten, Sasuke tore his gaze from his father's back and made his way to his room to gather his school supplies before heading off to class. The entire academy buzzed with hushed murmuring, each student gossiping about the clothes massacre. Exaggerated retellings of the night's events passed from one ear to the next, growing more absurd and obscene with each repetition. While the younger, more naive students focused on the cooler aspects of Naruto's feats and saw them as a great marker for what was to come from their training, the more mature students and sensei were reeling from the implications of the blonde prankster's actions. What now? If Naruto has shown anyone anything, I'm willing to bet on this year's graduating class that serious precautions will be implemented to ensure this never happens again or that we are ready for it in the future. How safe is our village if an academy student, the dead last no less, can sneak into one of the greatest strongholds in the entire village without being detected? Are we really safe from the Kyuubi's wrath? Now that the child has proven himself to be just as dangerous as the fox hell, even more so now that he has subtlety on his side, insert dry chuckle, what's stopping him from taking revenge on all of us for imprisoning him? However, before any more thoughts along the same lines could be conjured, the boy in question stepped into the room, and the growing buzz of chatter suddenly died into an eerie quiet, leaving an uncomfortable blonde standing in awkward silence. Making his way down to his seat in the now buzzing silence, Naruto threw a glance at Irika, silently hoping the academy instructor would save him from the torturous scrutiny. "Naruto, you are a handful," Irika thought before sighing and gathering the class's attention. "Quiet. That's better. Now, I know all of you have heard some retelling or another of one of your classmates' escapades 2 nights ago, so I will say this once to ensure we are perfectly clear. The event that transpired is officially an S-class secret, Irika stated firmly before pausing. Sweeping his gaze across the room, Irika laced his stare with a small amount of killing intent to get his point across. And now that I'm sure everyone's listening, any unwarranted discussions of the subject can be considered a serious breach of protocol and may even be considered high treason against your village. Irika finished with a smirk. Despite the fact that all he said was true, neither the Hokage nor the council would ever consider putting an academy student on trial for high treason over something as petty as gossip. However, he figured if the mere thought of more homework was more than enough to scare all but the most hardcore busybodies from speaking, this would keep even the ever-talkative Yamanaka Ino and Harano Sakura quiet for at least a week. True to his predictions, the entire class, even the dreaded duo, dropped the conversations like rotting garbage. Moving on, it looks like everyone is here, so why don't we start the day off with a little sparring practice, Irika stated before ushering the class out into the courtyard. Herding a class of over 30 students was no easy task, regardless of the teacher. For Irika, this was exceptionally difficult given that he not only had an Inyazuka in his class but also an Uzumaki. Naruto was a handful. Anyone over 12 knew that, hell, anyone who had the special privilege of being the target of one of his pranks knew that. But when Naruto got outside the classroom and into an environment he learned best in, well, this Naruto made the fun-loving, prank-pulling, classroom Naruto everyone knew and loathed look like a docile and obedient student. Listen up, students, this exercise isn't about who's the strongest, fastest, or most talented at taijutsu. This exercise is to get a good gauge of your current levels in the martial arts after a month of practice, so don't be embarrassed if you lose or don't do everything perfectly. We'll have more than enough time to stamp out those problems in the years to come. Irika finished to himself humorlessly as he began watching the first match. It became very apparent that most of the children hadn't paid much attention during the last month of instruction, and as proof, the orderly sparring quickly dissolved into a chaotic brawl between two boys. Breaking them up, Irika sighed aloud before beginning a well-worn and rehearsed speech that teachers had used even when Irika was an academy student. Students, as I said, this isn't about fighting and winning, it's about judging your current skill level and finding what you need to improve on. Therefore, before we continue, I'll have to find someone. Ah, Suzuki, you have been instructed in taijutsu by your clan, correct? Irika asked the young Uchiha. Nodding absently, Suzuki stepped forward while his mind wandered elsewhere. Thinking back on the various lessons he had received since he had been able to stand, Suzuki reminisced on all the times his older brother had utterly beaten the crap out of him. Itaki called it instruction, but Suzuki knew what it was. The painful thing Itaka liked to call training was, in fact, free shots at him without mom's interference, and boy oh boy, did Itaka take his shots. Memories of shoulder tosses and arm bars filled the young boy's mind as he recalled the so-called instruction, as Irika had so eloquently put it. I can't believe I almost forgot about all those training exercises I had to go through with Itaki. It's almost like we're not even related. I bet he'd never do that to Naruto, Suzuki thought jealously before another thought hit him. It was devious, hell, it was downright evil, but completely fitting in Suzuki's mind. Irika-sensei, do you mind if I pick my opponent? Suzuki asked evenly, his voice never betraying his underlying intent. I don't see why not, but make sure. Irika started slowly as he eyed the raven-haired boy curiously, and for good reason, because Irika didn't even finish his statement before Suzuki called out his opponent. Naruto, I challenge you, that's if you're not too chicken, subordinate, Suzuki stated, smirking cockily at the younger boy, and just like that, the challenge had been made. The crowd of students owed softly as they focused intently on Naruto for his response, and true to his nature, Naruto delivered. Well, it seems as if Captain Pantypants wants to get a little revenge for last night's little prank. Then I have no problem with that, just as long as it's okay with Irika-sensei, Naruto shot back while addressing Irika. Nobody fully understood what Naruto's comeback meant. Well, everyone except for one very red Uchiha Suzuki, who was seething at the public reminder of what Naruto had personally done to him. I can't believe he said that aloud. Suzuki thought angrily as he recalled running from room to room in search of some male underwear, given that all his drawers had been filled with varying types of panties. I think I may have seen some of Mom's, Suzuki thought with a shudder before turning his attention to Irika as well. I should have seen this coming. I miss the old days, Irika thought longingly as he noted the determined glimmers in both boys' eyes. Knowing neither would take no for an answer, Irika decided he had better lay down some ground rules before letting the two go at it. Okay, but remember, no jutsu, Irika said, eyeing both of them. From the reports, Naruto had learned all three of the Academy's graduation jutsu in the space of a month, while Suzuki was reportedly able to perform mid-ranked katan jutsu. Neither should have been so advanced so soon, but seeing as they were, precautions had to be taken. And also remember, this isn't about winning, it's about measuring one's capacity, if you will, and with that said, begin, Irika stated before stepping back and letting the boys go at it. Unsurprisingly, Naruto charged in, he was a brawler by nature, and his style reflected that. However, unlike the previous two combatants, Naruto had a plan. He figured if he could pull Sasuke into a head-to-head battle, his greater stamina would win out in the end, and Sasuke would be wallowing in pity after his defeat. Neither Iruka nor anyone else was surprised by Naruto's tactic, as he did it in every spar. However, the real surprise came from Sasuke, who, despite having the best form of everyone, charged headfirst as well instead of staying back and countering as he usually did. Iruka sighed internally, thinking he had put too much confidence in the maturity of two 7-year-olds. However, before he could step in, the two met, with a surprising result. Naruto's plan had been simple, but it was not effective. As soon as Naruto came into range, he slung his fist out with all his might, and backed by his momentum, the blonde was sure the blow would be a knockout if it connected. Instead, Naruto's fist met air as Sasuke stepped to the side at the last second before pushing down on Naruto's back. The blonde Uzumaki ate dirt while Sasuke landed gracefully into a basic taijutsu stance. Picking himself up off the ground, Naruto ignored his classmates' laughter and instead clenched his fists in anger. Instantly realizing that's what the Uchiha wanted, Naruto unclenched his hands and turned to face his opponent. He would have to stick to his strategy if he wanted to win. So charging headlong again, Naruto made sure to pay attention to Sasuke's feet this time in case his raven-haired opponent tried the same trick again. Rearing back for another haymaker, Naruto made sure that Sasuke's feet weren't going anywhere before he fully committed to the blow. I win, Bass. Naruto started before Sasuke's open palm met Naruto's hand. Watching in slow motion, Sasuke guided Naruto's fist across his body. The blonde could feel his center of gravity shift toward the ground yet again before a powerful counter dug into his skull. Everyone winced as the blonde's head reeled back from the blow, even Iruka grimaced when he realized how truly advanced Sasuke's technique was. The Uchiha had managed to deflect Naruto's blow with the subtlest of guidance while at the same time positioning Naruto so that he could throw his full force and momentum into his blow, all while turning Naruto's force against him. In essence, it was as if Naruto had hit himself with all of his strength combined with Sasuke's. Woozily, Naruto staggered backward as his vision blurred before a hail of precise blows rained on him from the front. With no way to mount an offense, Naruto valiantly tried to defend himself, but without being able to see his assailant, the best he was doing was groping around in the dark. After a bone-shattering kick to the chin lifted him off the ground and into the air, Naruto felt his consciousness fading as he landed in a graceless heap. The crowd of students erupted in noise at the display, none doubting that Sasuke would be victorious all but one, and that one was the sole person to cheer the defeated blonde on. "Gee, get up, Naruto-kun," a small voice uttered so softly that no one around her could hear her say it. However, to the acutely sensitive ears of the downed blonde, the words rang in his head like a distant bell, a bell that beckoned him back into the light and back onto his feet. With agonizing slowness, Naruto climbed back up from the ground while focusing his sole intent on the back of the boy in front of him. Naruto could feel his anger boiling at the Uchiha who had turned his back on him, not unlike the three who jumped him the night before, but he wouldn't let it get the best of him. "No, I can't fight solely off of anger, I need to focus. I need to do what Iruka-sensei said. I need to set my intention to pound that pretty boy's face," and Naruto whispered to himself quietly as he focused solely on that goal. Everything faded away, the crowd of children, Iruka-sensei's concerned face, and even his boiling temper. All he saw was Sasuke, and the defeated look he'd have on his face once he beat the ego out of him. "Hey, Yuki-chan, did you really think that would finish me off?" Naruto called out. Turning around slowly, Sasuke's face glowed in anger as he eyed the beaten and bloodied blonde. "Who are you trying to impress, subordinate? Everyone knows you've lost, you're just too stubborn to give up," Sasuke shouted, hoping the blonde would just give up. "That's what makes me Uzumaki Naruto. Besides, if you could hit harder than Sakura, I probably would stay down." Naruto shot back, and just like that, Sasuke's anger erupted, and the black-haired boy charged Naruto. The blonde-haired boy didn't even bother to charge. He simply watched with a cool and condescending gaze, which only further enraged Sasuke. But just as he was about to close the distance, Sasuke saw Naruto's eyes change. It wasn't the kind of change a defenseless target should have as they faced down their attacker. Instead, Naruto's eyes glinted dangerously, sparking a reaction in Sasuke that he hadn't anticipated, a feeling only Itachi had ever brought out in him during their sparring sessions. Realizing the comparison, Sasuke's footing faltered slightly, and he couldn't even mount a defense as Naruto's fist came crashing into his face. Watching the Uchiha stumble backward and try to regain his senses, Naruto seized the opportunity. He darted in quickly and with perfect form, throwing a swift and precise haymaker towards Sasuke's head, a move the Uchiha had read perfectly, or so he believed. As he weaved his head away from the powerful straight punch meant to take him down, Sasuke never saw Naruto's hook crash into his temple, sending him off his feet and toward the ground. Out of pure instinct, the Uchiha caught himself at the last second, managed to roll, and put some distance between himself and Naruto. "What the hell? I'm sure I read his punch perfectly, so how did it just vanish at the last second?" Sasuke seethed, watching as Naruto slowly turned to face him. There was no emotion on Naruto's face, save for the same dangerous glint in his eyes. Slowly rising, Sasuke could tell Naruto was beckoning for him to get up so they could continue their spar. It was a fluke, it had to be. I just have to stay on the defensive and find another opening like the last one so I can finish this, Sasuke reasoned with himself as he watched Naruto charge forward before dropping into a rising uppercut. Shifting his balance backward, Sasuke could only watch in shock as Naruto's movements vanished again. Instead of a powerful punch, Naruto swept his feet out from under him. Still in midair, Sasuke saw Naruto twist in a blur of motion, putting his entire weight into yet another haymaker. Sasuke threw up his guard to defend against the powerful blow aimed at his stomach, but just like before, his predictions unraveled as Naruto's fist dug deeply into his chin. Landing in a messy heap, Sasuke tried to ignore the crowd chanting for him to get up as he glared angrily at the blonde in front of him. How is this possible? Naruto isn't fast, skilled, or intelligent enough to completely trick my predictions, let alone beat me. It has to be some kind of trick or. But Sasuke's thoughts stopped when his fangirls in the crowd started chanting genjutsu and accusing Naruto of cheating. Naruto's composed and impassive expression fell away as he looked around, bewildered by the mob of fangirls. He pleaded his case weakly, silently thanking Kami for Irika, otherwise he feared the mob might have turned violent. Quiet. I'm certain Naruto didn't use a genjutsu, because, how can you be so sure, Irika-sensei? I mean, the dead last shouldn't even have a chance against first place, a certain indignant pink-haired student cut in before Irika could finish. The fangirls all agreed, and the mob began protesting again. Biting his tongue, Irika held back a few choice words for the mindless crowd inside as he gathered his thoughts. Naruto didn't use any genjutsu, or any jutsu for that matter, for two reasons: he didn't use any hand seals, and there was no chakra molding required to execute a seal-less jutsu. However, Sasuke's sudden lack of defense is troubling but is nothing less than his own inability to defend himself, Irika stated authoritatively, leaving no room for argument. Although Naruto's ability to use his ki, killing intent, to project false images is a little suspicious, I didn't sense any leakage from the seal, Irika added silently, knowing that the words killing intent would only incite another riot from the Uchiha's fangirls. Sasuke, I hope you take what I said to heart. You controlled the spar at the start, and instead of finishing Naruto off quickly, you let your anger take over. By the time you regained your composure, the match was already over, Irika lectured the boy. Yes, Irika-sensei, was all Sasuke could say as his anger stewed. Recognizing that this defeat was, in fact, humbling, Irika left Sasuke to brood for a bit, knowing that anything else might be taken the wrong way. Turning to Naruto, who looked quite pleased with himself, Irika managed to suppress the urge to smile before proceeding to burst Naruto's bubble. Despite your victory, Naruto, your form and execution were severely lacking in the beginning of the spar, and if Sasuke hadn't lost focus as he did, you would have been the one defeated, Irika said, slightly annoyed by a loud chorus of yes from Sasuke's fangirls. However, all of that improved during the later part of the match, so all I can say is keep up the good work, Irika finished, feeling good about sticking it to the fangirls while giving his favorite student a bone. But Naruto must have cheated since there's no way Sasuke-kun would freeze like that after dominating the spar for so long. Sakura, the leader of the fangirl nation, sputtered to Irika after he complimented Naruto. Not only had her crush been defeated, but by the dobe, no less. It was unbelievable, he must have cheated. Look, Sakura, I really don't want to explain everything that happened during the spar, but trust me when I say that Naruto did not cheat. You and this goes for everyone here need to be reminded that no one, and I mean no one, is infallible. That kind of thinking can lose you more than a spar, it can cost you your life, Irika finished sternly while looking directly into Sakura's eyes. The pink-haired girl nodded weakly, and Irika knew he had gotten his point across, but just in case it didn't. Therefore, since Sakura was so selfless in volunteering for the next match, I suppose I should pick her opponent. Kiba, could you make your way to the ring, please? Irika asked innocently, despite the incredulous look on Sakura's face. The feral boy just grinned. And that's when I broke your brother's jaw. Naruto shouted excitedly as he repeated the story of his upset victory over Sasuke to Itachi. The older Uchiha controlled himself well, because a lesser man would have chuckled at the amusing antics of his brother trying to take Naruto's head off. Why don't you tell him about the part where I gave you a concussion? Sasuke asked heatedly, rubbing the bandages around his jaw. He was still reeling from the blow, and even more so from the talk he'd received from his father when he had to explain why he had a broken jaw in the first place. His father had reasoned that since he had to take time out of his schedule to pay for both his and Naruto's medical fees, Sasuke would have to take time out of his schedule to escort Naruto to and from the Higurashi residence as well. The Higurashi family was, and had always been, the village's leading supplier of shinobi equipment, even as far back as Itachi's childhood, and as such, they had a very lucrative deal with the Uchiha in exchange for top-of-the-line shinobi equipment that Naruto had broken 2 nights earlier. Naruto, for his part, wasn't thrilled about being forced into manual labor right after class, but he knew it was much better than the alternative of being left to fend for himself with the Hokage's contract protecting him. Wow, this place is huge, Naruto thought, stunned as he stared at the entire two-story building in front of him. The place was as wide as two of the houses next to it combined and had a giant chimney that was spewing smoke at an alarming rate. It seems Tenchi-san is working in the forge, Itachi murmured softly as they entered the house. The first floor was the shop itself, and weapons upon weapons were stacked on the shelves, spanning from wall to wall. As they made their way to the counter, Naruto looked up from the weapons he had been admiring and saw a bored-looking girl around his age idly looking at a weapons catalog. I wonder how much time it would take to make that. Now I know I can make that. Geez, they're out of their minds if they think we'll pay that much to import those, the girl said sporadically. She hadn't noticed any of the boys, or the fact that she was talking to herself aloud and making hand gestures, at least not until Naruto started laughing. Startled, the now embarrassed girl flushed red before recovering and putting her catalog away. Higurashi Tenten at your service. I hope you found what you're looking for, the girl regurgitated automatically as she looked over each of her customers. How much does that cost? Naruto asked, pointing at the scabbard Chokito on the wall. The blade was all the way at the top and had no price above it, so Naruto figured he might be able to get it for free once they found out he was going to be working here. Sorry, that particular Chokito isn't for sale. My daddy made it a very long time ago for a friend, but his friend died before he ever got a chance to use it, Tenten said sadly, as if recalling a distant memory. Oh, I didn't. No worries, that's all in the past, so is there anything else I can help you with? Tenten asked after instantly brightening. Yes, we're here to drop him off. It's his first day of work, Itachi cut in, not wanting to take another trip down memory lane because of Naruto's questions. The said blonde stuck his tongue out at the older Uchiha for ruining his fun but was quickly reprimanded for it. I wouldn't do that if I were you, especially in a place with so many sharp objects. I've known Itachi-kun here to take limbs for less, a voice called out from around the corner. Turning the corner with a grin on his face and a hammer over his shoulder was the owner and operator of the shop, Higurashi Tenchi, and boy was he big. Not just tall, but hulking as well. From shoulder to shoulder, the man was wider than Naruto, Sasuke, and Itachi put together. Heaving his protesting daughter onto one of his monstrous shoulders, the tall man let out a boisterous laugh as he recalled a time when his daughter used to love taking rides on his shoulders. Turning toward the trio with his, now pouting, daughter on his shoulder, Tenchi greeted each of them with an eager nod and a beaming grin. Welcome. I already know Itachi-kun and, judging by the hair color, this must be little Sasuke and Naruto, right? The giant asked while pointing from boy to boy. Nodding, the two just stood there silently as the man laughed, once again praising himself for his deductive skills. Well, now that that's solved, I guess little Naruto-kun will be coming with me, and you and little Sasuke-kun here will be leaving? Tenchi asked Itachi as his laughter died and he placed his daughter back on her seat. Yes, and we'll be back at 7 to pick him up, Itachi stated before turning and leaving, silently beckoning his brother to follow. Once the Uchiha brothers were gone, Tenchi looked Naruto up and down, making inaudible sounds as he circled the boy before finally stopping in the exact place he started. You're perfect. A little on the scrawny and short side. Hey, I'm not short, just haven't hit my growth spurt yet, Naruto shot back indignantly, invoking another round of laughter from Tenchi. Okay, a little on the scrawny and petite side, but perfect nonetheless. You shouldn't have any trouble lifting the weapons and moving them from place to place, Tenchi finished casually as he turned to make his way back down into the basement, also known as the forge. Is that all I'll be doing? Moving things from place to place? Naruto asked curiously, both happy that the job might be easy and a little dejected that it would be boring if so. No, that's just the most strenuous thing you'll be doing. There's plenty of stuff to do, like polishing weapons, prepping the water for cooling, and maintaining the fires for the forge. Believe me, moving weapons will seem like a break compared to all the stuff I'll have you doing, Tenchi called from over his shoulder as he descended the stairwell. Ten-chan, get him started with some of the little stuff, then work him up. Okay dear, the boisterous man called from the cellar, leaving his daughter with Naruto to man the shop. He forgot to mention sweeping, gathering all the raw ore, and cleaning up after his messes as well, Tenten added exasperatedly before turning her gaze to Naruto. Is he always like that? The blonde asked playfully, which made the bun-haired girl giggle. Yeah, but he means well. He's been like that ever since Mom died, Tenten said softly, that same far-off look coming back to her eyes. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Again, it's nothing. Sorry, I just get like that sometimes, but anyways, let's get to work before he comes back up here and starts talking again. I swear, that has to be the worst punishment ever, death by talking or embarrassing stories, Tenten cut in joyously before she picked up a broom and handed one to Naruto. The two talked about a lot as they worked throughout the shop, and honestly, Naruto learned a lot more about weapons that he had either missed while pulling pranks or just never paid enough attention to notice. Time went by faster than either of them realized, and by the time 7 rolled around, both Naruto and Tenten were covered with soot and laughing at the latest prank Naruto pulled. I can't believe you put that much flash powder on my dad's mallet. He's going to be seeing stars for a week, Tenten exclaimed happily before both of them erupted in a fit of giggles again. Yeah, I thought your dad was going to be mad there for a second, but he just laughed it off and made us clean out the furnace, Naruto added as they made their way out of the kitchen and into the shop. So that explains the soot on your nose, Itaki called out, startling both children as they continued to joke with one another behind the counter. I'll get it, Naruto-kun, Tenten said happily as she swiped at Naruto's nose playfully. Thanks, but I was sure I got it all, Naruto grumbled quietly as he made his way over to the Uchiha brothers and out of the shop. Bye, Tenten-chan, see you tomorrow, Naruto cried over his shoulder as he rounded out the door and followed after Itaka's retreating form. Well, it seems you and Tenten are good friends, Itaka said casually as Naruto tried to jibe Suzuki into hitting him. You kidding? She's the best, Naruto exclaimed, not catching Itaka's hidden meaning. Entering the Uchiha complex did nothing to bring down Naruto's good mood, despite all of the glares he was receiving. He had somewhere other than Ichiraku's school where he wasn't constantly glared at and ignored, and that was more than enough to put him at an untouchable high. Whether that was a good or a bad thing was debatable, especially when Itaki introduced the duo as Naruto got a good look at them. Naruto-kun, I'd like you to meet Ibiki-san and Anko-chan. You'll be working with them as a part of your contract, Itaka said lightly, leaving out the parts about them being the head of interrogation and torture. Itaka-kun, what did I say about calling me Anko-chan? Anko said with surprising sweetness, so surprising that it didn't fit well with her outfit. Naruto may have been 7, but he knew what appropriate attire was and wasn't, and the wire mesh that just barely hit Anko's breasts was definitely on the inappropriate side of that line. And Anko-chan, remember until you can soundly beat me in combat, I'll never honor that request, Itaka countered back in the same light, conversational voice he always seemed to use when mocking her. Knowing he had won, Itaka reveled in his victory, knowing if he were just the slightest bit weaker, then Anko would have his balls on a pike. Now, you two break it up. We as in I, Anko, and Naruto here have a job to do, and I'd like not to waste any more time if you would, Ibiki cut in, ushering Naruto and Anko away to begin their work. So, what are we doing? Naruto asked curiously after they had made it a fair distance away from the Uchiha brothers. We're cleaning up the mess you made, Anko replied sharply with a snort. She wasn't all too happy with having to give up her precious time to play maid for a bunch of stuck-up snobs, at least not when she had better things to do. Looking curiously at the older woman's face as varying emotions flitted across her features, ranging from anger to this hard-to-describe emotion he always felt when he read the orange book he had unwittingly stolen from Itaki. Naruto only got confused when he tried to decipher what Anko meant. Noticing the boy's confused expression, Ibiki decided to clarify before the boy managed to piss his partner off. We'll be surveying, and eventually overhauling, the Uchiha complex's security system, Ibiki said in a low voice, only to be met with an even more confused look from Naruto. Basically, you're going to show us all the different ways you can break in, and we'll be putting seals there to make sure no one else can exploit them, Anko clarified, angrily thinking of all that was involved. This place is huge. I mean, they have their own district, for goodness sake. Since it'll only be Ibiki, the brat, and me, we'll probably have to do each of the 6 subsections on our own, one at a time, Anko thought dismally, her task suddenly feeling more daunting than ever. That sounds like a lot of work, Naruto said cluelessly, not knowing that Mount Anko was about to erupt. There are 6 subsections that make up the Uchiha district. We, as in us 3, are tasked with surveying, warding, and testing these areas to make sure they are properly defended against outside threats. That whole process should take no more than 12 days of work to complete, Ibiki explained to the young blonde, successfully deterring Anko from biting the boy's head off. So, it shouldn't take more than a few months to finish all this, right? Naruto asked after a bit of mental calculation. If only. This isn't our main duty, and at most, we'll be able to open up a day or two during our monthly schedule to come and work on the job, Anko added dejectedly once again. But that'll take years then, I'll be graduating from the academy by the time we finish this. Naruto exclaimed as he realized what a crappy situation he had gotten them into. It has to be done, and I'd much rather be doing it now as a result of a simple prank, rather than later as a result of some sort of tragedy, Ibiki stated as they arrived at the first subsection. Looking around at the numerous buildings they had to search, ward, and then finally test, Naruto felt sick just thinking about it. Now, add a regular workday on top of that and no sex for about a month, and you're in my world, Anko said in a faux joyous voice. Grappling the young boy into a headlock, Anko made sure his head was right between her breasts before she finished what she had to say. Now, if you want to help me out with the sex part, at this point I'm all for it, even if you are a bit young, Anko whispered into the boy's ear before the blonde passed out from blood loss. Man, I really needed that, Anko shouted as she laughed merrily at the unconscious blonde. I swear, you're like a child, and just so you know, because of that little joke, we have to wait until he wakes up to start, Ibiki muttered as he got to work, leaving Anko to wake the knocked out blonde. Come on, kid, I was joking, wake up, damn it. Anko shouted as she tried waking the blonde, but alas, he was in Ika paradise right now. Itaki, report, an authoritative voice called out from the darkness. Releasing his suppressed killing intent, Itaka's kneeling form ebbed out of the shadows and into the light from the flickering fireplace. The teenage Uchiha lifted his head, gazing at the tattered form of the man in front of him. This man, though ancient by shinobi standards, was not to be underestimated. He weathered both the second and third shinobi wars because of his otherworldly skill, and though he lost his arm, he was still among the most dangerous in the village. The only thing living that could ever hope to kill him was the thing that had taken his arm and half the village with it, the Kyuubi. Even though the Kyuubi had been defeated years ago, this man, his commander, still wore his bandages as an everlasting reminder of the wounds he had sustained during the battle, as well as the power of the beast that caused them. Danzo-sama, the Uzumaki's contract has been signed and will proceed as planned. During that time, the Uchiha complex will be going through a rewarding process. Security will be tight during that time, so the foreseeable opening will be once the warding is complete, Itaka replied in a quiet monotone. So, 6 years is our soonest window, the heavily scarred man uttered as he closed the portfolio. The missed opportunity 2 nights prior had cost them dearly. However, if Danzo was one thing, he was patient. It seems to be that way, Danzo-sama, Itaki answered as he rose to his feet. The tone of his commander's last words told him that this meeting was over and that he would resume his current mission until further notice. However, once the Uchiha prodigy vanished into the darkness, Danzo reopened the file on his desk and began reading it once again. Uzumaki Naruto, otherwise known as the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Your time will come, and your power will be mine, the scarred man vowed before burning the report in the fire behind him, having already recorded the contents to memory. 5 years and 364 days later. Buka, more wine, a rather tipsy Uchiha yelled across the room as his chair tipped back dangerously. All Naruto had to do was kick the back legs of the drunkard's chair and presto, instant retribution. However, if nearly 6 years of serving and slaving under his Uchiha employers taught him anything, it taught him patience. Naruto sadly admitted he had swallowed his pride several times in the face of his contracted oppressors, employers, but he always got them back. Just like he would get them back for this humiliation, he just had to decide when he would do it again, either in the dead of night or in some less conspicuous manner. However, before Naruto could even think about getting back at the drunk, a firm hand landed on his shoulder. Don't even think about it. I didn't come here to see you forge another work contract with the Uchiha, a gruff voice called out from behind him. Before Naruto could even turn around, a pungent odor assaulted his nose, which he later realized was from the cigarette the man was smoking. And who are you? Naruto asked shrewdly, feeling no inclination of being polite to him since the man had offended his nose. Sarutobi Asuma, and the one set by the Hokage himself to make sure you didn't do anything stupid. Again, the older man whispered harshly as he led the younger boy back to his table. Grudgingly, Naruto sped up, not wanting to ruin his one piece of clothing that was actually worth something. The kimono was a traditional set, the only difference being the color. His top was a deep orange bordering on rusty brown that matched the native tiger coats, complemented by the thin black lines running down its length, while his leggings were a softer orange, not unlike the orange sherbet that they were serving as expensive imported desserts. Finally, his black obi and zori, flip-flops, tied in together with the tiger look he was going for, making him generally pleased with the outfit. Noticing that Naruto stopped resisting, Asuma lightened his grip as they arrived at his table and to his impatient-looking host. You get the drinks, the anxious-looking woman asked, feeling even jitterier by the second. Sorry Korone-chan, but duty called, Asuma shot back with a smile while pointing his thumb back at the blonde trailing behind him. Naruto just watched, confused as the elegant woman in front of him pouted quietly as a light hue of red painted her cheeks. Naruto got even more confused when Asuma just laughed and continued to jest with the woman, making the red on her cheeks grow larger and larger. Wait a second, isn't this the part where she decks him for being annoying? I mean, that's what always happens to me when I talk to Sakura for any more than a little while, Naruto thought as he desperately tried to figure out the scene in front of him. Believe me, kid, the girls your age are a lot more complicated than women my age, Asuma said, as if answering Naruto's unasked question. So, are you saying I'm easy? Korone asked coyly, eyes glinting like a cobra eyeing a rabbit. No, I'm just commenting on that far-off expression he had on his face. Believe me, I know it too well, because I can vaguely remember myself having it not too long ago when I used to think about a certain red-eyed girl I knew. The large man answered hastily, all the while rubbing the back of his head and waving a hand in defense, hoping that his anecdote would satisfy his insinuating host. Good save. Anyways, since my lazy friend here is too much of a slouch to introduce me, I'm Ui Korone, the red-eyed woman said after she turned her attention to Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, ma'am, Naruto managed to stutter out, completely shocked by the beauty of the woman in front of him. It wasn't that he hadn't known she was pretty, but when he got a good look at her, it all hit him at once. Her midnight shaded hair came down to the top of her shoulder blades, framing her heart-shaped face while drawing attention to her striking red eyes. Her eyes weren't as frightening as the Uchiha's Sharingan, but it still held the clan's hypnotic light, as if it were compelling him under her will. Hey, don't get any ideas, pal, I had to fight many jonin just to get a chance to come here as a guest, Asuma interrupted jokingly, as he put his arm around Korone protectively. Between stammering out apologies to the embarrassed Kunoichi, Naruto realized how well the couple complemented each other. Asuma's kimono top, midnight black, matched Korone's hair and was decorated with a lone monkey in the midst of a budding tree, whereas Korone's white kimono top was decorated with crimson flowers in varying stages of blossoming, as if furthering the artist image from Asuma's top. Don't let him intimidate you, the guy's a big softy, and if he doesn't stop soon, I'm gonna to tell everyone his nickname. Isn't that right, Kuma-chan? Korone said sweetly before whispering the last part menacingly to Asuma. So teddy bear is it? I'm so filing that away for future blackmail, Naruto thought menacingly as another thought popped into Naruto's mind. It bugged him that Korone's eyes were unnatural, not only that but he suspected it had a connection to why she was present at the Uchiha's banquet. Excuse me, Ui-san, why are your eyes? Naruto asked politely, half because he was asking such a personal question, and the other half because she was drop-dead gorgeous. Korone will be just fine, but my eyes are like this because my family is a very distant cousin to the Uchiha, but close enough that I have to suffer through all of their boring parties, Korone answered before going off on a small, private rant of the party she had to endure just because of her last name. So, your eyes are like that because of some distant ancestor? Does that mean you have the Sharingan? Naruto asked curiously, the topics of family history always an interest to him, mainly because he never had one of his own. However, being able to dream on how kick-ass his family may have been always made him feel better. No, these are cosmetic only. However, my great-grandmother was an Uchiha and among the first to migrate to Konoha when they settled with the Senju to form our village. During that time, my grandmother married out of the clan, something that was strictly forbidden, but because she was so powerful and had friends in the right places, she was allowed to leave, Korone added, always willing to teach an eager student. Important people? I didn't think there was anyone important enough to force the Uchiha into letting someone go against them, other than the Hokage, that is. Well, it helps that my grandmother's cousin was Medea. No, it was Madara, my great-grandmother's cousin was Uchiha Madara. Sorry, almost everything about the guy was destroyed or classified, Korone stated while shaking her head. Why is that? It is because he jeopardized all of Konoha and because of his actions, our first Hokage had to retire from the injuries he sustained during their battle, Korone concluded darkly. Well, when I become Hokage, I'll make sure nothing like that ever happens, Naruto exclaimed brazenly. Korone smiled, somehow this kid's utter confidence almost made her believe not all his claims were just words. Well, you'll have to graduate from the academy first, and from what I hear, your testing and tactical skills are subpar, Korone said, thinking fast on how to euphemize what she heard. That didn't slow the sunny-haired boy, in fact, it hadn't fazed him in the slightest. Yeah, but my taijutsu, kunao, and jutsu skills are all passing so I hope it evens out this time, Naruto retorted haughtily, not too happy that the talk about his dream turned into talking about his shortcomings. What do you mean this time? You are only 12, so there's no way you could have failed the exam, Korone asked suspiciously, eyes narrowing at the thought of a conspiracy. Actually, I failed twice. First time because I didn't score a perfect on my kunao exam, and the second because I got hit once on my taijutsu exam. However, I think if I score a perfect on all the practical parts, I can pass, Naruto answered truthfully. And why would you try so hard to graduate early? Aren't you afraid that you won't be placed on a team with any of your friends? Meh, the only people that aren't complete asses to me are the weird girl who always stares at me, Hinata I think, and Tenten, and she's in the class ahead of me, Naruto answered truthfully once again, before the same thought went through both adults' minds. The village's hatred for the Kyuubi filtered down to this generation, as well it seems, the two thought before sharing it with one another. Both felt the urge to give the boy at least some advice so that he may take a step towards his dream. Hey, kid, instead of betting all your money on one horse, try investing a bit more on your weakest area, Asuma offered, confusing Naruto. What he means is how about you spend a bit more time studying and a bit less time trying to get a perfect score. A perfectly fit but ignorant ninja is a lot less effective than a well-rounded ninja, Korone amended. Meh, tomorrow's the exam, and I doubt any amount of studying will help, and believe me, I've tried. For some reason, though, it just never sticks, not like the physical stuff, Naruto offered quietly as if talking more to himself than to the two jonin. Feeling for the blonde, the two made sure that Naruto had fun that night and took his mind off the exam. I'm sorry, Naruto, you fail, Iruka uttered solemnly. As an instructor, it was his job to be as unbiased of a judge as possible, but to see his favorite student fail just because he hadn't passed a written test tugged at his heartstrings. But I scored perfects on my taijutsu, accuracy, and jutsu exams. See, 5 bunshin. Naruto cried desperately, with 5 intangible clones behind him to amplify his plea. Naruto studied like Asuma and Korone advised, he really had, but like he said, it never stuck and when he woke up in the morning, he couldn't remember anything he spent the night memorizing. Ignoring the laughing kids in the hall, Naruto stared hard into his instructor, no, his big brother's eyes, begging him to make an exception just this once, for him, the boy who was like his little brother. I'm sorry, Naruto, I can't. I just can't, because if anything ever happened to you during a mission because you didn't know something, I wouldn't be able to bear it, Irika thought sadly before he tore his gaze away from the blonde's eyes. Feeling shut out, Naruto dragged his feet all the way to his favorite swing. Plopping down onto the worn wooden seat, Naruto knew he was going to be there for a while, but he refused to acknowledge the jeers from his peers passing him, embracing their families, being loved. You know, Irika only does it because he cares for you, a strangely understanding voice called from behind him. Turning to face the owner of the sympathetic words, Naruto steeled his face behind his emotionless mask and let his chakra signature disappear into nothingness. The cold mask of indifference and utter apathy would be his defense against any possible joke or jest, and sadly, he learned that defense from years of being treated as if he were invisible. What do you want, Mizuki-sensei? Scary. If I wasn't looking at him, I wouldn't even know he was here, the silver-haired shinin thought to himself before reasserting his smile. For this to work, and for him to complete his mission, he would need to gain the boy's trust and then, and only then, would he get his reward. To tell you that Irika is only being the best sensei that he can, and he doesn't want you to enter the shinobi world unprepared, and that he's offering you a second chance, Mizuki said slyly. If he was going to catch this fish, he was going to have to bait his hook just right. And what does he want me to do? Naruto asked excitedly, instantly perking up at the chance to redeem himself. Gotcha, was all Mizuki could think as he gave Naruto the directions to the scroll. It's done, sir, the boy is on his way to the scroll as we speak, a panting Mizuki managed to get out as he kneeled before his supervisor and thinking of his reward. The power of the forbidden scroll in my hands, soon those fools will pay for forcing me to work at the school with those snot-nosed brats, and most of all the demon, Mizuki thought evilly as a malevolent grin spread across his features. Are you sure the boy understood the directions? Danzo, the conspirator behind this whole mess, asked. Yes, and he will be at the appointed place within an hour. Now about my payment, Mizuki started before a wave of killing intent hit him. It's been said that a man's killing intent is a measure of his combined intelligence, strength, and experiences. Danzo's killing intent was like no other Mizuki felt, and if he had to describe it in words, he would say it was like a bottomless well of death and destruction. However, this wasn't like the random marauding of some demon, no, with Danzo's it was a precise tool of a seasoned veteran and shrewd mastermind. You would be wise to learn your place, Mizuki, otherwise something unfortunate may happen before you receive your reward, Danzo uttered, not even looking up from his paper. The Chunin managed to nod, as he didn't trust his voice at the moment. An eternity of awkward silence passed between the two, however, only Mizuki seemed to notice until Danzo cleared his throat and rose to his feet. Even with his cane, the man's movements were predatorily graceful. To the bowing Chunin, watching the man circle his desk felt like witnessing one of Konoha's native tigers circling his own wounded body. The boy was scared witless. Mizuki, you've done well, despite your impatience, and I'm not without empathy. Therefore, I'll give you your reward now, Danzo said coyly before focusing his killer intent on the bowing Chunin. If the man could freeze any more than he already had, he would've. With agonizing slowness, he raised his gaze to meet his commander's. Sir, what are you? Giving you your reward, the scarred man answered simply before a glint of metal flew through the air. The barely seen kunai sliced through Mizuki's neck without resistance. Mizuki hardly registered the pain as shock set in, raising an unsteady hand to his neck to confirm what his mind was telling him. But why, sir? Was all the silver-haired conspirer could think before looking back up at his master, his vision bleeding red. Pant, pant, pant. Naruto had been running. He'd been running all the way from the Hokage's tower to the designated place, a place he hadn't known existed until Mizuki told him about it. The Uchiha library, home to some of the most coveted abilities in the village, hid another secret in its vast halls of knowledge. It hid the tomb of a man he'd only learned about the day before, the great Uchiha Madara. Despised for his treachery, he was still famed for having the most powerful Sharingan in his clan, which alone warranted hiding his body away from all of mankind. Not many knew of the tomb's location, but apparently, Irika did and somehow found it necessary to tell Mizuki in order to tell him. That alone made Naruto more than suspicious, and being Uzumaki Naruto, the boy acted on those suspicions. Henge no, Genjutsu no, and what's this? Kage Bunshin? A solid duplication of your being that uses compressed air around it to render itself on the physical plane. Without proper reinforcement, clones will disperse at the slightest disturbance. Use this technique with the utmost care and wisdom, as inexperienced users must split their chakra to complete the jutsu. Masters can effectively choose how much chakra to give a clone. Masters of the splitting art can create explosions out of their clones with the help of another seal. Reinforcement, splitting, detonation techniques go as follows, blah blah blah. When am I going to get to that exploding clone part I read about? Naruto whispered hotly as he hid in one of the darkest regions of the Uchiha library. He traveled quicker than intended mainly because of his suspicions, and with his spare time, he hid in the least likely place people would find him as he looked for a bit of insurance, in case Mizuki's offer turned out to be more than it was made out to be. Besides Henge, Kawarimi, and Bunshin only get you so far, Naruto thought wryly as he attempted the cage Bunshin for the first time. The chakra drainage was intense, but he quickly adapted to it as he performed it more and more until the jutsu's activation became like a faint tickle in the back of his mind, and the chakra loss was far from noticeable. I guess I should write down the reinforcement part and a few other things, seeing as I have the splitting part down. Damn, I wish I had more time with this scroll, otherwise I may be Hokage sooner than I thought, Naruto thought as he found pen and paper to write with before renewing his search for the hidden tomb. As if right out of a movie, the tomb's entrance was hidden behind a bookshelf resting against a wall. Grabbing the book titled, A Conspiracy, While There Will Be No Uchiha Hokage, Naruto figured this was the best place to hide the switch, as no self-respecting Uchiha would ever read this book. The book shifted silently as they made a passage to the world beyond the wall, and he descended into the dark, dank crypt. Wow, this Madara must have been a colossal ass, because I don't even see one bouquet of dead flowers, the blonde thought jokingly to quell his fear. His senses were on high alert, but even his unusually sharp eyes couldn't see a thing in the place. It was as if the place was under that forbidden darkness genjutsu he just copied. Groping along the walls, Naruto's hand brushed against a rough rising of stone, which turned out to be a lighting seal that illuminated the whole place. Glad you could make it, and on time for once, Naruto-kun, Mizuki's voice called out from the end of the corridor. His back was to Naruto, and his hands were behind him. In a ninja's tense stance, he was completely harmless, however, something about his greeting set alarms off in Naruto's head. Wait a second, Mizuki never calls me Naruto-kun, and what's with the dramatic stance? Mizuki was always tactless at best and a complete dumbass without help. This stinks of a setup, Naruto thought as he kept his distance. Who are you? And where is Irika-sensei? Naruto asked cautiously, hoping he didn't aggravate Mizuki. Damn, something must have tipped him off. I need to finish this now before someone finds me, Mizuki thought as he turned around and let a handful of kunao fly. Naruto was so shocked he almost didn't react, but at the last second, something kicked in, and the preteen activated a shadow clone to take the hit. The clone dispelled in a poof of smoke, temporarily hindering Mizuki's view. The Chunin scanned the corridor quietly, his expert senses straining to detect the slightest movement or flicker of chakra. Naruto, are you down here? Another voice called out from the end of the hall. From the flickering shadows of the chakra-fed lights, both combatants could tell that the intruder was Irika, but only one could react to his presence. Wish. And so Mizuki's kunao cut through the air, almost silent in its flight towards the unsuspecting Chunin. Irika-sensei, look out! Naruto yelled from his hung hiding spot on the wall. Leaping to grab the flying dagger, Naruto's hand caught air as the knife sailed by him, directly on course for his teacher's neck. However, because of his student's warning, Irika was able to dodge easily and was already in the middle of a set of hand seals. Die, brat. Doton Doriyuki, and like that, a wall of hardened earth rose from the ground blocking most of the hallway with its girth. Irika knew the wall would hold strong against a few kunao, but anything else would pierce through it, especially since he put the bare minimum amount of chakra into the jutsu. So, you wanna play like that? Naruto, get back, the Chunin yelled desperately after hearing Mizuki's words, but the traitorous Chunin's Fuma shuriken was already grinding its way around the earthen wall. Naruto's eyes went wide as the buzzing blade made its way towards his face before stopping, only to be in the grasp of one grim-faced Irika. Don't worry, I will protect you, Naruto-kun, the Chunin said while sparing the boy a smile before adding another seal to his jutsu. Doton Doriyudan, Irika shouted, as his wall collapsed and shot itself forward in large clumps of hardened clay. Mizuki was forced to jump to evade the rock-hard projectiles, only to have his own shuriken slice him in half, before erupting into smoke. Scanning the area, Irika knew he could win this battle if only he could find his opponent. Careless, the words were like a soft caress on Irika's neck before pain erupted in his back. This isn't Mizuki, were the last thoughts of the Chunin as his strength left his body. Irika-sensei, Naruto yelled as his teacher slumped to the ground. Acting quickly, Naruto caught his teacher before twisting his body so that his back would absorb Mizuki's killing stroke, all before bursting into smoke as well. Come out, brat, or do you want me to kill your defenseless teacher here? Mizuki taunted, only to see Naruto standing at the mouth of the corridor, his face grim and body shaking with anger. I'm not hiding, bastard, Naruto ground out between clenched teeth. Mizuki had heard one of the only people that gave a damn about him, and for that, he would pay with his life. Well, it seems the demon is angry. Are you going to destroy the rest of the village now? Mizuki asked mockingly. Oh, don't hide it, you know what I mean. You must remember all the lives you ended, and all the others you destroyed by killing their loved ones, Mizuki stated harshly and mockingly before laughing at some dark, twisted joke. Mizuki, you mustn't, Irika pleaded desperately as he gripped the man's leg. A swift kick to the head was all that was needed to quiet Irika and further push Naruto's anger to the end, so much that the child's eyes began to bleed red. Shut up, you hypocrite. Of anyone, you should be the happiest that I plan to kill this boy, seeing as he killed your parents, Mizuki stated before looking into Naruto's shocked eyes. You, boy, hated demon brat, are the Kyuubi no Kitsune in the flesh. Locked away from all the power you are trying to tap into, Mizuki said callously as he raised his kunao high. Seeing his intent, Naruto burst into action, hands flying into the seal for the cage bunshin and his legs pumping as fast as possible. Instantly, 5 clones appeared ahead of him, airborne and ready to take Mizuki's head off with their kunao, but as quickly as they were formed, they disappeared by the man's taijutsu and kunao work. However, Naruto's true intent was accomplished, and he closed the distance between him and the traitor without Irika dying. Leaping forward, Naruto released all his ki in hopes that it would freeze Mizuki up long enough for him to go in for the kill. The Chunin was unfazed, and Naruto found himself hanging by his collar. Well, isn't this ironic? A demon trying to defend the man whose parents he murdered. You know, I think if you keep trying that, you may even fool Kami into letting you into heaven, Mizuki said with a laugh as his chakra-imbued kunao tore through Naruto's jacket and undershirt alike, thus revealing the Kyuubi seal. Eyeing the seal with a calculating gaze, Mizuki's eyes landed on the coiled center of the seal that was shining with surging yuki. Do you know what would happen if I plunged this kunao into your stomach? Mizuki asked with dark humor. A lob of spit to the cheek was his only answer, and in disdain, he wiped the foul bodily fluid off his face with a sneer. I guess you'll find out the hard way. Guess again, bastard. Naruto cried as his lurking shadow clone pounded the traitor in the back of the neck, jarring his brain just long enough to break the genjutsu on him, thus revealing the slash on his neck and killing the man. However, the man's last action was already in motion, and his kunao found itself in Naruto's soft underbelly. The pain was unlike anything he'd felt before. It was as if waves of searing fire were surging through every pore in his body, filling them with more power than imaginable but all the while destroying them from the inside out. Looking over his body frantically as the red energy began to creep away from his stomach and claim more and more of his flesh under its crimson hue. Try as he might, Naruto could not stop the oncoming surge of yuki as it reached his neck on its steady march upward. A strangled cry died in his throat as the yuki claimed his vocal cords before the crimson wave reached his cerulean eyes, and the blonde's vision bled red as well. It is done, Itachi spoke into the darkness as he slid a sealed memory slip onto his superior's desk. He was back in Danzo's office, garbed in his umbu armor and a traveling cloak for the journey ahead of him. In his knapsack were his few valuables, a journal, a kunao, and a picture. The journal was the personal log of his life, and perhaps the one thing that kept him sane. The kunao was his very first flying dagger, and with it, he learned the way of the shinobi, perfected his superb technique, as well as taken his first kill. The last lump in his bag brought him to his picture and his only remaining tie to his previous life with his clan. Maybe it was his last bit of remaining humanity clinging into his now forever altered mind, or it could have been a mere reminder of the world he left behind, but the photo captured him and his family, mother, brother, and father included, in a still shot of a time when everything had been right. And it will be once again, Itachi added silently as he watched his superior gaze into his eyes. A moment afterward, his eyes refocused from witnessing Itachi's exploits firsthand. Excellent work, Itachi. It seems I can still trust one subordinate to finish a job, Danzo uttered, as 6 years of meticulous planning came to fruition. The Uzumaki brat foiled his first attempt to rid Konoha of the Uchiha, but the Fox boy's actions may have been a blessing in disguise. During those 6 years of reconstruction, the Uchiha, as well as the Hokage, became lax in their ways, relying heavily on the world's contentment with peace to solve all their problems. In that error of judgment, he was able to systematically lift the Black Ops surveillance the Night Aim placed on the targeted clan without any warranted suspicion from his blasted rival, Sarutobi. This made Itachi's task infinitely easier, so instead of the Uchiha prodigy having to avoid any suspicious eyes during the fateful night, he was disarming seal arrays he already knew. He then went on with murdering the legendary clan one by one in their sleep, while the rest of the village lay in the cover of chaos that the Fox boy had inadvertently given them. Phase 1 is complete and we may be better off than I originally anticipated, Danzo thought as his mind wandered to the now traumatically scarred Uchiha survivor. Sasuke was older than the original intended date, which gave him a better chance to deal with the mental assault of the loss than when he was 6 years younger. However, with his age came a far lesser chance for him to cope with the loss if he went off the deep end. Another task Itachi handled perfectly, Danzo thought as he recalled the 3 days of constant torture Itachi put the younger Uchiha through his personal hell. You know what the rest of the mission is, Itachi. Failure will not be tolerated, Danzo said in a dismissing nature, before giving one last glance to his young proto-copyright GA copyright. Hi, Danzo-sama, was all the stoic boy could say. Dismissed, and with that, the executioner of the famed Uchiha clan escaped into the night. Naruto found himself floating in a sea of red, so vast that if someone told him that the Crimson Ocean stretched to eternity and back, he would have believed it. However, it would be rather difficult to contact anyone in his current predicament, given that he didn't have a body to call his own. No, Naruto could only describe himself as being, he was like a sentient mass of blue stranded in a scarlet desert in which there was no end to. Sentient, when did I learn that word? Naruto marveled apathetically as he floated on, no destination in mind and no end in sight. It was strange, but the lost blonde found that even though he was adrift and confused, he had never been able to think more clearly in his life. It was as if a veil had been lifted over his mind, and in being completely stripped of all direction, he found that whatever intelligent part of him that hid away from him for more than a decade finally came to life. I guess I am as much a paradox in myself as a human body housing the soul and essence of a demon, Naruto chuckled humorlessly as Mizuki's words rung painfully in the back of his mind. Pieces of his past fell together like a completed puzzle, and the mystery and hurt that surrounded all the missed birthdays, cold stares, and whispered insults finally made complete sense. It made so much sense that Naruto felt pain that he hadn't figured it out earlier. Even if he was Uzumaki Naruto, whatever that amounted to, he was bound to the spirit of the Kitsune, the essence of his home's destroyer, like a falling man is bound to gravity. Upon that realization, Naruto had never felt more crushed in his life. Maybe Mizuki was right, maybe. I am the Kyuubi. Then what would that make me? A small voice called from the fiery abyss. Inquisitive in nature, Naruto's mind worked overtime to discover the origins of the voice in hopes to find the intruder to his solitude and possibly an escape from this sea of blood. It seems you still have some fight left in you. I was beginning to worry that you wouldn't make it, especially once you started to get all philosophical on me, the voice continued, irking more of Naruto's curiosity into action. Who are you? The blue mass called out, tentatively testing his connection to the other being. Frustrated that his, now clearer, mind had run into an obstacle, Naruto resorted to his old ways and confronted the being upfront, fearing that nothing could be worse than the lonely world he had been cast into. Why the Kyuubi no Kitsune? Of course, the voice answered mischievously before the red ocean contorted violently and all went black. Sarutobi sighed into his pipe, thus exhaling a larger-than-normal plume of smoke. Smoking was a deadly habit since it blackened the lungs, weakened the heart, and overall made a field shinobi far less effective. However, to the stresses of the village leader, chain smoking seemed to be the least of his, and his family's, sins, and in this case, those stresses seemed to be a direct result of one of his past transgressions. He had turned a blind eye to the Uchiha and their activities. Before him lay Uchiha Itake's official reasons for destroying his clan and becoming the greatest nuke nin behind his former apprentice, Orochimaru himself. However, unlike the Snake Son and before him, Itake's reasons weren't so selfish. In his confession, Itake claimed that his clan had been planning a coup and an assassination on his very own life. Details included that he, Itachi, would be the clinching piece as his Umbu status would give him crucial information on the Hokage's personal guard and allow the Uchiha more maneuverability around their age-old watchers. Rereading the confession, many things crossed the Hokage's mind. One being that the boy was a genius of nearly unprecedented caliber, because to be able to thwart a plan spanning over a decade in preparation required skill, possibly even more skill than killing a clan of copycat ninja. Sarutobi almost regretted losing a ninja of that capacity. The second, more chilling thought that crossed Sarutobi's mind was the timing of the Uchiha's destruction. While the boy was a genius, he lacked the influence and standing to orchestrate something so vast. Itake's records detailed 6 years of Umbu security changes and the Uchiha compounds warding highly classified intel only the Umbu commander and Hokage could access. Sarutobi knew he couldn't touch any accomplices because of Itake's confession. Damn you, Danzo, the Hokage's weary mind echoed as the thought of an enemy as old and powerful as the Root Commander made his bones ache with the weight of his years. In this conflict, brute strength wasn't enough, survival demanded being one step ahead, and victory required two. Currently, Danzo was 3 steps ahead of Sarutobi. Rising from his chair, Sarutobi's mind drifted to the grim aftermath of the previous night's chaos. He held 2 files, each with a complete report on the subject's current condition. Opening the first portfolio, Sarutobi's eyes narrowed as he scanned the contents once more. Uchiha Sasuke would undergo a month-long rehabilitation with the village's top psychiatrist to evaluate his mental health and suitability for military service. Sarutobi winced slightly, recalling what had led to the boy's state, but it was either this or death, as there was no subtle way to handle a full-powered Tsukuyomi mind assault. Sarutobi inwardly marveled at his namesake's resilience, for one so young to survive and not fall into a terminal coma was a true miracle. He doubted anyone, especially Sasuke, would see the bright side. Closing the folder with a larger-than-normal puff of smoke from his pipe, Sarutobi opened the second, noticeably thicker portfolio. And the headache it's causing seems proportional to its size, the Hokage quipped to himself, trying to lighten his mood as he reread the files. Uzumaki Naruto, the Kyuubi no Kitsune's container, was hospitalized shortly after the so-called Uchiha massacre. He was found with Umino Irika, an Academy Chunin and former Umbu agent, at the scene of the massacre, both unconscious, with Naruto's body overflowing with Yuki. The wise Hokage knew that had the chamber they were found in not been sealed with energy suppression wards, the entire village would have been in an uproar over Naruto overloading his tenketsu with Yuki, and he'd be dealing with calls for the boy's death, among other things. However, not having to deal with ignorant fools seemed to be one of the few silver linings in this situation, because Naruto was now in a delicate position. An external force had shattered the 13-year-old seal. The Yondaime had died grafting onto Naruto. The force was a chakra-altered, poison kunao, meant to not only kill Naruto but also release the Kyuubi. It was clear their enemy was incredibly informed and had access to highly sensitive, secret intelligence. What disturbed the Sandaime most was that the attempt failed, and according to the side report from the recently revived academy teacher, something smelled even fishier than the whole situation. "Hokage-sama, how long have you been here?" a voice called from behind the cage. Despite not being aware of the person's presence until they were behind him, Sarutobi had nothing to fear. The voice belonged to one of his most loyal umbu and personal protege, Umino Irika. The ex-umbu Turnchinen was heavily bandaged around his torso and had his head wrapped in a tight layer of gauze. "Not long, Irika-kun," the Hokage replied, looking down at the boy. Naruto's body had long since stopped glowing with that eerie red light that made both shinobi recall one of their greatest fears. However, the relief that came when the red haze vanished was quickly replaced with worry when the boy's body began undergoing radical changes. "I see the convulsions stopped," Irika muttered softly, betraying his worry for the blonde he had come to see as a younger brother. Shortly after the Yuki receded, the blonde began having strange muscle contractions, or as the Mednin called them, controlled seizures. For most of the night, Naruto's body would spasm uncontrollably as his muscles repeatedly compacted, before he would stop, rest, and start the process all over again. Between the controlled seizures, Mednin would check on the boy, hoping for answers, only to find the boy's physiology had altered exponentially after each contraction. With each contraction came something new, starting with incredibly malleable muscles. This change was compounded with every following change, and before the medical experts could even begin diagnosing Naruto, they found that the blonde's body was something they'd never seen. It was as if his body was made to be a shinobi. He had nerve clusters resembling ganglia in his four main appendages for increased reaction time, a denser bone structure to withstand more punishment and carry heavier loads, and an incredible circulatory system that not only carried more oxygen but did it with nearly twice the efficiency of a normal shinobi, let alone a normal human. These were just the obvious things. Mednin predicted Naruto's hormone and other biochemical activities had also been altered, which could produce unforeseeable phenomena in times of stress, growth, or other activities. "Yes, they have, and just in time, too. You would have probably died if it weren't for the seal cracking the way it did," the Hokage added, recalling another change the blonde had endured. As a result of the Shiki Fun collapsing, many subsequent seals under it gave way, causing various chain reactions as Naruto's Tenketsu overloaded with Yuki. Many of the effects were harmless, and a few life-threatening ones, but the Yuki purge settled almost all of them save one. The fourth had put a conversion seal under the Shiki Fun, intended to harness the restorative properties of Yuki and align them for normal chakra use. It was why Naruto healed so fast, without the direct aid of the demonic energy. When that seal broke and the Yuki flowed into Naruto's system, a strange phenomenon occurred. The seal created another set of Tenketsu within Naruto's normal set, specifically made to channel highly refined, medical chakra. It was as if the surge of Yuki, combined with the conversion seal, burned another set of chakra wiring into Naruto's existing set, resulting in another chakra pool forming. Although the chakra pool was smaller than the boy's normal reserves, about the size of a healthy Chunin at the moment due to inactivity, the use of a chakra pool solely for healing would be a godsend to any shinobi, especially one built as uniquely as Naruto. "Good thing the boy can heal himself now, because I doubt anyone other than Tsunade would have the expertise to help him," the Sandaime mused, his mind traveling to the other benefits of Naruto's new chakra. The healing chakra, as it was dubbed by a few younger Mednin, was incredibly sensitive to both manipulation and what was happening in the boy's body. Therefore, upon its formation, it immediately began counteracting the poison in Naruto's veins, neutralizing it without any active engagement from the boy. Yet another marvel, many would think, but that wasn't the half of it. The chakra encrypted the poison's antidote into codons in the boy's DNA structure, granting him immunity to it and giving doctors a stocked antidote for others housed within the boy's body. It was because of that fact alone that Irika was still alive, and one of the main reasons why so many Mednin leaders were demanding the boy be trained to become one of them. If they knew who the boy's mother was, they wouldn't have to worry about that, Sarutobi added, sparing a brief moment to remember a woman with a fiery attitude and hair to match, before a foreboding thought entered his aged mind. Despite all the good the incident had done for Naruto's body, essentially giving him a clean slate, doctors found that the reason he hadn't awoken yet was due to a chakra imbalance in his head, particularly in a pocket of Yuki lingering in the areas where higher thought takes place. "Hokage-sama, I'm sure he'll pull through. Naruto has the greatest will of anyone in Konoha," Irika attested, catching on to the reason for the Hokage's sudden change in mood. It was only natural that Irika understood the man like a son. He had spent years learning from the great Kage after his parents' deaths during the Kyuubi's rampage. "Yes, I know as well as you that Naruto's will is one of a kind, but given the recent circumstances," the Hokage said, cutting himself off, unwilling to finish his sentence. "I know your duty as Hokage will call you to make any sacrifice for the village, just as mine as a shinobi of Konoha will call me to do the same. However, I have the utmost faith in Naruto," Irika finished, knowing if Naruto didn't pull through, it would be up to them to make sure the fox didn't return to finish what it started. For our sake and Naruto's, I hope you're right, Irika-kun, the Hokage muttered as he expelled another puff of smoke and continued to stare at the sleeping blonde. Plop, plop, plop. Naruto's face contorted into a scowl as the ever-increasing annoyance of water dripping on his forehead continued to aggravate his weary mind. Trying to push the annoyance away with no success, Naruto rolled over and nearly drowned himself. Sputtering on the water that choked him, Naruto sat up, eyes still shut as he did his breathing exercises in hopes of controlling his raging temper. He got to about 3 before he blew his top. Not again. How many times do I have to ask my damn landlord to fix that hole in the roofing before he finally gets off his ass and does it? Naruto asked no one in particular, venting some of his frustration. He had endured the steadily growing hole in his roof for over 6 months now, and each time he brought it up, the old man would just give him a creepy glare and rant about how busy he was. Which was a lie, since Naruto saw him nearly every day drinking himself to sleep on his way to the academy in the wee hours of the morning. Cursing again, Naruto realized something was strange about his room. Then again, it wasn't every day he heard his thoughts bounce off the walls as if he had shouted them to the Hokage's monument. Tilting his head to the ceiling, Naruto's eyes fluttered open, and it was then he realized he wasn't in his room. Hell, he wasn't in his apartment complex, or even any housing structure for that matter. He was in a godforsaken sewer, and after a quick self-check, he found that he was naked on top of that. Great, just great. First I get knocked out by that bastard Mizuki, and next I find myself in a sewer. What's next? I find myself in the company of all the past Hokages and find that I'm related to all of them in some way. Naruto asked himself, only to find that his thoughts were once again echoing around him mockingly, much to his growing irritation. Well, you'll have to settle for meeting me, a familiar voice called out. Snapping his head back, Naruto's vision locked onto the darkened half of the sewer. Letting his eyes take in the sights, Naruto immediately noticed the damp floor and walls that housed the cracked blue pipes and large red pipes running through both the illuminated halves of the sewer. As he speculated what the pipes were, or after careful consideration, represented a lithe figure slipped out from the black abyss and into Naruto's line of sight. The blonde's attention shifted immediately, and his ninja training kicked in. Ignoring his current situation, his lack of gear, and, more importantly, clothes, Naruto's eyes scanned the being in front of him, searching for anything that might help him identify what he could be up against. He quickly concluded that if the person in front of him was a threat, they must have been from outside the village, because no one in Konoha had bright auburn hair, russet eyes, and such a large cup size. Pausing at the last trait, it finally occurred to Naruto that his opponent was naked and female. Embarrassment quickly filled the boy, and instead of preparing for a fight, he quickly attempted to cover himself. Modest, are we? As endearing as that may be, I've lived long enough to know the secrets of a body like this. However, I will add that I've never seen a body quite as full of potential as yours, the woman called out with a chuckle as she raised an eyebrow at Naruto's antics. A body such as this? You speak as if you aren't human, Naruto uttered quietly, so quietly that the woman actually had to try to hear him as he mumbled to himself. In the very short time since he woke up, Naruto once again found himself noticing things that would have otherwise eluded him. Not to mention he was using words he had only heard in context and never really took the time to fully understand their meaning. Unfortunately, his widened vocabulary was the least of his worries as an amused sigh emanated from the woman in front of him, beckoning his attention back to her. Yes, I am not human. In fact, I am probably one of the furthest things from human. I am a Yuki, and as I've said before, I am the Kyuubi no Kitsune, the redhead stated with a smirk, her eyes looking into Naruto's defiantly. A gaze Naruto eagerly returned, the only difference being that his held a surprising amount of venom. So, this is your doing then, Kitsunaikike, fox bitch, just like all the other harm you've done to me, Naruto accused heatedly. He didn't shout, but his words held as much fire and passion as if he had. The only thing was that instead of the hot anger he normally displayed, Naruto's face, eyes, and aura were that of cold fury, a trait reserved for those who truly deserved it. And in Naruto's book, destroying half the leaf, orphaning hundreds, and taking the life of his hero and inspiration definitely qualified Kyuubi for his rage. Don't be so presumptuous to believe that your life is the only thing that was at stake. Yes, you and your village suffered because of me, but have you ever thought why that may have happened? Kyuubi countered, quickly catching Naruto off guard. The blonde had expected angry shouts and dramatic shifts in appearance to fit the demonic image he had in his head, but there was nothing of the sort. All that was there was a tense silence that lingered after the question, more like a challenge, that Kyuubi stated in Naruto's subsequent confusion. I'll take your silence as an apology for calling me something so heinous and frankly unwarranted. If anything, you may call me Kyuubi, as someone I've known for so long shouldn't have to use pretenses and honorifics with me, the fox woman uttered, confusing Naruto yet again. Known for so long? I've only met you minutes ago. Naruto refuted vehemently, the mere idea of being associated with the demon turning his stomach. You misunderstand. You may not have known me, but I have known you ever since your birth and my imprisonment. I've watched your every move, Naruto, your every prank, your every meal, your every laugh. However, I have also been there for your every lonely tear, every cry for help, and every saddening thought as well. Honestly, Naruto, if anyone can say they know you, it's me, the fox demon said evenly. As strange as it seemed, Kyuubi was telling the truth. She could honestly say she knew Naruto better than anyone, because unlike the rest of the world, she was there for both the few high times and the many low times. She had seen him at his highest and had been there watching silently during his lowest moments. Fear gripped the blonde's chest as he stared at the woman's face, hoping beyond all hope to find some trace of deceit or malice so that he could disprove the terrifying accuracy of her words. However, there was nothing but truth emanating from the fox woman, a trait he rarely ever saw, and Naruto found himself more confused than ever. How can this be? This must be a trick. She wants to escape and nothing more. I can't trust you, Naruto finished aloud, even though his thoughts bounced off the walls around him like faint echoes. They weren't enough to annoy the blonde, but they did remind him of his vulnerability and managed to make him feel incredibly small in the presence of the demon lady. To someone like you, trust is something earned and is not given lightly, no matter how hard you may try to believe otherwise. And as a token of good faith and a step towards earning your trust, I believe I should tell you that it was I who saved your life, Kyuubi said to Naruto, and by the almost pained look on his face, she managed to read him again. Why? What do you have to gain by saving my life? Wouldn't your freedom be assured if I died and the seal was broken? Naruto asked as he recalled hazy images of the event that transpired before he found himself here or adrift in the Crimson Sea. Yes and no. If you were to die, I would be taken along with you, and we would be judged as one soul by Kami himself. My soul would drag yours to hell, or Makai, and from there, I would be able to escape after losing a substantial amount of power. Thus, leaving you stranded in Makai with half my power and no way to defend yourself from the many demons who live up to your interpretation of them, Kyuubi answered as Naruto gulped at the thought of being left in hell, alone. However, young one, I chose to save your life because despite the circumstances, you are a mortal I have come to respect. You, like the fourth Hokage before you, would give anything to this village, and that type of devotion is to be admired, Kyuubi answered, and once again her aura exhibited nothing but truthfulness to the cautious blonde. As much as Naruto hated to admit it, Kyuubi had proven to be more truthful and forthcoming than all the citizens of Konoha put together, and she was the only person who actually gave him a straight answer when he asked for one. Supposing for a moment I accept your words as fact, how did you save me precisely, seeing that the seal was broken? Naruto questioned, bringing to mind the events of the last night. The cold sharpness of Mizuki's kunao still lingered on his skin, just as the burning agony of the Yuki surge that scorched his chakra coils, both internally and externally. I could delve into all the particulars right now, but I shall refrain, since we can discuss them in depth at a later date. Nevertheless, I will reveal that your own unique faculties enabled you to survive your system's cleansing and modify the broken seal, allowing me to mend your form while you were unconscious. In all my countless years of being, I have never witnessed such a thing, Kyuubi replied, frustrating Naruto for not getting his answer, yet he had successfully trapped the fox into at least another talk through her own admission. Why does speaking with the fox matter to me all of a sudden? Naruto wondered to himself, and realizing that he could cease his mind's broadcast if he focused. So you rescued me, but that still doesn't mean I can put my faith in you, Naruto rebutted. He was annoyed that Kyuubi evaded his first inquiry, but he surmised he could learn the remaining information from her eventually, considering their spirits were linked until their final judgment. I suppose it does not, Kyuubi responded agreeably. Her tone was not accusatory, indeed, it was almost ethereal, as if she were courteously opposing him instead of defending herself. For once, the demon fox seemed unusual to Naruto, fully contradicting all the preconceptions he had both knowingly and unknowingly held about her. She's not sadistic, conniving, or deceitful, she appears more human than even the other villains in the village, Naruto decided, not knowing that his thoughts were being heard by the War Queen on the other side. As unassuming as his statement was, Naruto did not know the power his small words held for Kyuubi. For his entire life, people had called Naruto all the things he listed, and he had even sometimes believed them. But simply because Kyuubi was none of those, he unintentionally stood up for her against the uneducated villagers' accusations. That simple, unplanned, yet truthful act made Kyuubi feel a sense of security, a sensation she had not felt in millennia. Watching the young blonde as he thought about their relationship, and whether he truly trusted her words, Kyuubi admitted to herself that it was pleasant to be guarded. She would never confess this publicly, as she detested the idea of relying on another, but she lacked the will to despise the boy for his actions. One part of her rationalized this was because she had seen his life's events through his perspective, gaining a kind of sympathy for him. Another part of her knew that when he did it, he wasn't trying to conform to a stereotypical gender role. But the final and most significant part of her understood that Naruto acted that way because that's just who he was, a person capable of seeing through all falsehoods to discover the truth for himself, no matter what it turned out to be. However, I believe that trust is earned, and in good faith, if you hear my tale, I will defer to whatever choice you make. Then Kyuubi spoke, interrupting Naruto's inner dialogue. The blonde wished to ask how he could be sure she was honest, but he saw how silly he would appear. Still, he knew deep inside that it was Kyuubi's truthful and sincere aura which persuaded him to listen to the female. What choice will that entail? Naruto inquired, accepting that he would hear out the demoness. He still would not be foolish, however. He wished to consider his alternatives while he listened to the fox's side, so he could gain a better grasp of the predicament before he had to make his choice. Either to dissolve the boundary between the chakra and Yuki flowing through your brain, thus rejoining your soul to your thoughts and form, or if you believe I am not to be trusted, you can end us both by sacrificing yourself for your village's sake, Kyuubi clarified, understanding how her words must have sounded. It would be even more difficult to persuade him to trust her if it appeared she was using his demise as a threat to save her life. Yet, she was aware of the risks, and besides, the Kyuubi always appreciated a good challenge. So, what are you planning to tell me? That you're a good demon, your motives for attacking Konoha, or perhaps how you'll grant me a power far beyond my imagination? Naruto quipped, letting out a small laugh at his final statement. In a manner, it was Naruto's method of expressing his annoyance with the tricky situation the Kyuubi had put him in. Nevertheless, Kyuubi also realized it was Naruto's way of informing her that if those were her intentions, she had to make it a convincing case, or they would both be in Makai before either could even blink. Perhaps, because all those things will be touched upon in what I'm about to say, however, to assume they make up the whole truth of my story would be a grave error on your part. In fact, I am going to tell you of my biggest mistake, as well as the history of the world as you comprehend it, Kyuubi clarified, which caused a confused expression to form on Naruto's face. How will that persuade me to put my faith in you? Wouldn't revealing your flaws work against your objective? Naruto inquired, with an accusing tone, thinking if this was just a ploy by Kyuubi, one he may have already been defeated by. Perhaps, but experience has shown me that discovering a person's mistakes is the sole way to truly comprehend them, and it requires full comprehension to be able to fully trust someone, Kyuubi replied calmly, once more catching Naruto off guard. Seeing his quietness as a sign to proceed, Kyuubi started changing the cell surrounding her into a visual aid for her story. The broken ground turned red once more and Naruto felt a blue aura enclose him, only now, both he and the Fox Queen could be seen, and Kyuubi stood only a few feet away, enveloped in the immense red space around them. The red must have been Kyuubi's chakra all this time, Naruto realized, and for the first time, he let himself feel immense wonder. He had always been aware of his own substantial chakra reserves, nearly matching the most powerful jonin at their peak, yet he was just a small drop compared to Kyuubi's sea that surrounded him. This was very humbling, and it strengthened the Kitsune Queen's case for his trust, since a creature of her strength could have surely killed him with the seal in its current state. The boy's intellect is growing, or more precisely, the constant flow of chakra and Yuki is enabling his mind to expand. His improved mental acuity is a result of his mind's ability to process information properly, rather than struggling to produce fragmented information. However, his capacity to connect the visual signals so quickly without my help is remarkable, especially given his prior circumstances, Kyuubi mused, again becoming aware of Naruto's mind. The blonde lifted a curious brow at the Yomi Queen when he noticed she was emitting an aura that was a mix of pride and contentment, alongside her usual truthfulness. Curiously, Naruto didn't find this ominous, for he had a strange sense that she felt this way because of him, and rather than becoming wary, the blonde calmed down as he attentively listened to the red-haired woman speak. I am an eternal being of chakra made manifest in your world, the Ninjankai, as flesh and blood. Yet before this, I existed in another dimension, the spirit realm of Tenkai, a sentient spirit with immense strength who served under the High Lord Kami. Kyuubi started, as the red ocean changed, turning into a perfect copy of Tenkai. The colossal trees there made Konoha's forest seem small, everything appeared sharper and purer, the entire reality surrounding him seemed to pulse, move, and breathe to a single, unified rhythm. Naruto stood frozen in place, astonished by the wonders he was experiencing. This location was beyond anything he could have ever imagined, in short, it was paradise. Seeing the boy's response, Kyuubi felt a little bit of comfort when Naruto's unease disappeared and the boy began to calm down in her presence. She had overcome the first obstacle, and there were still many more for her to face until she reached her destination. Here, in the home of the summoned creatures, I, along with 8 of my fellow kind, were regarded as Kami's right hand and one of the main governing bodies of the realm. We were called the Council of the Nine, and would become known as the Nine Biju should our home ever be endangered. Kyuubi went on before Naruto's focus returned to her, a keen glint joining the bright blue in his stare. Your home, in danger? Is this not where spirits are meant to find peace? Naruto questioned, yet again surprising himself that he had noticed such a small point. Oddly, every lecture he had sat through even when half asleep seemed to be surfacing with incredible clearness exactly when needed. It was shocking to him that he could recall the things he had tried to ignore with as much precision as his most complicated and celebrated pranks. Yes, Naruto, our world can be imperiled, just like your own. Yet, unlike Konoha, which must concern itself with other villages, the inhabitants of Tenkai have a far greater enemy to consider, mainly, the residents of Makai and the demon kings who led them, Kyuubi said with anger clear in her tone. She remembered numerous clashes against Makai's armies, but none were as brutal and bloody as those against one of their demon kings. The inner world transformed, and Naruto saw each notable demon king and the total ruin they had caused. Their looks differed greatly, from massive giants to graceful succubi with tempting smiles. Still, in spite of their wide range of appearances, they all shared one trait: a large, disgusting aura filled with hatred and a thirst for blood. The sharp distinction between the visions rattled Naruto to his very core, and it was at that moment that he truly grasped how ancient and how mighty the woman before him was. She had witnessed both the tranquility and accord of Tenkai, as well as the terrible truths and carnage that came with Makai's battle-scarred lands. However, this insight did not instill fear in Naruto. Rather, he could only stare in amazement at the Kitsune Queen as her great deeds contradicted her relaxed demeanor. Naruto then understood that the fox had behaved just like he had, concealing her serious side with a cheerful exterior to mask the hurt from her unpleasant past. This parallel had compelled him to accept that if anyone could truly understand him, it was the Kyuubi. "It seems you loved that place," Naruto whispered to himself, thinking if Kyuubi was like him at all, Tenkai must have been her own Konoha. "With all my soul, but the fact is that it is due to my own error that I am forever exiled from my home," Kyuubi went on with a mournful grin. Her aura could only be described as sorrowful, and Naruto could empathize, for if he were ever cast out of Konoha, he doubted he would know what to do. "Why? What could possibly exile you, one of the most supreme beings of your whole, from your home?" Naruto questioned, truly confused. "In a surge of foolishness and arrogance, I gave up everything and forsook my home," Kyuubi replied honestly, not surprised when Naruto's aura changed from sympathetic to furious. How could she hold it against him, since in his perspective she had committed the ultimate transgression, which was forsaking one's connections? "I can't believe I truly believed you were just like me," Naruto murmured to himself. Despite having the power to shout, he held back, so he could reveal the serious side he kept hidden and, in doing so, expressed to Kyuubi his true feelings for her. "Are you surprised? As I mentioned before, to truly have faith in a person you must know all of their flaws, and I have shown you my most significant one. Based on your reaction, you feel you can never trust me, but let me proceed and we shall see if my story's conclusion doesn't change your thoughts," Kyuubi stated, securing Naruto's, albeit unwilling, attention. "I was naive, to put it simply. My 8 companions and I had sealed, slain, or otherwise defeated every demon king except for one, the Tengu King. He was in a league of his own, his strength exceeding that of any of the 9 of us in single combat, myself included. Still, we were certain of our triumph, because who remained to heed his call? Who could possibly be mighty enough to alter our fate? His allies were either deceased, imprisoned, or too severely wounded to assist, so we believed we had him trapped. Little did we know we were merely performing our predetermined parts in his malicious show, for if the Tengu King was anything, it was cunning. He saw into our souls almost as well as Kami himself. Then again, he was the first entity in all existence and the first to abandon Kami, a precedent we would in our arrogance soon imitate," Kyuubi declared before a vision of her biggest failure appeared around the young blonde. "So that's the Tengu King," Naruto thought as he gazed into the cold, observant eyes of a human-looking male. Human-like would have been a more fitting description. The being's eyes were as dark as coal and contained a sharp flicker that reminded the blonde of smooth obsidian. His figure, though slender, was a densely packed heap of muscle that appeared capable of lifting the most massive demons effortlessly, and of doing so with graceful ease. Attached to his back were grand wings that spanned as wide as he was tall, giving him a larger appearance than his true size. Not that it mattered, as his imposing presence took care of that, successfully making the air around him feel as dense as water. Noticing the beads around his neck, the fan in one hand and the blade in the other, Naruto could only watch as the man rose from the ground with the smallest flutter of his wings before floating before the 9 Biju, their clothes rustling from the breeze created by his wings. "He spoke to the darkness in our hearts, preying on our arrogance and using our innocence to guide us to our ruin," Kyuubi went on, as Naruto paid close attention to what the Demon King was saying. His voice was alluring and his tone held authority, and before the 9 were aware, they had agreed to his proclamations that they governed Tenkai without Kami, that his aid was unnecessary, that they were deities themselves. "We were truly just like children, even after thousands of years of existence. We were too naive to comprehend what was happening, and like his puppets, we followed him to Makai, abandoning our connections to chase a rank we believed was rightfully ours. We had no idea how mistaken we were," Kyuubi finished with shame as the inner world displayed the next events. The Tengu's rosary beads separated and floated around him in a circle as if bewitched. The 9 beads then burst with a brilliant surge of Yuki, before attaching themselves to each of the Biju. Slowly, their divine bodies began to change into the demons they are known as now, each growing their own tails and each becoming distorted by a force they could not truly grasp. This marked the creation of the demon Biju and the birth of Kyuubi no Kitsune, the Yomi Queen. Following our betrayal, the war between Makai and Tenkai continued with a new fury. Makai had 9 new generals to lead their armies, while the Tenkai forces had lost their leadership and their most formidable soldiers. During the turmoil, the Tengu King succeeded in creating a rift in the barrier that prevented the war from entering Ninjankai, and so the conflict spread there as well, Kyuubi said as the aftermath of this filled the mental landscape. The heavens were dark from the immense amounts of excess Yuki in the atmosphere, the land itself was scarred by the colliding armies, and the blood of those who had fallen gathered in the scars, forever tainting the soil below it. The Age of Turmoil, it was from this period that ninja came to be, to safeguard people from the era's horrors. This was a time before hidden villages, and all records from this age are now gone. I never guessed it would have begun this way, Naruto remarked, considering how this supported Kyubai's argument. The woman was being honest, even if it was difficult, and her truth mostly did not help her cause for why he should have faith in her. At least not initially, but the more he listened and the more she revealed, the more he understood the fox woman, which made it increasingly difficult to hate her when he saw all the feelings that lay beneath each painful and shameful event. Indeed, this was your human age of conflict, where demonkind wreaked havoc across Ninjankai, slaughtering, stealing, and pillaging the land with their corruption. It was during this period that humanity was permanently changed as demon blood began to merge into your world, creating the first Kekkei Genkai, Kyuubi clarified, much to the astonishment of the blonde. To think that all the unique abilities he saw in Konoha were a direct result of a link to some kind of demon. He understood the irony of the situation, and that everyone who had ever called him a demon might have very well faced the same destiny he had. I see the irony isn't lost on you, but during all this madness, the Tenkai avatars finally devised a plan to both end the war with Makai and purify the human realm of its evil taint. They would seal the Biju and, in doing so, pass judgment on the traitors. The plan, simple in theory, would take many ages to complete, spanning far beyond the warring era and into this one, ending with my sealing. Yet, much happened between the plan's inception and its completion. One such event was the binding of Tenkai's warrior clans to you humans, or to put it simply, the creation of the first summon contracts. With these contracts, Tenkai's warriors could create proxy bodies to combat us Biju and our followers without risking death. Now they could also teach humans how to mold chakra, setting their plan in motion. It was from this plan and these contracts that the first ninja were born, and with that, the doom of much of the invading demon force was sealed, Kyuubi said, then paused, watching as Naruto silently absorbed all the information. If the boy didn't believe any of it, he didn't show it. He just continued to stare, piecing together his thoughts while flashing images appeared on the walls. Taking his silence as a cue to continue, Kyuubi shifted the image again, but this time the images were in Makai, and specifically, of the Tengu King. Unbeknownst to us, Makai's main fighting force, our fearless king, was plotting against us all from behind the front lines. Despite all the pretenses he maintained, he knew that Makai had no chance of winning against Tenkai once the humans started summoning the heavenly guardians to the human plane. How could we? Our bodies took damage, no matter how minuscule, while their bodies were only projected onto the battlefield. We may have had the power advantage, but it was a war of attrition, and our forces were constantly dwindling. He kept that fact well hidden, however, and instead had us run special missions to capture the few humans who were the original holders of the summon contracts. Since this was a few centuries after the war began, it came as a shock to me and my colleagues that they were still alive. So, the 9 of us set out, each one moving to capture one of these humans. The reason these humans were still alive was because the contracts they signed were different than the signing rituals of today. For instance, a fox summoner today would only have to sign the fox contract and be able to summon foxes, barring the boss because the position is still incumbent. Back then, however, the first summoner had to tie his soul to his summons, as they did to him. This resulted in an effect similar to when demon blood infiltrated the human gene pool, Kekkei Genkai, this time of divine origin, were born. These humans would go on to sire children, and those children would spread their bloodline limits through the gene pool, much like the demons did centuries before them until their bloodline limits were firmly established on Ninjankai. At the time, the massive horde that once composed the Makai army dwindled to about half of its original size, and of the 9 generals, only 5 remained, including myself. So with the introduction of these newer bloodline limits, the battle took a turn for the worse. The average infantry demon could easily best a full-grown man and put up a fight against a partially trained ninja, but with bloodline limits of demonic and heavenly origin everywhere, the likelihood of a demon actually being able to kill a small child dropped considerably. Over the next few decades, the forces of Makai were beginning to be pushed back as we generals were scrambling to find the last of the original contract holders while being hunted and sealed ourselves. Finally, after the sealing of the Haxabi, I managed to catch a break and catch the last remaining contract holder. He was the leader of a fearsome clan of warrior monks whose frightening control over chakra gave them mastery over both human and demon energies. However, their eyes were what stood out the most, since their eyes were as blank as the Hyuga who would eventually settle in this land, as they were their ancient ancestors, Kyuubi revealed, unsurprised when Naruto looked up at her in shock. You mean to tell me that you captured the very first Hyuga? And that all bloodline limits are of either demonic or divine origin? Although it would make sense, seeing as people with Kekkei Genkai are normally a lot stronger than the rest of us, but how would you tell the difference between a divine bloodline limit and a demonic one? Naruto asked, yet again taking a profound interest in what Kyuubi was telling him. It's not as clear-cut as I'm about to tell you, but generally, demonic bloodline limits affect the elements of nature somehow, whereas divine bloodline limits affect the body, altering it somehow to house a distinct advantage or trait that they gain from their contract. However, there is one clan that is a mixture of both, and that clan lives here in Konoha today. That clan is the Uchiha clan, Kyuubi added, only to get a piercing look from the blonde. She knew of the boy's feelings for the clan. However, after hearing this, his opinion of the clan may change forever and, all things considered, it would probably be for the worse. Continuing from where I left off, I was the last Biju general alive and I just completed our tasked mission of capturing all of the contract holders. None of us knew what our leader was looking for when he demanded we retrieve them or what he did with them once they were captive. All we were told was that they would be the tools to end the war as we knew it. That day our transgression caught up with me as it did my kin, only I would pay a price far worse than that of my brethren, Kyuubi muttered as the mural around them told the story. Naruto watched the scene play out as a stony-faced Kyuubi looked on in silence. The man, blank-eyed and regal, stood defiantly in the face of the great Tengu. However, slowly but surely, he was tortured and twisted by the demons Uchiha. His old body became young once again and his humanity was all but lost. The Tengu king had possessed a new body. The now possessed man turned his eyes to past Kyuubi with a wicked grin as his aura flared, rooting the demoness in place. It was then I realized my folly. I was all alone in the face of the strongest demon ever. And even though his Uchiha was decaying the holy bonds that kept him alive, he still had more than enough power to subdue me and then carry on with the rest of his plan, Kyuubi said, and for the first time she turned her eyes away from the depictions. Naruto continued to look on curiously before it dawned on him. Bile built up in his stomach when he saw the insane, but powerful, Tengu-possessed man stand over the prone and defenseless Kyuubi before descending on her and the images going black. Naruto was smart enough to know what happened, and seeing as how the age-old demon repressed the memory, the ancient wounds were still fresh in her mind. That bastard. How could he do that to one of his own followers? I can't believe him, I'll rip him apart if I ever, but with that Naruto paused. When did this protective feeling for the one who ruined his life worm into his head? It was then he realized that what Kyuubi had said was starting to make sense. The more he found out about her, the more he was letting himself trust her. Fuming slightly in irritation of the Tengu's actions but yet not of the revelation, Naruto continued to listen as the mural changed yet again. Fleeing from Makai as soon as I gained consciousness, it was then I realized that I was truly trapped. Because of my betrayal, I could no longer go to Tenkai for aid, and because of the Tengu king, hiding in Makai was out of the question. So I was in Ninjankai, stranded and carrying a child that was being mutated by the Tengu's Uchiha. It was then that I realized that this was his goal from the beginning. I cursed my foolishness and I cursed my pride, but above all else, I cursed the damn Tengu. However, cursing would not set things straight, so I did the only thing I could do. I disguised myself as a human and let the Makai army crumple on top of itself. With no leadership to guide them, the demons began to fight amongst themselves, making it easier for humans and the allies from Tenkai to finish the war, and in the confusion, I was successfully able to disappear. I took the name Kazumi as I wandered, never staying anywhere long enough for anyone to discover who I was or what I had done, and so I explored the world I had once set out to conquer. Time passed, and the child carrying my blood and the blood of the Tengu-possessed Hyuga was born. Even though I knew the child carried some significance to the Lord of Hell, I couldn't bring myself to kill him. I suppose the Tengu planned for that, knowing that as a mother I could never kill my own child, but I wasn't going to let him win at whatever he was planning. So I hid the child away, utterly erasing as much of the Tengu's presence on his child as I could. The process drained me to the point where I needed rest, and from then on, I slept until the events that led to our fateful meeting, Kyuubi finished, as the scene changed once again, showing the picture of Kyuubi's child after the change. The once winged half-demon was now human. His body was lied like his father's and his hair black as coal. However, the tainted aura around him was all but gone, hidden away by Kyuubi's doing, and unlike his father, he received a gift from his mother. His eyes were like that of blood, almost perfectly matching Kyuubi's if it weren't for the three-point star in the center. Many things happened while I slept. The era of chaos ended and the land settled into peace, long since forgetting the hectic age before it, as well as the demons that wreaked havoc over the land. During that time, my child sired a line of fearsome warriors. Warriors blessed by the Kekii Genkai of heaven but cursed by the Tengu's twisted chakra. Over the generations, my disguise slowly faded from line to line until it came to both the attention of both leaders of Tenkai and the Tengu king that these warriors were in fact the clan they were looking for. The Tengu made his move and contacted his children directly, while Tenkai contacted me in my sleep, offering me the one thing I wanted most, my redemption. Kyuubi paused yet again and let the motion pictures do their work. Watching as the Tengu kings twisted the brightest star of the Uchiha into a monster in his subsequent defeat by the first Hokage, Naruto could only wonder how this played into the Kyuubi's attack. Tasked with destroying my own children, I at first resisted, and the scene you just saw was the outcome. That was my tormentor's first attempt to carry out his plan, and the destruction it wrought rested solely on my shoulders. Reluctantly, I took my task and made my way to my children's current home, Konoha. Naruto could only watch silently as Konoha caused as much destruction as possible on the way towards his home. Before he would have thought that it was a mindless demon enjoying the pain and destruction it could cause on a whim, but Naruto now knew better. It was Kyuubi trying to warn those in her path to leave, that she only had one target, and that target meant the most to her. She skipped over the attack, and Naruto thanked the fox silently for sparing him the image of seeing his home destroyed, and the blonde was impassive as the fourth Hokage sealed the great beast into him, leaving he and the fox Biju in their current situation. As you can see, my mission failed, and I suppose that this is my penance for my transgression. However, I know that he is still out there and with me in here, his taint will never leave this plane. So Naruto, I ask you now, do you see my reasons? Do you now understand that you can trust me? Kyuubi asked as the images slowly shifted back into the visage of the damp cellar, leaving both Naruto and Kyuubi standing opposite one another. Yes, I see your reasons, and although lengthy and complex, I can understand why you did it. Konoha was just caught in the crossfire of a conflict too old for it to comprehend, a conflict you started, Naruto said accusingly. Kyuubi flinched on the inside. The blonde was right, but her pride would be damned if she let him know he affected her. Yes, this is my fault and I shoulder full responsibility. However, that doesn't answer the other question, can you trust me? Kyuubi asked again, staring hard at the blonde in front of her. Naruto stood silently as he weighed his options. On one hand, he could trust the one demon responsible for much of the bloodshed and strife in the world, whether it be his, demon, or heavenly. Or he could condemn them both and see what would happen to the world without Kyuubi to interfere any longer. With that in mind, Naruto made his decision, and the mindscape went dark. No sooner than when the words left the Hokage's mouth, Naruto's vitals began to plummet. The device monitoring his brain's chakra/Uchiha activity began to flare uncontrollably. Is the demon trying to take control over Naruto? The Hokage wondered before he threw a worried look to Irika, who returned it with twice the intensity. If anyone would feel the impact of Naruto's death, it would be his academy instructor, and above and beyond everything else, his older brother. The chakra and Uchi spiked, and Naruto's vitals all died. Apparently, Naruto took the Kyuubi with him, sacrificing himself to save the village that scorned him. As noble as that was, neither of the two surrounding the boy felt elated. No, a haze of sadness washed over them, for Konoha had lost that which was most precious to them, the one carrying on the will of fire. Cursing his luck, Sarutobi swore if he had one more chance, he would tell Naruto everything, starting from birth and spanning all the way to whom his parents were. He owed it to them, and most of all to Naruto, to accomplish at least that, but as it stood, he wouldn't get a chance. Beep beep. The device monitoring the boy's heart came to life once again, startling both shinobi. It had almost been a whole minute since Naruto's vitals died, and now they were all starting to come back to life, getting stronger and stronger with each passing moment. Hope filled the two, well at least until they looked at the flickering monitor that showed the chakra/Uchi activity in Naruto's brain. The packet of Uchi that had been in Naruto's head spread, encompassing it as it had his body only hours earlier. Fear gripped the hearts of both shinobi as their worst fears were coming true. The Kyuubi was returning, and to their knowledge, it had come back from the grave after Naruto had given himself to destroy it. The boy's eyes fluttered open, revealing two deep blue eyes before a feral smirk spread on his face. The two men stood ramrod straight, trying to will themselves into the ready position, but it was to no avail. Memories of the beast's power resurfaced into the forefront of their minds, paralyzing them at that one crucial moment. Why so stiff, Jiji-san? You aren't going to die on me, are you? Naruto uttered sarcastically. The two shinobi relaxed as confusion spread through them. That wasn't what they were expecting. Why are you two looking at me like that? Is there something wrong with my face? Naruto asked, before turning his body and setting his feet on the ground, not noticing that he came in contact with it far sooner than he normally did, before pitching his body forward onto his feet. He got about halfway there before his body collapsed over his new legs and Naruto got a close inspection of how clean the hospital floors were. Definitely not what I was expecting, an amused Irika thought as he helped his surrogate brother into a wheelchair before following after the Hokage. They had much to discuss. The world as Naruto knew it changed drastically. Literally everything that he once perceived as fact was irrevocably altered by his enhanced senses. Things like scents in the air and hues of color, which never bothered him before, now stood out in a great amount of detail and contrast. Hell, he could go as far to say that his old senses were like night to this new one's day, a day in which all that was hidden from him had been illuminated. Feeling no end to the intellectual stimulation via his new senses, Naruto was almost relieved when they arrived at the Hokage's office and the vastness of the world seemed to shrink down to one office. Absorbing in all he could of the office in one go, Naruto felt his curiosity settle down and finally give his mind a chance to relax. It would not be for long, because once the smell of fresh tobacco hit his nose, he knew he was in for a long talk. Naruto, I need you to recount everything you experienced while you were asleep, the Hokage asked. To anyone else, the statement would have sounded like a responsible leader trying to ensure the safety of his village. To Naruto, however, the Sarutobi head's words were like those of a worried grandfather trying to ensure that he was all right. The thought brought a bright smile to the blonde's face, one that would eerily remind the two around him of the boy's father. Get comfortable, you two, because a lot happened while I was in my head. but for the most part, Kyubai's story is the most important, and her tale will probably answer many of the questions you have now, Naruto said, noting the surprise he not only saw on his elder's face but also smelled in their change of scent. The Kyuubi is a girl, Irika shouted, much to the amusement of his little brother. Much to discuss indeed. An audible buzz could be heard as Naruto looked back at both the perplexed Hokage and his Umbu guard at his side. Both men heard and comprehended what they were told, however, neither man could fully wrap their mind around what was presented. Not that Naruto's words were unfounded, no, his explanations fit every mystery they had inadvertently solved within the village. For instance, the emergence of bloodline limits had always been speculated to be of some foreign origin, however, many believed that some sort of foreign people, not angels and demons, were responsible for the various biological changes in the elemental country's populace. Drawing in the last wisps of his long-burning pipe, Sarutobi realized that he would need some sort of proof before he could accept all of this. It wasn't that he didn't trust the blonde boy's words, it was just that in his years, he'd taken the phrase "seeing is believing" to heart. Motioning with one hand for the blonde to go on with his actions, the Hokage steeled himself for the worst. No matter what Naruto reported about the fox, nor any amount of historical storytelling, could take the steel out of the third Hokage's spine when he thought of summoning the Kyuubi. Kage Bunshin, Naruto uttered dramatically, actually excited to showcase one of his newfound abilities. A soft pop was heard, and the room filled with a thin veil of smoke, obscuring the effects of the jutsu from all eyes, well, except one that was, with piercing red eyes, a young girl appearing no older than Naruto, once taking into account his new body, emerged from the smoke. Her eyes, long since trained on the Hokage, silently evaluated the man on everything, as far as appearance and age to ki and chakra capacity. Grinning a feral grin, Kyuubi found that the man had more than enough chakra to carry out the Shiki-fun or any similar imprisonment seal, and from his disposition, he was more than ready to use it. Greeting Hokage-san, I bid you welcome after 13 years in the dankiest corner of the Shinigami's prison, Kyuubi explained jauntily, even including a flamboyant curtsy for the elder. The Hokage was not amused, and the lack of respect was jarring. However, he realized that to a demon such as herself, the accomplishments of man must seem like nothing more than the work of ants. A fate too merciful for one such as yourself. However, given the current circumstances, I find myself in your debt. For that, I will abstain from letting any past differences strain our current relations. However, be warned, if I sense even the slightest amount of subterfuge on your part, I will not hesitate to take you into the Shinigami's stomach and finish what the fourth Hokage started, the Hokage threatened, never breaking eye contact with the Demoness. Neither figure wavered, the Hokage masking his emotions with a visage of iron determination, and Kyuubi having her smirk flash tauntingly, as if tempting the Hokage to move. Terms I can agree to, seeing as I have nothing to hide. Naruto has told you my story, I'm here only to confirm it, the Kyuubi replied, and confirm it she did, as now, both the Hokage and Irika had irrevocable proof that Naruto had indeed contacted the Kyuubi. The only thing they needed to worry about was if the contents of what Kyuubi spoke of were entirely true. Excuse us if we don't trust a demon's words. You only destroyed half our village and blighted even more lives, Irika spat angrily, having spoken for the first time since Kyuubi's summoning. Naruto was almost shocked to see his kind and benevolent sensei so angry, but then again, he wondered what he would do if he ever came face to face with his parents' killer. The thought stung Naruto because he would have already been over the edge, but moreover, it stung because he didn't even know who his parents were, much less if they had been murdered. Ah, a bitter one I see. Then again I would be bitter if I was ripped away from my most beloved in a blink of an eye. To you, it doesn't matter what my cause was for, or how many lives it could have saved. All that matters to you is that you lost that which was most precious to you, doesn't it? Kyuubi questioned. Her words were almost mocking, but her tone was what really portrayed her meaning. It was as if she was speaking from experience, and it was then that Naruto wondered how much the Fox Queen longed to run in the forests of Tenkai again. Shaking the thought from his head, Naruto went back to focusing on the conversation at hand, or better yet, the Hokage's stern command for the Chunin/Umbu to calm down before he charged him with insubordination and had him discharged for national endangerment. That settled the Chunin down, if only by a margin, and Irika just settled for glaring harshly at the redhead for the moment. The crisis had been averted. Kyuubi, I will ask you one time, and one time only, do not goad any of my subordinates, for I will not be held responsible for their actions, no matter how drastic and warranted they may be, the Hokage uttered lowly, his voice like molten fire, and her words like the forge in which they became harvesters of death. Duly noted, however, that will not stop me from pointing out the flaw in their thinking, no matter how painful it may be. As for the trust issue you have with me, why don't you enlighten our younger guest here on a few key facts heavily pertaining to him, and maybe then you may find yourself with more than a second-hand explanation of my reasons. Kyuubi asked insinuatingly, her words holding a slightly sharper edge than normal. Naruto looked curiously at the redhead flanking him before turning his gaze toward the eldest shinobi in the room. Naruto's silent plea was met with a tired sigh, thus adding fuel to the anxious fire burning inside him. It was then that Naruto really began to entertain the thought that Sarutobi hadn't been totally forthcoming with him. Thinking back to all the warm memories he had of the elder man, Naruto knew without a doubt that the third loved him like a grandson. However, those thoughts were stained by the image of learning of his tenant secondhand, by the mouth of a filthy traitor nonetheless. Contemplating where that put his level of trust in the old man, Naruto's attention was pulled away from his internal debate when the Hokage began to mold his chakra. Even though the man's ancient energies had been constantly refined through the years, its sheer volume was more than enough to catch the attention of Naruto's heightened senses. Hell, to them, it was like a flash tag detonating right in his face. However, as dizzying as the rush was, Naruto felt a small pocket of excitement well up within him. Whatever the Hokage was preparing to do, it was taking a lot of chakra. A poof, similar to the one that summoned Kyuubi, flooded the room with a thick sheen of smoke. Half expecting some sort of ancient weapon and half expecting a power summon to appear, Naruto couldn't deny that his heart dropped when his eyes fell upon a dusty mahogany chest with gold fixtures and several compartments. Watching as the Hokage peeled back the wooden top and dug into the shadowy contents of the trunk, the wizened shinobi pulled out a scroll and laid it on top of his desk. The pristine scroll was in stark contrast to the weathered chest, and Naruto could feel something akin to nervous excitement bubble within his chest. And that feeling only grew stronger when the Hokage made eye contact with him. Naruto, I have looked upon this day with torn emotions for as long as I've known you. Partly because I've always wished you'd never had to be ignorant of this knowledge and partly because I myself am responsible for your ignorance. The Hokage started, eyes never straying from the blondes, and words flowing directly from the heart. Naruto opened his mouth to say something, but the Hokage just raised one hand before continuing. Naruto, you are the son of Minato Namikaze and Uzumaki Kushina, or as they are more commonly known as the fourth Hokage and the last lady of the Uzumaki clan. The Hokage finished and, as predicted, Naruto's face was the incarnation of shock. Although he could read underlying levels of happiness in the boy's aura, the Hokage could discern much more from the swirl of emotions other than that and an intense pulse of sadness. So they're dead. One sealing the Kyuubi in me, and the other during the attack. I guess that means they didn't abandon me, Naruto concluded humorlessly, marveling how much he could miss people he'd never met. It was a wonder, really, how the relief of finding out who his parents were filled the hole in his heart he had been carrying for 13 years. Well, that was before another, larger, hole was formed when it dawned on him that he was truly alone. Naruto, believe me when I say they loved you more than anything, well, almost anything, the Hokage muttered as his eyes dropped yet again. He knew this would hurt the blonde, but he had to know. The Hokage couldn't find it within himself to lie to the boy any longer. What, the village? Jiji, if you think I'm bitter that my parents gave their lives for their home, Naruto practically shouted before surging from his wheelchair. The anger overrode the pain and the unease that filled his legs, and for the first time, Sarutobi saw Naruto stand tall for the first time since his accident. The boy had grown at least 10 centimeters, thus growing out of his boyish body and into a man that looked strikingly like the fourth. Never in his life did Sarutobi find a sight that scared him quite like this one. He was seeing the dead. He was seeing the legacy of the greatest Hokage. As awe-invoking as the sight was, Sarutobi was still Hokage, and with an impressive amount of will, he steeled himself and pressed on with his intentions. No, you are far too selfless for something like that. No, the only thing your parents loved as much as you was your brother. And I pray that his spirit is at peace in the presence of Kami, the Hokage revealed, much to the dismay of Naruto. The blonde could only stare blankly as the Hokage explained that he was the eldest of two. That during the attack, his brother disappeared along with his mother, presumed killed in one of the raging, Uchiha-charged fires that ravaged the village. It hurt, that was all Naruto could manage to think as he realized he was missing another piece of himself. A piece identical in every way to him, a piece that was his other half. As raw and as painful as the knowledge was, Naruto was glad. Because now he knew the answer to a question that had rung in his head for as far back as he could remember. Now, the only thing left to do was to find out all he could about those people that he would never meet. Is there anything else? What of my mother's family, and my father's? Naruto asked, almost hungrily, hoping to find some sort of solace in the world. Your mother's relationship with her family was strained to say the least. You'll probably want to hear about that from her if anything, but your father's family, well, they're just as famous as him, if not even more so, Sarutobi said with a small smile when he saw a truly happy light flicker in Naruto's eyes at the mention of his father's family. As a Namikaze, you are one of the direct heirs to the Senju family, in particular the second Hokage, who is your father's grandfather and your great-grandfather, Sarutobi revealed, much to the astonishment of the wide-eyed heir. You're telling me that my father as well as his grandfather were Hokages? Naruto exclaimed, excitement visible in his eyes as well as on his face. Sarutobi's nod was all that was needed before Naruto jumped up singing a string of praises to the heavens. The room watched silently as the blonde continued to cheer, none of them having the heart to usher him in. Slowly, however, the blonde calmed down, deciding that knowing more about his family outweighed his lineage. Question, though? How is it that my father's name is Namikaze when the second had the surname Senju? Naruto asked, after one last hooray. The answer comes from the complex relations that all clans such as yours must endure, but for time's sake, I will make this short. Your great-grandfather and great-granduncle, the first and second and first Hokages respectively, were of the same clan, and that said clan had two branches. One your great-granduncle headed was the one that controlled the growth of trees, while your great-grandfathers had complete dominance over the forces of water and wind. Upon coming to Konoha, the two branches split, and thus the name Namikaze was coined to honor your family's skills. However, that is not to say Senju blood doesn't flow within you. No, that rich blood that courses within you is shared with some of the greatest shinobi on this continent. The Hokage finished, and if possible, Naruto felt more proud of his blood than ever. If everyone in his father's family were half the people he and his grandfather were, then Naruto had a name worth having. However, realizing what that meant, Naruto's mind drifted back to his mother's family and the word Sarutobi had used to describe her relationship to them. A scowl marred his once happy face when he thought of what that could mean, but he knew he wouldn't be able to get a definitive answer until he heard from his mother like the old man had said before. So what of my mother's family? Naruto finally asked after the countless dead ends became too much to handle. Here, this will explain it far better than I ever could, Sarutobi said before motioning to the scroll. Naruto wasn't the sharpest student, but he knew when scrolls required a blood sacrifice, and by the looks of it, this scroll would need just that. Whipping his thumb along his row of pearly whites, Naruto was vaguely aware that his new canines were far sharper than his last set before the taste of copper filled his mouth. Letting the precious life blood spill out onto the scroll, lighting the pristine canvas with crimson symbols. The scroll unraveled, revealing many sealed sections all circling a center seal array that was faintly pulsating with power. Running his bloodied hand across the central array, Naruto watched in amazement as it sprang to life, and a light array took the form of his parents. If you're reading this, then you are of my and your mother's blood, so to whomever you are, hello from the dead, a jubilant smooth baritone called out from the light show. Not questioning how exactly sound born from light was possible, Naruto was too enraptured by the sound of hearing his father speak to focus on anything else in the room. It was just like he imagined, but at the same time, much, much more. Minato had a sense of goofy humor that he knew deep down was part of his prankster ways, but there was something else about the man, something unreadable that put Naruto's mind at ease. Maybe it was the underlying love that filled the man's voice that banished all his worries, but all Naruto knew was that this man was his father and he was more than he had ever hoped. Don't be stupid, we aren't dead yet, another voice cut in, as his mother's form elbowed his father's. Just from that small act, Naruto could tell the woman had a temper, and he knew that's probably where he got his. Watching as the beautiful figure turned its gaze on him, Naruto wondered if the warm feeling that surrounded him when he looked into her eyes was the feeling of a mother's love. Accepting it as just that, Naruto felt a true smile grace his features. It was like they were right there with him. I know, dear, but can't I just have a little fun? Being Hokage is all work, and more work. I never get a chance to train anymore, and sadly, I think I'm dreaming of paperwork in my sleep, the Hokage groused, his pleas even accompanied with mock tears. Watching his father, the greatest Hokage, being reduced to a pleading child was humorous, if not an insight into his parents' relationship. A thing that made Naruto even more curious to hear what they had to say. Well then, start using shadow clones like Sarutobi suggested. I know you'll have to deal with the memory of the work, but you get to train at least, Kushina practically yelled after a bit of banter between his two parents. Naruto could faintly hear his father say brilliant under his breath, before he turned his blue eyes back on him. Sorry you had to see that, but the station of Hokage has made me even more of a scatterbrain than usual. I guess they are bigger shoes to fill than I had originally thought, something I'm sure you're familiar with now that you know exactly where you've come from, the Hokage added with a smirk, before wrapping his arm around his wife's shoulder. The woman did an admirable job of hiding her blush, but that didn't keep the lovely glow from emanating around her body. It was then that Naruto acknowledged that his mother was pregnant with him, in fact. The thought was exciting and terrifying at the same time. It was like seeing what could have been in store for his life had things not gone the way they did. However, his parents' smile put him at ease once again, because it was obvious they were in love with one another, and even more so that they were proud of the child they created, something that warmed Naruto more than even the best bowls of his favorite ramen. Well, not exactly, there is my family, Kushina said as her eyes fell a little. Something stirred within Naruto, and for a second, he thought he was angry, but after seeing his father's reaction, he realized what it was. No, those people are not your family. They are just shallow ingrates, who just happened to give me the greatest gift of my life, Minato said passionately. Naruto saw the protectiveness in his father's eyes, and he realized that was what had stirred within him. Smiling, the blonde chalked it up to another similarity between the two of them. Yes they are, but I still carry their blood and so will all our children, so they must know where they come from, Kushina argued back, her tone somber and her eyes glinting with a serious edge. Minato just nodded as his wife continued to explain what she meant. The Uzumaki clan governed the small nation of Uzu. Located along the coast near the hidden mist village, this country's power was rooted in its clan's commercial and military strength. Their ultimate asset and weapon was their seals, Kushina said with a quiet, hollow voice, as if she were reciting a lesson from a book. There was no pride in her tone, only an empty space where that feeling should have been. As shocked as Naruto was to learn his mother felt no love for her homeland, he was even more stunned by what came next. Uzumaki seals are a special breed, typically far more intricate than those found in other elemental nations. This is because our clan can interpret seals on a much higher level, a talent that comes from our own Kekkei Genkai, the Seishogun. 1. For you, the one reading this, you have inherited this bloodline limit and have already unlocked its first stage, the ability to instinctively control your 8 inner gates. Be warned though, this power has a cost. You can open all of the gates, but crossing the threshold of the final gate will bring death, just as it does for any other shinobi, Kushina concluded, her voice a final warning. With that, the light flickered, and before it faded completely, the two foe-parents gave their orphan son one last loving look before vanishing into nothingness. There are many more messages I've sealed for you in this scroll, along with various other, more personal, scrolls. They are all kept safe in your family's trunk and will be available to you whenever you need them, Sarutobi interjected after a moment of silence. The blonde only nodded, his gaze fixed on the spot where his parents' memories had just been. Slowly, his eyes shifted back to Sarutobi, and the Hokage waited for what Naruto would say. Thank you, that meant a lot to me. Naruto croaked, his throat tight with the rush of emotions he was trying to hold back. You're welcome, Naruto-kun. But before you go, we still need to discuss your tenant story, the Hokage said, his eyes turning to the Kyuubi. His original plan was to meet with Naruto alone, but fate had dictated that the Kyuubi needed to witness that scene as well. The Hokage could only guess what was going on behind the swirling red eyes of the fox demon, but he somehow knew that the woman would not harm the child in front of them. This truth had been conveyed through Naruto's recounting and the Kyuubi's actions, but her motives remained a mystery. Very well, Hokage-san, you have fulfilled my request, and now it is time for me to fulfill yours, Kyuubi stated, filling the room with her yuki. In her proxy body, her yuki was limited, like a single raindrop in a thunderstorm, but it was enough to project her thoughts onto the walls and images, just as she had done for Naruto. After saturating the room with her power, Kyuubi began to replay the scenes, and so her story commenced once more. The Hokage sighed as a flurry of thoughts filled his mind. He had seen, through Kyuubi's eyes, the true origins of Konoha's most dreaded day. Everything aligned with what Naruto had explained earlier, but seeing it firsthand was a different experience. The visuals evoked far more emotion than words alone, and even the Hokage had to admit his contempt for the Fox Queen had lessened, if only slightly. Drawing on his vast knowledge, the veteran Hokage assessed the situation as best he could. So, what are your intentions now? Your mission is unfinished, and while I understand your reasons, I cannot permit you to attack Konoha citizens because of their relationship to you and this Tengu king, the Hokage ventured, deliberately omitting any mention of the Uchiha massacre. This would be his final test for the woman, and if she passed, he might be able to work something out for her. My intention is to help Naruto as much as I can. As of now, he's the only one with any chance of defeating the Tengu threat should the need arise. As for the Uchiha, they will only pose a danger if they come into contact with their father. However, if and when that happens, I will no longer be responsible for my actions, Kyuubi replied with a dangerous edge. Her hatred for her children's bastard father was as intense and raw as it had been centuries ago, but she knew she had to compromise to maintain her status quo with Naruto. With the seal destroyed, the balance between them was delicate, and if anything were to happen while it was trying to stabilize, it would spell the end for both her and Naruto. That may not be a problem we have to deal with, because as of last night, the Uchiha clan has suffered near-terminal losses, the Hokage said, and for the first time, shock spread across Kyuubi's face. The emotion was not lost on Naruto, who gave the woman a sympathetic glance. They were in the same boat, they had both just learned they had a family, only to have them violently taken away in the same breath. For Naruto, learning about his family was a bittersweet joy, one he cherished but which also brought him pain. For Kyuubi, learning about her family evoked two things, a deep sadness and an all-consuming rage. Unfortunately, rage took precedence over sadness. If that was the case, why even ask me my intentions? Kyuubi shot back aggressively. Her proxy body's muscles tensed, surging with yuki, which to the naked eye appeared as a red haze beginning to envelop her body. The haze was more than enough to put both the Hokage and Izumbu on high alert, and for good reason. If circumstances had been different, they might have found themselves fighting the strongest demon on their side of the world barrier. Precaution. You may have told us your past and earned Naruto's trust, but that doesn't mean I won't be wary of you. This village has been through too much because of you for me to even consider trusting you so soon. However, I will admit your answer is acceptable, and for that, I am granting you this, the Hokage said, pulling a scroll from his robes. It bore the Fire Lord's imperial seal on the ends and the Hokage's personal seal along its length. This makes you an official citizen of the Leaf Village, but unlike most civilians, you will be granted access to shinobi-marked zones. As of now, this scroll gives you the equivalent rank of a Konoha genin, and while that isn't much, you don't have any immediate superiors to answer to other than myself, the Hokage explained as the fox looked at the scroll with a passive eye. She supposed it was a gesture of good faith, and it did grant her a surprising amount of freedom, given what she knew about a normal shinobi. But she also realized that by taking the scroll, she had made herself subordinate to the Hokage. Not that it mattered, as she had aligned herself with Naruto, who had essentially done the same thing when he became a shinobi. But in this respect, she was now fully accountable for anything that might involve her, and more specifically, her power. Binding the scroll to herself with Yuki, Kuwabai spirited it into the remnants of the seal for safekeeping before looking up at the Hokage. I suppose you are being generous with that act, but be warned, if I detect any subterfuge from this agreement, our contract will be voided, and I will exact any vengeance I deem necessary, Kuwabai promised, never once breaking eye contact with the Hokage. The old man simply nodded, knowing it was the best he would likely get from the demon. The same can be said for you, and my vow to take you into the belly of the death god still stands, the Hokage shot back, getting a nod from Kuwabai in return. Now that that's settled, I request to find out all the details of the Uchiha massacre. If I recall, you said the losses were near terminal, and I'd like to know who survived, Kuwabai said calmly. Naruto had to bite back a smirk as he realized Kuwabai was already using her new status to her advantage and, with a subtle smile, understood she was only doing what he had done earlier. She was doing everything in her power to find out what happened to her family. Prepared for that question, Sarutobi slid a thin folder across his desk and into Kuwabai's anxious hands. The fox woman tore into the file without a moment's hesitation. The demon's eyes literally flew over the papers as she quickly processed all the information she had been given. Upon completion, Kuwabai let a deep scowl mar her otherwise beautiful features. The thought of her clan being wiped out in a single night wasn't too shocking, given the world they lived in. The same thing would have happened 12 years prior. However, the thought of one of their own being the culprit behind an attack staged to stop one of the most underhanded plots she had ever heard of was far more infuriating. She didn't know whether to mourn the loss of her children and scorn the murderer and kin, or to condemn her children to a griefless end and see Itake's actions for what they really were, a man's attempt to stop more bloodshed before it happened. The dilemma proved to be a ceaseless source of anger for the demon, and its very existence made her question whether her blood deserved what they got. And even if the moral compass that brings out the good in all of Kami's creation, human, beast, and demon alike, was missing in her kin. Apparently so, seeing as it took one of their own to stop them from plunging all of the land into a bloody spiral of hatred and murder. Letting out a tired sigh, Kuwabai lowered the folder back onto the desk as she silently collected her thoughts. At least now I don't have to worry about that half-bird bastard stealing a new body right under my nose. No, one Uchiha may be all that's needed until this conflict is over. What you read was only the mission report and confession Itake left before his flight from the village. Recently, however, our sweeps of the area have uncovered more survivors, the Hokage said, cutting into Kuwabai's train of thought and shaking loose all the comforting ideas she had been so desperately trying to conjure. More lies. Itake's report states only one Uchiha remains, other than his forever scarred brother, left alive. Or was that last bit of information a test as well? Kuwabai demanded with a nearly visible edge in her tone. A moment passed as the Hokage calmly refilled his pipe and lit its addictive contents before looking up to address the angered fox. In a sense, yes, I was testing you, but not like before. Mostly, I was testing to see if you knew your children's customs and, more specifically, if they got them from you or your kind. However, it seems that's not the case, so I will inform you of one, and my interpretation of what Itake could have meant. The Hokage explained as a smoky halo shrouded his features. And what could that be? Kuwabai shot back impatiently. It is customary in the Uchiha for their youth to complete a C-rank ninjutsu as a rite of passage before they are recognized as an adult. This is to ensure that all members of the clan are at least versed in the ways of the shinobi and that all the unworthy are weeded out. The survivors are all too young to have taken the Uchiha rite of passage, and are thus not yet recognized as Uchiha, the Hokage explained as Kuwabai quietly absorbed the information. While she could honestly say she had never heard any human use strength to determine pedigree, Kuwabai could easily draw a parallel between demonkind's tests and the trials by fire the Uchiha used. The mere thought of it sent shivers down her spine and almost confirmed in her mind that the Uchiha were her children. However, the boy's actions continually perplex me. He obviously wasn't working alone, and although I do have my hunches on exactly who was behind the attack, I am positive they had no intention of leaving anyone other than Sasuke alive. That would mean by sparing these children, Itake went against a direct order, leaving me to wonder what exactly his aim is, the Hokage thought aloud. Maybe he missed the children, or Kami forbid he actually has a heart and wouldn't kill anyone he knew had no place in the Uchiha's plot, Naruto interjected. As hard as it was for him to believe Itake had butchered his clan in the dead of night, Naruto also knew the Hokage would never lie about something this serious. And from the thoughts he was able to glean from Kuwabai, as her mind lay scattered from the distress, he knew that anything that put a boy like Sasuke in intensive psychiatric care was nothing to sneeze at. No, the children were placed as far as I can tell, possibly even hours in advance. However, only a frighteningly small number of children were spared, and as far as the relationship between them goes, they are all of the Uchiha's business family and they are all younger than Sasuke, the Hokage concluded as he met Kuwabai's gaze once again. A moment passed, and an unspoken message passed between the two as silence consumed all. So how many does that make that survived? Kuwabai asked quietly, as if bracing her heart for pain. Less than a dozen. Uchiha culture doesn't promote procreation in the business caste, and because of this, many of these children will have to be adopted since they most likely won't be able to carry on the Uchiha name. Thankfully, the Hokage added silently after he had explained the situation to Kyuubi. So other than Suzuki, how many do you think will be able to pass the Uchiha's rite of passage? Kyuubi asked, refining her question even more. One, and her case is a special one, the Hokage answered cryptically. Special how? Kyuubi ventured cautiously, not wanting eons of battle scenes to mutate the image of an innocent child into some sort of casualty in her mind. I think it would be better if I showed you, Sarutobi answered as Irika signaled another Umbu who had been watching the whole time outside the window. Naruto saw Kyuubi's eyes narrow before he, too, picked up the residual chakra that had been left behind by the spying shinobi's departure. The blonde figured the Hokage had a point when he issued Umbu guard to watch from a remote location given the seriousness of the situation, but he also sympathized with Kyuubi, who had, in all intents and purposes, just spilled her most precious secret to the Hokage. Torn between the two sides, Naruto chose to stay silent and watch how the next interaction played out, vowing to only interfere if anyone stepped out of line. Don't worry, this room is outfitted with the best seals our village has to offer. No sound is permitted to leave the room without my express permission. However, sights on the other hand are a different story. The Hokage muttered, having ignored the rock nin in the room long enough. It was true when they said the way of the ninja knew no gender, but staring at a naked woman for the past hour had taken a toll on the Hokage's control. Unfortunately, with the knowledge that a small child would be arriving soon, the Hokage couldn't risk scarring the little one any more than she already was. Kyuubi summoned a bit of her yuki and produced some of her old wandering clothes from her private void stash. The technique was along the lines of summoning and storing items, but instead of them being hidden away in a scroll or other inanimate object, this technique actually brought clothes from another spot on this very plane, making the technique more like a summon/kawarimi hybrid than anything else. Once clothed, Kyuubi noted that summoning her clothes had taken more out of her than she ever thought possible, but she hid her exhaustion with a coy smirk. Catching Naruto's reluctant eyes, Kyuubi could tell the boy was embarrassed. But was there really a reason to feel that way? This just goes to show that we are comfortable around one another naked, Kyuubi rationalized with a giggle, making sure that Naruto caught that particular thought as well. The boy's face went scarlet, and Kyuubi's smile just widened. However, before any more banter could pass between the two, the Hokage's double wooden doors opened, revealing a small girl who stood only half as high as Naruto. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary with the girl. She had deep brown hair that was pulled into a long ponytail on the left side of her head. Over her clan robes, she wore a fuchsia jacket that blended surprisingly well with her blue robes and dark ninja sandals. However, once the girl lifted her head, everyone noticed the shikomazu scabbard in a glossed, finished mahogany sheath that she had tucked away in her jacket, as well as a shining eye to match. So this is what you were talking about, Hokage-san. Is this the Sharingan I've heard so much about? Kyuubi asked. Despite her intimate knowledge of how the eye worked, via Tenkai's briefing before the Konoha attack, Kyuubi had never once seen the Sharingan in great detail. Studying the girl's eye even closer, Kyuubi noticed that the Keki-eye Genkai was not like the one her son received upon his birth. No, this eye seemed to be stuck somewhere between black and red, slumber and activation. It was as if her eye was a smoldering piece of coal just barely holding on to its last embers. No, that is not the Sharingan most Uchiha have, but is something entirely undocumented. Akane-chan's eyes are something entirely new. Their appearance could possibly be due to the girl's age, since her bloodline has not yet finished forming, or that she received some sort of mutation as a direct result of Itaka's tampering. However, what we do know is that the eye reacts keenly to movements accompanied with ki and it currently takes up no chakra for the girl to use, the Hokage said, verifying Kyuubi's suspicion. As the Hokage's words confirmed, whatever the girl possessed was not of the same line as her son Sharingan, but in fact something else. Something that looked like a cross between her eyes and that treacherous Tengu's. Shivering at the thought, Kyuubi looked down at the girl while washing away all of her negative emotions. Whatever the child possessed, she did not deserve any anger or hatred from her. Those emotions would be saved for the blasted bird and his followers. So what happens to the child now? Kyuubi asked, once she realized that the girl had no other family old enough to support her. She will be staying with my family. The village is currently too chaotic for me to risk a child in such a vulnerable state being out in the open. Don't worry, however, all the other children have been placed with suitable foster families who can protect them if the need arises. And as for Suzuki, he is the current clan head of the Uchiha and cannot have a legal guardian. So, once his month of rehabilitation is over, we will discuss appropriate arrangements for him, the Hokage finished, receiving a nod of approval from Kyuubi. The man had left no visible loopholes in his plan, and for that, she was grateful. A wise leader in a time of crisis was a rarity few possessed. I've got you now, old man. Your time as Hokage is over, a high-pitched, obviously prepubescent voice cried out as a thick cloud of chalky smoke erupted from behind the doorway, and 2 shuriken flew from the smokescreen. Reacting quickly, Naruto reached down and grabbed 2 of his wheelchair's spokes. As if pulling tissue paper, he ripped the metal bars from the wheel. Acting on pure instinct, the blonde threw the rods at the flying stars, catching both in their vacant centers and rendering them harmless. It seems your nervous system has meshed together nicely. I was worried for a second given the key the child was using, but it seems your automated defense has finally kicked in, Kyuubi explained, while Naruto looked down at his hands curiously. Automated defense? What does that mean? Or better yet, what does that have to do with how I stopped those shuriken? Naruto asked, realizing that he'd never reacted that fast before, ever. I really need to work on this kid's deduction system, Kyuubi thought silently before moving on to explain the situation to Naruto. When I rebuilt your nervous system, I completely rewired your senses overlay to your nervous system. So now, whenever you detect killing intent, your body will react in the fastest way possible, Kyuubi clarified, watching silently as Naruto processed the information. So basically, you ingrained reactions to danger in instinct. Perfect, that's the ideal tool for any shinobi, Naruto excitedly concluded. Almost. I've merely rooted it so that when you sense any possible danger to you or your comrades, your body will react in the best way it knows how, making it more like muscle memory in that mindset. This way, if you learn a better way to defend against something, for example, shuriken, you won't have the ineffective method so ingrained in your body that you can't adapt and improve, Kyuubi restated. Unsurprisingly, a cheer filled her mind, and Kyuubi realized that Naruto might be smarter than he first lets on. Kyuubi, one more question, though. You said this defense system works off of key detection, Naruto started hesitantly, as if testing the waters. Yes, Kyuubi said, reassuring Naruto that he wouldn't be punished for asking questions. So why did I react so violently? I mean, I know the attack used a deadly weapon, but he's a kid, and I can't believe a kid can produce an authentic ki burst, Naruto finished, prompting a sigh from Kyuubi. Fortunately, the demoness kept her annoyance silent. She was going to have to murder all of Naruto's teachers, because they, Irika being the only exception, willingly kept one of their own ignorant out of some twisted form of hate and revenge. Naruto, I'm only going to say this once, so I need you to pay close attention. A child, no matter their age, can be a threat. As it stands, there are kids out there who could be half your height but have killed more men than they can count. Never use age as a discriminating factor in your judgment. And for the record, even though the child's ki was almost non-existent, to merely take aim and throw a weapon is an expression of killing intent. Kyuubi finished evenly, her rage continually mounting at Konoha's teaching staff. PHT. Look at it this way, Naruto. When you throw a shuriken, you are usually doing so to either kill your opponent or move them into a position where you can better kill them, correct? Kyuubi asked, her impatience finally becoming evident. Yeah, but there's more to it than that. You could be setting off a trap or signaling reinforcements. Yes, but the point still stands. Kyuubi cut in, wanting to finish this conversation as quickly as possible so she could brood on fitting ways to kill those who've wronged her human. My human. I need to slow down before I become a cougar. Kyuubi rationalized before settling back into her previous train of thought. Yeah, so, Naruto asked, unaware of Kyuubi's thoughts of him and his little namikaze. Well, if that's true, isn't it also true that on some level, the boy knew he could have taken the Hokage's life with the shuriken? That's why you reacted, because any threat to you or your comrades' lives is considered ki by default, Kyuubi concluded, inadvertently setting Naruto off. That idiot. Whoever he was, he could have killed the Hokage, Naruto fumed before peering angrily into the smoke, waiting for it to dissipate and give him an outlet for his rage. Let's not forget Akane as well. One of those stars was flying rather low and would have nearly hit her if not for your actions, Kyuubi piped in, adding more fuel to the fire. What, so you have a new bodyguard, old man? He's good, but I think he'd be better if he put some clothes on, the boyish voice taunted as he charged Naruto. Again, Naruto's body reacted instantaneously, and before the blonde knew it, he was halfway into a submission kata he learned in the last years of the academy. Get off me, you bully, the boy cried as Naruto lifted him off the ground, his arm still behind his head, putting just enough pressure on the boy's arm to keep him from moving. Not until you apologize for what you did. Because of your stupid move, Akane here could have been missing an eye, and we as a village could have been missing a Hokage, Naruto countered as he met the boy's fierce glare. Little did the blonde know, though, he was leaking a semi-potent ki from his eyes, thus subduing the brat without lifting a finger. I was just playing, the boy mumbled bitterly as he looked away. Satisfied, Naruto released the boy from his grip, and with a sigh, he eased back into his wheelchair. Well, it finally seems you've met your match, Konohamaru. Someone who won't back down just because you are my grandson, Sarutobi offered at that exact moment, causing the boy's eyes to light up in glee and Naruto's in horror. It seemed as though Konoha's newest genin just got a new rival. Once the business with Konohamaru was over, the Hokage and Kyuubi hammered out a few more details dealing with the Uchiha's case. Kyuubi needed to maintain an active role in their lives, one so she could keep tabs on them in case their father moved against them, and two because her motherly instincts would never let her live without getting to know her children, albeit long since bastard children, but children nonetheless. Once completed, however, the Hokage had one more gift to present to Naruto, and that gift was the biggest one of them all. "Are you sure this is all mine? Seriously, I think even if I made 1,000 clones, I wouldn't be able to fill this place up," Naruto asked in disbelief as he looked at the old-style walls before him. The Namikaze estate was as old as the Senju estate, currently the Hokage's tower, and actually predated the Hyuga estate. In its entirety, there were 4 main houses that connected to one grand building that served as the clan head's home. That home alone would shelter dozens in case of an emergency, and the complex itself was made to provide a safe haven for villagers during attacks. Once inside the complex walls, Naruto stared in awe at the heavenly gardens that surrounded his ancestral home. His family's namesake hadn't just been for their jutsu, apparently. The design was in a class of its own, as water flowed from the tops of buildings and into the flora all around in a timely, almost clockwork-like fashion. Naruto's perception of beauty was forever altered as he stared at the marvel that lay out before him, not once ever wondering how everything still worked after over a decade of negligence. By Kami's name. The hanging gardens of old, too. No, these aren't those gardens, this is something else entirely. Kyuubi thought cryptically, not knowing that her surprise had rendered her thoughts readable to Naruto via their soul link. The marvel that stood before them predated anything seen in this era. Hell, Kyuubi had thought all architecture of this complex was lost during the era of chaos during the demon horde's relentless purge. Needless to say, anything that even remotely resembled something that magnificent was a precious wonder to the world, and even though Kyuubi was awed by the beauty of the work, something in the back of her mind kept bugging her about these coincidences. Who was Uzumaki, no, Namikaze Naruto? And why was she placed inside him of all the people in the world? Something was fishy, she just didn't know what. After the one grand tour of the main building, for exploring all the other houses would take too long and be a waste of time. Naruto had fallen in love with the house he intended to make his home. Everything was perfect, from the fully stocked kitchen to the assorted hot springs all around the house, which fed into one master spring in the midst of the house's hanging gardens. Keeping his mind off the various scenes that came to mind thanks to a certain orange little book, Naruto's mind wandered to the only book he had really read and recalled the library that stored vast amounts of information. Information that he'd be sure to know thanks to a little technique he liked to call his trump card. With that, Naruto cracked a sinister smile as they settled into the clan meeting room. "Now Naruto, I hope you've enjoyed the tour around the house, and everything is to your liking," Sarutobi asked humorously. Naruto just gave the elder man a vigorous nod before going back to scheming. "And with this palace of a safe house, no one will be safe," Naruto thought dramatically, drawing a raised eyebrow from Kyuubi. Smiling sheepishly at the fox woman, Naruto merely scratched the back of his head while the Hokage looked on in silence, trying to decipher the unspoken words that passed between the two. "I'll take that as a yes. Therefore, I'll proceed with the next part of your parents' will," the Hokage said as he brushed his hands across a seal on the table, and his family chest from before appeared over the seal. Opening the top of the chest once again, the Hokage saw Naruto watching attentively as he pulled out 2 items from the mysterious contents of the chest. Maybe it's a technique scroll, or maybe it's a sword. No, better yet, maybe it's a bloodline limit scroll that'll teach me to use a sword, Naruto thought excitedly, ignoring Kyuubi's look as his body coursed with anxious energy. Unfortunately for the blonde, however, the items Sarutobi retrieved were neither a sword nor a scroll, but were in fact a cloak and a pair of gloves. Feeling his heart fall a little at the revelation, Naruto quickly squashed his disappointment, telling himself that if they were something his parents left him, then it was something worth having. "These, Naruto, are 2 of your parents' most treasured possessions, and per their directions, they are now yours. The gloves are a gift from the Saname Kaze Cage, when your father went to Suna as my envoy. They were originally intended to be a gift for the 4th Kaze Cage, but your father impressed the Saname so much that he deemed him more worthy of these gloves than his own predecessor," the elder shinobi explained, genuinely heartened when he saw Naruto's face glowing with pride and awe. To the blonde, the gloves had gone from a lost memento to a priceless artifact in his eyes, for they were something that physically linked him to his father other than just his looks or blood. Gripping the ecru gloves in his hands, Naruto's eyes scanned over the flawless padding before he slid his hands into them. The gloves, for lack of any better term, fit like a glove, and although he was sure they hadn't been used for over a decade, Naruto swore he could still feel the impression his father's hand had made before him. The feeling was comforting and chilling at the same time. Once fitted over his waiting hands, Naruto quickly spotted the faintly glowing gems on the backside of his gloves. Throwing a questioning look to the Hokage, the man just smiled and explained that those stones, which were known as Kazeishi, made his gloves worth more than the house he lived in. For those stones, when charged with chakra, naturally emit wind-aligned energies. However, it wasn't for their powers alone that they were so expensive. The stones could only be cultivated in an area that experienced a high level of winds at all times. These places were usually deep ravines and hollowed caves in wind country, areas that weren't normally accessible to miners, which made the low supply sharply contrast the steep demand. However, before his eyes, Naruto had 4 perfectly matching Kazeishi stones arranged in a diamond array on each of his gloved hands, all as a gift to his father from the Kaze Cage nonetheless. Turning his attention away from his newest accessories, Naruto's eyes wandered back to his second gift, the gift from his mother. Reaching for the cloak, Naruto was surprised to find that the garment didn't brush against the ground but instead hung perfectly at his ankles. Fastening the cover around his neck, Naruto immediately noticed the same spiral pattern that had adorned the back of his favorite jumpsuit was now on the non-reflective metal that clasped this cloak around his neck. That is the Uzumaki spiral, a mark your mother wore with great pride and dignity, even though she had her differences with her family. Incidentally, that is the same mark you wore on the side of your jacket, and like your mother, I've always believed you carried that mark with pride and dignity, despite your ignorance of its meaning, the Hokage said, answering Naruto's unasked question. Naruto was flattered by the Hokage's words, but he couldn't help but feel a little embittered towards the old man for leaving him in the dark so long about his heritage. It was a dark realization he didn't like to acknowledge, but he knew it to be true. Stuffing that bit of self-discovery away for the moment, Naruto basked in the warmth that came from his mother's cloak. Looking into one of the story-tall mirrors that decorated the room around him, Naruto noticed that his image, although clearly visible, was blurred ever so slightly. Peering harder into his reflection, Naruto noticed that the distortion wasn't coming from the mirror, but from the effect his cloak was having on his reflection. Distortion, it was one of the special properties of your mother's cloak. Although I can't say I understand it fully, I wasn't a genjutsu or seal specialist like your mother. From what I understand, the cloak takes any residual chakra the wearer may be emitting and creates a field of sorts that hides the wearer. Although not entirely original, the ability is incredibly useful, as it saved her life on more than one occasion, and yours as well, the Hokage explained before getting another pointed look from Naruto. Naruto, this was the cloth in which you were born onto, and it was the cloak that hid you away before the ceiling, the Hokage explained, his eyes dancing from Naruto to Kyuubi. Although it wasn't an intentional barb, the secondary meaning was obvious to all those in the room. However, Kyuubi's stony expression and lack of commentary, both aloud and mental, were key indicators that the fox woman didn't care or was just quieter in her disposition than she let on. Really now, I guess I'll have to research my mother's notes from the scroll you gave so I can find out all the things this baby can do. Naruto cut in after the silence became just a bit too unbearable for him to stand. Well, I will leave you to that. I can't put off my responsibilities as Hokage any longer, and I fear that stack of paperwork I left in the office has only gotten bigger. Enjoy your mementos, Naruto, for they prove, without a doubt, who you are and where you've come from. And with that, the wizened Hokage rose from the cushioned seat he'd been sitting on and made his way to the door. Oh, and Naruto, your first mission as a new genin of Konoha is to report to my office at 0700 hours. From there, you will get your first assignment, the Hokage said at the door before shunshining out of the complex. I'd advise getting some sleep because I doubt any mission you will have from now on will be easy, Kyuubi suggested before disappearing into the seal. The Hokage's last words had a more profound effect on her than she wanted anyone to realize. I wonder what's the matter with her, Naruto asked himself before he made his way towards the master bedroom. Crawling into the same bed his parents had slept on, Naruto couldn't help but feel a resonating sense of kinship as he drifted off to sleep, still wearing his father's gloves and his mother's cloak. And for once in his life, Naruto actually felt like this was where he belonged. Naruto, wake up, a whispered voice said into the blonde's ear. Shivering at the sensation, Naruto's eyes fluttered open and automatically adjusted to the low lighting that surrounded him. Peering out the window, Naruto noticed that the moon was still fairly high off the horizon, and using the moon as a marker, he judged the time to be somewhere around 4 in the morning. It was a new sensation, being able to see in the dark so clearly, but one that was belittled by the fact that someone had woken him up nearly 2 hours before his intended time. Oh, stop, you're not even sleepy, the same voice called out. Naruto's head snapped as if it was on a swivel, and the blonde locked gazes with a smirking red-haired female standing in the threshold of his room garbed in what seemed to be her normal attire. That attire consisted of a simple tunic most kunoichi wore for comfort and flexibility. However, Kyuubi's body took the seemingly utilitarian outfit and made it into something a bit more promiscuous. Sporting an almost scandalous amount of cleavage as well as 2 long, curvy legs, Kyuubi smirked even wider when she noticed Naruto sway a little as the blood rushed away from his head. Yeah, but that doesn't mean I like to be woken up before I have to, Naruto countered, making sure to cover himself with his thick blanket. Had he not been under his futon, the situation would have been a whole lot more embarrassing, and Naruto was glad, for once, that Kyuubi had opted to put on some clothes. Laziness isn't a becoming trait, and if you haven't noticed yet, your body has made quite a few changes. One of them being a lowered required amount of sleep to function properly. As of now, the time has been effectively cut in half, but once your changes are complete, you will probably be able to go a few days without sleep, and even then, the time needed will be insignificant by normal human standards, Kyuubi explained as Naruto inched his way to his closet to change. He was still clutching his blanket tightly to his chest, much to Kyuubi's amusement, who just watched with a coy smile as the boy tried to hide his more natural instincts. I guess it's to be expected. He is still a child. No, his mind is far too mature to be called that. Naruto's a complex one, too young to be called a man, but too jaded to be called a child. I'll need some time to pin this one down, Kyuubi commented to herself as the boy came out of his closet garbed in a tightly fitting black shirt and calf-high orange pants. You look fine, Naruto. If you put on your mother's cowl, I doubt anyone will notice, Kyuubi offered. Naruto draped the cloak over his shoulders and slipped on his father's gloves. The same tingling sensation ran through him as his body felt the impression left by the glove's previous owner, and Naruto couldn't help but smile at the sentiment. So why are we up so early? Naruto asked after completing his daily hygiene routine. Thanks to a few chakra control techniques taught in the academy, it had only taken a few minutes. Naruto stepped out, feeling as fresh as if he had just taken a shower. We need to get you adapted to your new body. Although you may have her motor skills back, you're capable of many new things, and ignorance of these new features may get you hurt or even killed, Kyuubi explained, stressing the last part as she motioned for Naruto to grab his family scroll. The blonde complied in silence before stepping out the door. The two strode through the empty streets at a quickened pace, slightly unnerved by the umbu that followed them right to the edge of the forest. Neither could tell if the umbu deemed them unthreatening or outside their jurisdiction. However, paranoia was a lesser of the deadly sins for someone in their occupation, so neither of them protested when Kyuubi guided them deeper into the woods than she had originally intended. So how do you plan for me to get acquainted with these changes? Naruto asked excitedly. He was like a kid in a candy shop, but the candy shop was his body, and the faster he mastered it, the more treats would be available to him. Meditation. Although true mastery of this art will take years, a simple understanding of the practice will get you fairly acquainted with your body while opening your mind to higher levels of thought, Kyuubi explained before being hit with a wave of Naruto's hesitance via the empathic link they shared. Whether the link was a blessing or a curse, neither could truly decide given the newness of their relationship. However, one perk was being able to easily decipher what the other was feeling at almost any given time. Meditation was never my strong suit in the academy. I never had the attention span for it, Naruto admitted mirthlessly, voicing his concern to Kyuubi. Although from the small understanding he'd gathered of the Kitsune Queen, Naruto knew she wouldn't be angry with him for his ignorance. On the contrary, she would be angry for him, seeing as meditation was a basic skill all warriors, human or Yuki, needed to be truly effective. However, the revelation would leave her annoyed, and an annoyed Kyuubi was much more difficult to work with. I guess we'll have to start small and work our way up. This will set our timetable back a bit, but I'm fairly certain that no life-threatening situations will arise anytime soon, Kyuubi uttered, keeping her annoyance mostly in check. Of all the negligence she had seen, this was one of the more appalling. Leaving Naruto ill-prepared could cost the village much more than one life, as his failure to complete his mission could lead to several more deaths and, in a worst-case scenario, even the destruction of the village. However, that was a point many refused to see and continually went out of their way to harm her human. Justice will be served. My pride as a Kitsune demands it. Kyuubi vowed silently as she thought of ways to get back at those who'd wronged Naruto in fitting ways. Concluding that it was a task best left for later, Kyuubi motioned for Naruto to sit with her as she began to go over the basics of meditation with the boy. To begin, meditation is one's ability to objectively reflect on thoughts, all thoughts even, at one time. This is both a simple and complex exercise, as you are merely thinking but at the same time, you are thinking of everything on your mind. A daunting task at first, but as you practice, it will become easier and easier until the point where you do it subconsciously at any given time, Kyuubi iterated as Naruto listened carefully. Taking a second to go over the objective once again in his head, Naruto closed his eyes and merely let his mind wander. His thoughts bounced sporadically from topic to topic, never once settling until Kyuubi beckoned for his attention. Nice attempt, but you aren't capturing the essence of the exercise. Meditation is the ability to think without thinking, to review everything in your mind at once from an objective point of view, Kyuubi reiterated before getting a blank stare from Naruto. To think without thinking, how is that possible? Naruto asked, truly perplexed before Kyuubi let out a sigh. From his point of view, Naruto had a point, she was being entirely too vague. However, this was as simple as she could state it without leaving out any crucial details. How can I explain this without sounding so? I got it, the fox woman thought before smirking at her genius. It had taken a moment to realize it, but Naruto was meditating all along, he just hadn't realized it yet. Naruto, did you bring Ika Paradise with you? Kyuubi asked before a smirk crossed her features when the boy said yes. Now, I want you to read the book for a few minutes while I check on something. Okay, if you think it will help, then I don't see how it could hurt, Naruto commented before cracking open the perverted novel. It was embarrassing at first to read such smut in front of Kyuubi. Hell, it would have been embarrassing to read Ika Paradise in front of any woman, especially ones who could glean your inner thoughts if you weren't careful enough. However, as time passed, Naruto quickly fell into a groove, and before he knew it, he was reading aloud to himself as Kyuubi listened on in the background. Ichi's not here, we can't do that while we're in the temple. Ruko whispered harshly to her male companion, all the while feeling a blush creep up on her face. Who's gonna know, Kami? Ichi replied with a smirk as his hands continued their ministrations. Naruto. The Fox Demoness started tentatively. The first steps were crucial to the process of meditation, and Naruto was on the right track. However, if he became overly conscious of what he was doing, the whole process would be lost. Yes, Kyuubi, the blonde-haired boy replied mentally, without lifting his eyes from the paperback book in his hands. Had he not been so distracted with his novel, he would have realized that Kyuubi's inquiry hadn't messed with his concentration at all. You know, by talking to me and reading at the same time, you have learned one of the basic forms of meditation, the fox answered, causing Naruto's mind to flounder a bit. A momentary step back at best, seeing as Naruto quickly regained his bearing and continued his conversation with the Kitsunomi, only this time aloud. What do you mean? Naruto asked, perplexed that something as easy as reading and talking at the same time could be considered meditation. You may not realize it, but when you spoke to me, you split your consciousness between two things, me and your book. By doing that, you grasped the first step to true meditation, which is essentially splitting your mind into enough equal sections so that you can actively overview everything that may be coursing through your consciousness. Now, you are a ways from completing this technique years, even, but now that you have a feel for what you need to do, going on to the next step should be easier, Kyuubi explained to a wide-eyed Naruto. He had never, in all his 13 years of existence, grasped something so quickly and earned any sort of praise from his teachers for doing it. Even Iruka-sensei, who was always there to cheer him up when he failed, could never actually say Naruto picked anything up without a significant amount of hard work and dedication. But now, for him to just try something once and be told he had a firm grasp on the technique, his drive to do better had been ignited like never before. So what do you have next on the agenda, now that I have this down? Naruto asked with an excited smile. From what his senses told him, he had at least 2.5 hours to learn something new. We're going to first work on you getting accustomed to that new body of yours. You have a whole plethora of new things that you can accomplish, and before you go on active duty, you need to at least be aware of them so that they don't distract you if you inadvertently use them. And if time permits, we have a whole family scroll to investigate while you grow accustomed to your new senses, Kyuubi explained. Honestly, she was planning to stretch the meditation, sense, and family training across a long period of time so that Naruto could grow accustomed to the changes at a somewhat natural pace. However, from the hand seals the blonde was forming, Kyuubi could tell he had other ideas in mind. Kage Bunshin. How's this for time permitting? Naruto asked with a self-satisfying smirk as a legion of clones filled the numerous branches around him. I don't know what you mean, Kyuubi replied, wondering how so many copies of the original could possibly speed up the process she had in mind unless. I see you figured it out, and a lot faster than I did. Really, until you opened my eyes up to meditation, I had no way of consciously contacting the memories of my previous clones. However, now that I have, it feels as though I've lived out those clones' lives, even though I know I haven't, which then gave me an idea. If I can recall my clones' memories with perfect familiarity in battle, why not use it in training? It will be as if I have done a training method tens, hundreds, thousands of times in one go. At least, that's what I hope it turns out to be like, Naruto concluded, much to the awe of Kyuubi. For such a technique to exist, why, the lifespan of a human is inconsequential if they can multiply their learning by such huge margins. No, if it were that easy, the balance in the world would have been thoroughly shifted by now, considering the age of this technique. Naruto may have stumbled onto something great, but nothing that hasn't been discovered before, especially given that the keys to such a finding are only this technique and meditation. No, this finding is only so grand for Naruto because he is the only one able to support it on such a large scale. It is in its quantity that this method is so valuable, not its quality, and quantity is something Naruto has in spades, Kyuubi finished pensively before looking up at the boy. Naruto was unique, that was for sure, and her placement in him seemed to be far less of a coincidence than she first suspected. It's as if they were destined for each other, just as Naruto was destined for this particular method of training. At least it keeps things interesting, Kyuubi concluded as a smirk spread on her face, and she and Naruto commenced in their training. Time flew by in a skewed perspective. On one hand, Naruto spent a bit over 10 days training his senses with the help of 100 shadow clones. Over that time, Naruto learned a few of the limitations of his technique. The first and most restricting was that he could only learn as fast as his mind could process the information it received. So basically, until he could actively review all of the information, he didn't know any of it. Kyuubi supposed it was a jutsu fail-safe so that if all his clones were killed in the middle of battle, he wouldn't be overwhelmed with the shock of having that many memories flowing into his consciousness, and given the frailty of a shadow clone, Naruto was thankful for it. The second limit was based off of that frailty, so to speak, seeing as the clones could not transfer any training other than those thought-based. I told you to take your experimentation slow, Kyuubi chided the blonde walking beside her. It was humorous to watch Naruto rub his nose in irritation, only making the bright red hue of his face even brighter, but she supposed it was only natural. Naruto liked to go too fast for his own good, and the sensitivity of his senses would serve as good speed bumps for him to pace himself. How was I supposed to know the clones only served as a marker for my mind, and that when I tried what they accomplished, I would feel the pain that accompanied it? Naruto asked with unusual clarity. His newfound intelligence and wordplay were just another reminder of how his monumental change 2 nights ago changed his life. Good question. However, now you know that clones can transfer only thoughts and feelings, or to be more accurate, the intangible. So things such as conditioning and pain are beyond the realm of understanding when it comes to the Cage Bunshin technique. Kyuubi explained much to Naruto's ire. Only 2 nights ago, such words would have been beyond his reasoning. However, now Kyuubi's words were almost like a chastising, reminding him of things he'd already deduced. I know that, because otherwise, my nose wouldn't be on fire if it wasn't true, Naruto growled back in frustration. Without realizing it, talking to an ageless demon had become second nature, and lashing back at her in frustration became just as natural as doing it with a lifelong friend, a thing that, strangely enough, fit the two intertwined souls very well. Thus leading me back to my first point, you should have taken it slow, Kyuubi chimed, leaving Naruto to fume over her point. In the short period they had gotten to know one another, bickering became a sport between the two, like a mental spar or a battle of insults and wit. Kyuubi usually won, but Naruto wasn't one to go down without a fight. Whatever. Just watch, I'll find a way around that stupid limitation even if it kills me, and when I do, we'll see who has the last laugh, Naruto retorted, much to Kyuubi's amusement. Knowing Naruto's stubbornness, he just may find a way to transfer the tangible pain and condition via intangible means. Doing such would be a breakthrough for shinobi kind all around, given the blonde felt like sharing his secret whenever he found out how to do it. I'm sure you will, but as it is, we won't have time for that now as we have 5 minutes before our meeting with the Hokage, Kyuubi reminded, using her enhanced senses to tell the time. With a huff, Naruto quickened his leisurely pace to a brisk walk as they made their way to the Hokage's office from the forest. The road there was far more annoying than the ride the day prior as his senses had taken another upward turn. Small things such as a change in the air or the steps of a villager were like sand on the skin and bells ringing to his mind. Concentrate and suppress the senses just like Kyuubi taught you, Naruto commanded himself as he took a few cleansing breaths. His mind detached itself further with every breath, and slowly the annoyances became minor in the boy's mind, much like they were before his senses were heightened. The feat earned him a silent round of applause from his foxy companion as it took a sizable amount of control to pull it off and a clear mind only obtained through a meditative trance. The Hokage's tower was a beacon in the Konoha skyline, and as they stepped inside, the fox mused, it seems the clone training is working faster than either of us can see. I wonder how far he will progress just with the clones. The Umbu guard stationed at the Hokage's office did a very noticeable double take when they saw the voluminous form Kyuubi had taken. Naruto held back a growl, feeling a protective surge course through his veins when he noticed the lustful aura the men now had. At least, he did until they noticed his ki. There's no way he could have gotten someone who looks that good, both guards thought as the duo passed between them. Naruto scowled, and Kyuubi smirked. Come now Naruto, if they knew the real me as you do, I doubt they would be so willing, Kyuubi said, attempting to ease the situation. Internally, however, Kyuubi found Naruto's protective, dare she say it, jealousy to be mostly amusing, if not a bit endearing. It had been eons since someone treated her as if she would pounce on them at any second or with a rigid sense of respect that left no room for any other emotions. Naruto's attitude was refreshing, it made her feel young again, but moreover, it made her feel at peace with herself for once. That peace was short-lived once Kyuubi noticed the several people staring at her from within the room. Cursing the limitations of her clone body, Kyuubi swore at her own carelessness for allowing so many to slip by her senses undetected. However, to her credit, each of the people in the room were experts in their given field, and even a jonin could miss any one of them if they weren't paying attention. Not to say her lapse in attentiveness would go unpunished, as the last bits of her conversation were picked up by one of the room's occupants. And who might the real you be? A smooth voice asked. Scanning the speaker with a critical eye, Kyuubi couldn't help but be on edge around the youth. Although she couldn't exactly say there was anything noteworthy about the teen, apart from his silver hair, Kyuubi got the feeling that the boy had a hidden edge about him. Regarding the teen as she would a man with a hidden dagger, Kyuubi was set on edge but played her suspicions off as agitation from his question. It's impolite to ask such questions without first giving your own name, Kyuubi shot back with a slight glare. Kabuto, Yakushi Kabuto, genin of Konohagakure, and medic in training. And now that that's out of the way, you are? Kabuto asked with a coy smirk, which agitated Kyuubi even more. The boy had a silver tongue and knew how to use it, both of which gave her all the more reason to want to rip it out. However, he presented her with a question she hadn't wanted to answer yet, which put her in a tight spot. I can't go around being called Kyuubi all the time, knowing the havoc that would cause, Kyuubi mused inadvertently as she raked her mind for a name. That is Uzumaki Kazumi, a survivor of the Uzumaki race and was in hiding until recently. However, now that she has come of age, she will be commissioned in Konoha as a special genin under my direct jurisdiction. The Hokage cut in, saving Kyuubi the trouble of having to lie. I have to hand it to him, that backstory is a lot more foolproof than anything I could have thought of on the spot. Although him using that name is a bit too nostalgic for my tastes, the Fox Queen commented as she just nodded her head in agreement. Another Uzumaki, eh? I wonder if this is our chance to pay Kushina-sensei back for all the help she's given us, a rather boisterous Kunoichi whispered to a fellow colleague. Recognizing the telltale brown duster and fishnet mesh that emphasized her form, Naruto couldn't hold back a smile as he locked eyes with the famous, or infamous, Mitarashi Anko. How ironic that another Uzumaki would walk right into our village at the same time that Kushina-sensei's son becomes a shinobi. It's too convenient to be a coincidence, so I'd have to go with divine humor. Maybe Kami's finally giving us a break after years of heartache, the sultry voice replied, drawing Naruto's attention yet again. The curly black locks and striking red eyes only accented the beauty known as Kurane in Naruto's mind. It was as if he was enchanted under the Genjutsu mistress spell, and like many before him, Naruto had no problem with that. Divine humor? That's rich, but in a way, you're right, Naruto is his father's son, you can see it in the way he's looking at you, Anko teased, causing a blush to erupt on the blonde's face. However, given his past track record with pranks, he definitely has some of Kushina-sensei coursing through him, cause who else would have the balls to tag the Hokage's monument with graffiti? It couldn't have been that by-the-book boyfriend-turned-husband she had? Anko amended, causing the blush on Naruto's face to turn into a warm glow of awe. The way they speak of them, they must actually know them, Naruto mumbled aloud, drawing the chatting female's attention. Yes, Naruto-kun, we knew your mother. I, Anko, and one other were her genin students. Kushina-sensei was in every sense our sensei, she taught us everything we needed to know about the shinobi world and more, but moreover, she taught us about life and how to stand out as individuals ourselves, Kurane put gently as a reminiscent gleam flickered across her eyes. Yes, she taught us a lot, ranging from how to dismember a man with a toothpick to how to heal such dismemberments with less chakra than a simple henge. Your mother was truly an angel in death's clothing. In a way, she became a mother to all of us, Kurane, I, and Shizun, and in payment for that, we will try to do the same for you, Anko added as well, a little rough around the edges but just as heartfelt as Kurane's sentiments. I'm glad, was all Naruto could think of to say. It wasn't too often he got choked up on words, but hearing someone speak so freely about a woman he never met but loved indefinitely brought an emotion to his chest he hadn't felt in a long time. And so are we, but before we can get into any more specifics, how about we let the Hokage finish assigning you your first mission, and from there, we will spend time fulfilling what we promised, Kurane said after a small moment. He is their child, and if that means anything to the world, he will be as great, if not greater, the scarlet-eyed woman added before turning her attention to the Hokage. Thank you, Kurane, and on a side note, I am in no hurry, and as for you, Naruto, you are here because there are a few people in this world who loved your parents much like I did and are willing to do anything to help them. The Hokage started before Naruto cast his eyes around the room. With the exception of Kabuto, Naruto knew each of the occupants on a personal level. Tenchi-san and Irika-sensei, what are you two doing here? Naruto asked with an excited chime in his voice. Seeing the gentle giant and amiable instructor set Naruto's nerves at ease, along with Kurane and Anko-chan, they were both people Naruto trusted absolutely, although it didn't stop Naruto from wondering why they were all assembled before him. Well, to put it frankly, most of us owe either one or both of your parents a favor, so before that fateful night, they assembled us, much like we are now, and made us promise that we would guide you in the best way we knew how. Had it been allowed, any one of us would have adopted you. However, because of the Clan Leader Act, no clan leader, no matter the age, can be lawfully adopted into another family that isn't their own. A stupid rule that was lobbied into our village code during the formation of our village, but it is a law nonetheless. So those bound by your parents last will waited until you were old enough to realize your lineage, helpfully guiding you along the way, to approach you with our offer, Tenchi finished with a wink. Naruto smiled softly as his memories at the weapons shop came to mind, and with each passing one, the hulking man's words made more sense. The giant weaponsmith had always looked out for him, just as Anko and Kurane had done in their own respective ways. The realization released a heavy burden off his chest, and for once, Naruto had proof he wasn't alone. As for me, you changed my outlook on life. Naruto, if it hadn't been for you, I may have been well on my way to becoming another Orochimaru. The Sandai may have taught me countless jutsu and techniques to quell my rage, but it was your indomitable drive and will that made me look at myself, really look at myself and see what my anger was doing to me. Naruto, the Hokage may have saved my life, but you saved my soul, Irika explained with real heartfelt emotion, drawing a few appraising eyes from his peers around him, as well as a warm smile from his favorite blonde brother. Well on his way to being another Orochimaru, Just goes to show that even a nice guy like that can become a complete psycho bastard if pushed far enough, Anko thought to herself as she eyed the Chunin teacher. She had never taken an interest in the meek type, she found them a bit too tame for her tastes, but this academy teacher was rapidly becoming interesting. On one hand, there was a mild-mannered school teacher who occasionally lost his temper, but like a flip side to a coin, there was the dangerous Black Ops agent who had been personally trained by the Sandaime Hokage in the ways of the shinobi. In many ways, she could draw numerous parallels between him and her hated ex-sensei, but unlike Orochimaru, who went off the deep end after he lost his parents and his position, Irika seemed to be able to balance his conflicting worlds. I guess that blonde brat is just as good as his mother in that respect, Anko thought wistfully as she recalled the fiery redhead who pulled her out of her depression. Moving her attention back to Naruto, Anko watched as he conversed with the one outlier in their little reunion. I am sorry my father couldn't be here, but a medical emergency came up, and I am here in his place. It may be for the best, though, as, like your mother, I learned all about the world of medical ninjutsu from him, and I'm sure I will be able to pass his teachings down to you, Kabuto said with a smile. Although seeming friendly and likable, Kabuto gave Naruto, and Anko alike, a weird chill. It was as if something was off with him, but then again, given their profession, especially his chosen expertise, it was more than likely he saw something that forever altered him to the world. Strange, but I've seen worse, Anko amended as she thought of her renegade sensei and her suspicions died. This Kabuto could be as jaded as she was and was just better at hiding it, but then again, that was highly unlikely. Shifting her cynicism to the back of her mind, Anko focused her attention on Naruto as he made his way to the center of the room. From the look on his face, he had something to say, and whatever it was important. Thank you all, your support means more than you'll ever know to me. All of you knew my parents, and because of that, you saw it fit to help me without even the slightest hesitation. I hope I can make you, and them, proud, and for that cause, I will work my hardest in whatever you have planned for me, Naruto managed to say after his conversation with Kabuto. Each of these people was one of his parents' friends, and through them, he could get a glimpse of what kind of people they were, and from what he heard, they were more than he could have ever imagined. Your enthusiasm never ceases to amaze me, Naruto-kun. However, you don't know what you just signed yourself up for, Irika said with a chuckle, and soon everyone followed suit, began laughing out loud, everyone that wasn't Naruto. What do you mean, Irika-sensei? Naruto asked with a nervous smile. Warning flags were going off in his head, and for good reason. Irika only laughed like that when something bad was about to happen, and by bad, Naruto meant for him. Let's just say with your current training regimen, you won't even notice that a month will have gone by when you're done, Anko answered for the Chunin, giving the man a wink for good measure. Training regime? Wait, why will this take a month? Haven't I become a genin and will be assigned to a team? Naruto questioned, growing more and more alarmed. Normally yes, but seeing as you weren't supposed to actually graduate, you were placed on a team to help balance your lack of skill with Suzuki's exceptional skill. A technicality, I assure you, but a necessary one nonetheless, as this system has saved countless lives in the past. However, the reason for the month delay is Suzuki's current rehab status. It will take at least a month for him to recover from the mental damage attack he has inflicted on him, so during that time, you and your other teammate, Haruno Sakura, will be assigned to different graduate posts as Suzuki recovers, the Hokage explained, and much to his surprise, Naruto didn't jump for joy when hearing the pink-haired girl's name. No, not even a passionate light flickered across the blonde's pensive gaze. So during this time period, I figure I'm going to be training with these guys, and what about Sakura, what will she be doing? Naruto finally asked after a long moment. Like before, his voice held none of its usual passion for the cherry-haired Kunoichi, instead, it held a calculated tone as if trying to assess the situation. She will be covering as instructor's aide in Mizuki's stead, a job she is more than ready for, while at the same time, she will be going over the many key points of her education once again to better prepare her for her upcoming trials as a genin, Sarutobi answered, heartened that Naruto was able to see the big picture as well. Good, so I'm guessing the sooner I start, the better? Naruto asked obliviously, before another round of laughter surrounded him. Always straight to the point with you, Ototo, but I'll warn you, I'm not going to go easy on you because I see you as my little brother, Irika stated as he met Naruto's gaze. Rock-hard determination and unwavering confidence were the only things the man could see in the boy's sky-blue pupils. I wouldn't want it any other way, Naruto retorted, as the duo departed for their first lesson. So I'll be training with you, and then going to the hospital to learn medicine, followed by genjutsu training with Kurane, before seals tutoring with Anko, which is then followed by weapons training with Tenchi, Naruto stated, counting off all the practices he was going to attend that day. It was a hectic schedule, to say the least, but if he wanted to follow in his parents' footsteps, they all would be necessary. And to think there's still my training with Kazumi and my family scroll to go over, Naruto added mentally while wondering about all the cool things he would be learning over the next few weeks. Yes, that's the gist of your schedule, however, it will be up to you to study up on all of these subjects during your own time as well as put forth all the effort needed to succeed, Irika advised before getting a nod from Naruto. Although I don't doubt you can do it, Naruto. You are by far the most amazing person I know, and becoming a medical, genjutsu, and seals master to emulate your mother while investing time to become the ninjutsu and weapons master your father will only prove that fact to the rest of the world, Irika added internally, beaming with pride at the thought of Naruto succeeding. It would be a long road, but given the blonde's mule-like stubbornness, he had no doubt that Naruto would be in it for the long haul. Making his way into Konoha's forest, Irika finally found the perfect spot to begin training. Looking at the old practice field with fond memories, the academy teacher could recall all the days he'd spent here learning under the sand and pictured Naruto doing the same. The memories made him more eager than ever to start, so without another moment lost, Irika dug into one of his various pockets and handed Naruto a piece of paper. And what am I supposed to do with this? Naruto asked as he held the rectangular piece of paper between his thumb and forefinger. He tried to keep the agitation out of his voice, but being dragged out into the middle of the forest for no apparent reason often grated on even the most patient of people's nerves. He was getting nothing, absolutely nothing from the piece of paper, and even though he was far from being an expert with his new senses, Naruto couldn't pick up anything with his heightened perception, and neither could Kazumi, who was considerably better with them than he was. You're supposed to channel chakra through it to test your elemental affiliation, however, that's just one of the things I'm testing you for, Irika responded as Naruto did what he was told. Once the boy's mental and physical energies mixed, there was a surge of visible chakra, because unlike the shadow clone, which Naruto's body had become accustomed to creating, any other chakra manipulation, other than the few jutsu he had come to know explicitly, was like water surging out of a fire hydrant. However, even though the boy's finesse was like that of a butcher's, his chakra got the job done, and as soon as the paper was saturated with the blonde's energies, the effects were instantaneous. Splitting from the top corners down to the center, Naruto watched in awe as his paper was cut into 3 separate pieces before the right end burst into flames, and the left became so saturated with water that the paper actually broke apart. Finally, between the two extravagant phenomena, the center of the paper continued to split, and split, and split until the pieces were finer than the astonished blonde could grasp. And as fast as the paper burst into life, the remnants of its actions disappeared into nature around him as if the paper was conquered, burned, and forgotten by the world. Wow, what does that mean, Irika-sensei? Naruto asked, still awestruck by the previous chakra show. The cutting of the paper represents a wind alignment, while the burning half a fire alignment, and the dampening a water alignment. However, the level in which your affinities are is what truly amazes me. The second was a water user, the third a fire user, and the fourth a wind user, so it's understandable that they could replicate such a feat, but even then, they could only do one. However, you, Naruto, have a triple affinity, something almost completely unheard of with the exception of bloodline limits, and I have no doubt Kyuubi's meddling has something to do with this, Irika explained, while keeping the last part to himself. So I guess that means I'm pretty advanced for my age, Naruto stated with mock innocence, bringing a chuckle to Irika's throat before the Chunin just nodded affirmatively. However, that doesn't come without its disadvantages, Irika chimed in as Naruto jumped for joy. Having been brought back down to earth, Naruto put on a small pout as he turned his attention to what else Irika had to say. The most glaring disadvantage is your lack of chakra control, Irika began. It's understandable, given you have more chakra than I or any of your sensei can match, maybe even combined. But to truly unlock the potential of your jutsu, you must master your chakra. Naruto gave an accepting nod, and Irika let out an internal sigh of relief. Normally, he would have had to argue with the boy for over 10 minutes to get anything done. It's like Naruto's entire thought process has been completely overhauled, and I can't say it's not for the better, Irika commented silently before Naruto's curious gaze met his. And what about the other disadvantages? Naruto asked with genuine interest. He's even willing to seek out his weaknesses now. Naruto's changed more than I thought. Irika mused. Well, the other disadvantage isn't really a disadvantage when you weigh it against the strengths you just picked up. But, to put it simply, because you have such a strong affinity for each of your elements, it will be damn near impossible for you to mold any other elemental chakra without mixing it with your own. Naruto absorbed the new information. So I guess truly mastering earth and lightning jutsu are out of my grasp? Naruto asked, a bit downtrodden. He wasn't too worried about earth jutsu, but lightning jutsu were just cool, and not being able to master them would be a blow. Fortunately, the news wasn't as bad as it first seemed. Yes and no. Mastering them would take you a considerable time, even longer than it will take you to master your own strengths, because of your control issues, but it's not impossible. It'd be wiser, however, to work with what you have first, that way you will have the necessary control and knowledge to perform those harder jutsu, Irika explained, and Naruto's face lit up. There was still a chance he'd be able to zap Sasuke with lightning at his leisure. Well, that's a relief. I have big things planned for those jutsu, you know, but something you said earlier interested me. You said something about mixing alignments, so is it possible to mix my 3 elements into something greater? Naruto asked, wondering what water, fire, and air could make together. Nothing came to mind besides steam, which was a discouraging thought, but Naruto was sure he'd find something better if the possibility was even out there. As before, yes and no. Mixing elements is usually something only people with bloodlines can accomplish, but there have been a few known cases where a person with dual mastery of 2 elements could blend them into something more. Take the Kazekage Seititsu, iron sand. He was a powerful wind user much like yourself, and through a certain mixture of elements only he knew, he was able to magnetize the air and dust around him into forming iron sand. His technique is still legendary among the shinobi world, mainly for its lethality as well as its complexity, Irika added, drawing another look of awe from Naruto. Well, I guess I have a lot to work for then, don't I? Naruto asked, causing Irika to just smile. The boy's drive was indomitable and never ceased to inspire him. Yes, and to begin, we need to work on your chakra control, Irika explained. Before, with unseen speed and pinpoint precision, the Umble-level academy teacher planted a kunao at the top of a nearby tree. Now I need you to retrieve that kunao, Irika stated before Naruto eagerly went to climbing the tree. Without using your hands, Irika concluded, and Naruto fell flat on his back, tossing a curious glance to his sensei. Say what? Oh, we are going to have so much fun, Irika couldn't help but think, as he watched his pupil try to run up the tree on speed alone. Okay, time, Irika yelled, before a chorus of 100 or so groans hit his ears. After a few mishaps and particularly funny falls, Naruto had finally gotten the gist of molding chakra on the bottom of his feet. Unfortunately for him, along with his feeble control, his chakra was now a fair bit more potent than usual. As a result, Naruto had a rather large lump on the top of his head after being jettisoned from the surface of one tree and into another. Bruises had healed quickly on the original, but because Naruto had chosen to use his shadow clones then, all 99 of his doppelgangers were sporting a large abrasion on the tops of their heads. You heard him, guys, we'll continue this later, Naruto reiterated as the clones simultaneously poofed out of existence. A small flux of information hit Naruto's consciousness, assuring him the memories were there. Now, all that was left to do was to sort them all out. You did surprisingly well. It takes most genin a solid 2 weeks to finish the exercise, but it seems you already have the basics down, Irika commented as he and his Ototo made their way to Naruto's next training session. If you say so, but I still think 5 steps isn't much. Fortunately, after I go through these memories, the activity should only get easier, Naruto replied as the hospital came into view. He'd been training with Irika for 1.5 hours since 07:30 that morning, so with the sun fairly high in the sky, the Konoha hospital seemed a fairly intimidating structure. I agree, and I must commend you on that training method. A month may not be much time, but with shadow clones constantly multiplying that learning time, you may be able to get up to speed as fast as we hoped, Irika stated before opening the glass doors for the blonde behind him. The structure was reinforced with seals that absorbed the natural chakra flitting around, making the building as strong as steel but as convenient and elegant as glass, a choice Irika always thought fit the medical center as the art of medicine is a strong but heavily refined one. A fact Naruto would find out soon enough. Ah, right on time. Naruto-kun, are you ready to begin your lesson? Kabuto asked politely, before Kazumi peeked her head out from around the corner behind him. The disguised fox demon had spoken with Irika on the way to the forest and decided to go on to the hospital for some strange reason, not that it mattered, seeing as he and Irika only talked about chakra and worked on his control all morning. However, now the red-headed girl would be joining him for his medical lessons, which made Naruto breathe a little easier because, for some reason, Kabuto put him on edge. Yes, and what have you and Kazumi been doing this whole time? Naruto asked, as he tried to make conversation with the silver-haired boy. Getting to know him may make that eerie feeling he got from him go away, or that was at least Naruto's sincere hope. Nothing other than assessing her current medic knowledge. Fortunately, she isn't too far ahead of you, so I won't be too boring to her or have to skip anything with you, Kabuto explained as they made their way through the hospital. While teaching, Kabuto was obligated to do his rounds as well, a task that Naruto found increasingly fascinating, seeing as, with a mere flicker of chakra, Kabuto could heal a patient. It was hard to feel on edge around a person who could take away pain with such benediction, and Naruto could feel just from watching the silver-haired boy that he would be able to trust him in due time. So, Naruto-kun, now that you've gotten to see a little of what the Mednin life is like, are you willing to undergo the training to do the same? Kabuto asked, and for the first time, his voice held a serious note. Meaning the boy's eyes behind their reflective lenses, Naruto could see the underlying passion in the genin's gaze. Medicine was his life, and in order for him to be just as benevolent and skilled as Kabuto, he would have to be just as dedicated. Yes, I am willing and ready, for if my mother found medicine to be an art worth learning, I can't say I don't feel the same way, Naruto replied honestly. Even though his parents left him a home and wealth, they put heart and soul into their respective arts, and he would be damned before he forsook any one of them. Good, and hopefully, in time, you won't just be doing this for your mother or to help people, but you'll be doing it for yourself, Kabuto added as he smiled knowingly at the boy. Naruto's shocked expression could only be masked with a smirk when he realized Kabuto had read him like an open book. Maybe this guy isn't so weird after all, Naruto thought as he began his lesson. Steady, steady. Consistency in your chakra flow is one of the many things you will need to master to be a good medic, Naruto, Kabuto chastised as Naruto's control fluctuated once again. Naruto just gritted his teeth and focused, seeing as after nearly 2 hours of learning, they had only managed to get halfway through lesson 1. Who would have pictured Kabuto as such a taskmaster, Naruto muttered to himself, causing his chakra to flicker again. Seeing Kabuto's glare from the corner of his eye, Naruto reaffirmed his concentration, lest he have to sit through the lesson's lecture again. A trait that is needed for a meticulous art such as this one. Now focus. You may know the basics of meditation, but your skill level is not high enough for you to lose concentration on something that is this taxing, Kyuubi ordered as Naruto pushed even more of his medical chakra into a lifeless fish. From what he understood, to be a med nin, one must have near-perfect chakra control, a trait that was far from Naruto's grasp currently. However, because of his innate ability to form medical chakra, the absolute control needed to harmonize the medic's chakra with the patient's was unnecessary. Kabuto even considered my med chakra a medical mystery, seeing as forming medical chakra is like forming elemental-aligned chakra, Naruto concluded as the fish slowly began to show signs of life. In a way, Naruto supposed he was cheating, seeing it took medics years to get the control necessary to sync their chakra with their patients, and here he was able to do it solely because of an accident. However, just because he could naturally form the chakra necessary to heal did not mean he had the control required to use it. That's enough, Naruto, the fish is dead, Kabuto stated as he observed the dead specimen. Even though the body could cling to life a bit after consciousness was lost, too much time had passed for the specimen's body to hold out for help. Sighing, Kabuto supposed he had gotten his hopes too high, as it was the first day of training, but just the thought of having a student who could catch on so quickly. This must be the feeling Dad was talking about when he reminisced about his day's training. Kushina-san, Kabuto mused before patting Naruto's shoulder. It's alright, you are far more advanced than you should be. There is still a lot of theory you must go over before you will be able to successfully do this, even with your medical chakra. However, I will say, watching you has assured me you hold much promise, because even with your chakra control, you still tried your hardest to save even the most common of specimens. That sentiment will surely carry over to your actions when on the field and is something any shinobi would want on their side, Kabuto complimented, bringing a smile to the disheartened boy's face. In truth, all that was holding Naruto back was his lack of chakra control and clinical knowledge. Even though he could automatically sync with his patient's chakra, it took spatial reconstruction to mend tissue and bones, a skill that is normally learned as the practitioner is building their control. However, in Naruto's case, he had the end product but not the means to use it, which, unfortunately, was just as bad as not having enough control to successfully sync with a patient's chakra. However, the remedy to that half of the problem would come in time as the boy's other sensei would be working on his control with him in their own various fields. As for the other half of the problem, that had a simple solution as well. Tonight, I want you to start reading these books. It may be a bit lengthy and thick in terminology, but I will be able to answer any questions you may have when we meet tomorrow, Kabuto said as he handed the blonde 3 incredibly thick books. Looking at the covers, Naruto could tell he would have fun reading up on the subjects of anatomy, biochemistry, and biology, seeing as they could directly overlay to his chosen profession. However, the thought of so much homework took a bit of wind out of his sails. I thought I got out of homework when I graduated, Naruto joked before calling up a trio of clones to take the books from him. After discovering the technique's special benefits, Naruto planned to milk it for all it's worth, even if it meant having his chakra essentially do his homework. An interesting way of getting around one of the strongest deterrents to medicine. I'm guessing the clones are able to transfer the information to you somehow, Kabuto speculated, after the shock of seeing Naruto summon solid clones wore off. Yeah, but it takes some time for me to assimilate all of the memories, so in a sense, I will be studying tonight when I meditate in order to better organize my mind for the information, Naruto responded before getting a raised eyebrow from Kabuto. I see, pragmatic as well as creative. Those are two traits that'll take you far in this world, Naruto. Be sure to hold on to them. So, until tomorrow. Kabuto left off with a wave as he returned to his shift. With one last look, Naruto let a smile grace his features before turning around and leaving the hospital. Definitely not as weird as he first appears, right? Naruto asked his Vulpin tenant. My thoughts exactly, the woman replied as Naruto headed for the next stop in his training schedule. Genjutsu, at its core, is using chakra to manipulate an opponent's brain, thus altering their perception of reality, Kurane stated as she paced lightly in front of the several blondes that were enraptured in her lecture. Getting a concession of affirmative nods from the group, Kurane could not suppress a slightly embarrassed smile from reaching her face. To have a group of genin listen to every word you said was a jonin's dream, and in a sense, Naruto was fulfilling that dream by having he and his clones both listen and take notes on her lecture. In that respect, she felt as if she were finally getting the recognition she deserved, even if she was cheating a little bit. However, it is the various means in which you can change someone else's world that the true art known as genjutsu shines the brightest, Kurane continued on, smiling even wider at the odd and deviously thinking faces that sat in a semicircle around her. They were hanging on to her every word, and she was loving it. Sounds like this has some great pranking potential, one clone whispered to the real Naruto, causing the leader blonde to smile in delight. It was then that Naruto couldn't remember for the life of him why he'd always had an aversion to genjutsu. This stuff was practically begging to be polished and sculpted into some pranking masterpiece. And the battle potential it has, it's half bad either, Naruto joked to Kuwabai, getting a small chuckle out of her as well. Understatement of the day, but your words still hold a grave amount of truth. Illusions are far too potent of a tool not to be used, and given the natural aversion many creatures, both human and demon, have to the art, mastering it would make it even more of a valued weapon, Kuwabai chimed in, causing Naruto to be even more anxious to start than before. Before I can teach you anything, I need to see how high your current genjutsu skill level is, and from there, we can work on what to improve, Kurone said before Naruto hopped to his feet, dispelling a few clones and dismissing the rest to other duties, leaving he, Kurone, and Kyuubi all alone. Okay, I only know 2 genjutsu, so this shouldn't take long, Naruto stated as he activated his first genjutsu. Without any hand seals, his visage shifted to that of the Hokage, pipe included, and with a few exhales of breath, the trademark Sandame's ring of smoke was floating above his head. That's damn near flawless. It is flawless. He not only managed to perfectly mirror every feature of the Sandame, but he managed to change his scent and breathing to match the Hokage's as well. Not to mention, he was even able to overcome the shadow problem most people have with maintaining a shape that isn't their own, but for some reason, Naruto didn't have any trouble making his shadow look like the Sandame's. Wow, you must have studied that jutsu for a while, Kurone stated, clearly impressed. Yes, it took me nearly a month to get this down along with the Bunshin and Kawarimi, but after reading an excerpt from my family scroll, it made a lot more sense. Honestly, though, this is the first time I tried to do a henge the way the scroll describes, and it clearly came out just as good, Naruto exclaimed, matching the Hokage's voice perfectly, while drawing a curious eye from Kurone. There's only one way to do a henge, unless, Kurone thought suspiciously before reaching out to touch the boy's head. Expecting for her hand to pass through the genjutsu and disturb the chakra matrix, thus ending the jutsu, Kurone nearly knocked Naruto over when her hand met what felt to be solid flesh. How? Only the Naidame figured out how to create a real henge. Unless, Kurone exclaimed before it dawned on her who exactly Naruto's great-grandfather was. Shamefully, Kurone admitted she'd forgotten that the fourth's grandfather was the second and that it was only natural for Naruto to know the ability. Hell, even Lady Tsunade knew the ability, but that was understandable given the relationship between the Senju clan and Namikaze. However, to see her newest pupil perform what is considered the perfect disguise, Kurone couldn't help but be the least bit shocked and excited. Is there something wrong, Kurone-sensei? Naruto asked with worry. The blonde still had a small crush on the woman, and seeing her act like this had shaken him up. No, nothing's wrong, it's just you are turning out to be a more surprising person than I originally thought, Kurone admitted before letting out a little laugh. A fresh-faced genin couldn't possibly master the second Hokage's perfect transformation jutsu in a single day after a month of perfecting the original. The only thing more insane would be if Naruto somehow knew the demonic illusion, Tree Bind Death. Kurone mused, then asked Naruto to demonstrate his second illusionary art. What the? Kurone could only manage as her world dissolved into total blackness. Bringer of Darkness technique, too, was the last thing the genjutsu mistress heard. Frantically searching for any escape with her chakra, Kurone thanked Kami that Naruto wasn't an expert in the technique, as he left a few openings for her to flee. As her senses returned, Kurone gazed at Naruto with a disbelieving, almost terrified, expression. What is this child? Kurone wondered to herself as Naruto hurried to her side. Taking a deep breath, Kurone simply raised her hand and gestured for the boy to stop. This incident proved 2 things: he would need to harden his heart to become a genjutsu master, and she still had a long way to go to reach her own potential. I'm alright, Naruto-kun, you just startled me for a moment. However, your skill is frighteningly high for someone your age, especially without any formal training. So, may I ask how long you've been practicing this technique? The red-eyed woman inquired, already knowing the answer. Well, this was my first time performing the jutsu, and from your reaction, I did it pretty well, Naruto boasted, oblivious to the thoughts racing through the kunoichi's mind. This boy is a prodigy. To perform such high-level techniques with little to no training, teaching him will be like forging a precious metal. I'll have to approach this with extreme skill and care if I want to do it perfectly. I guess it's like Asuma says, life's only fun when you have a challenge, Kurone contemplated with a smirk before regaining her composure. Once she was finished with Naruto, his genjutsu skills would be like a masterfully crafted dagger, hidden from view but always ready to strike. Ard, why is this so hard? Naruto yelled in frustration while trying one of the 5 basic genjutsus. The fundamental 5, as they are called, are the foundation for all later sensory genjutsu, teaching the user to manipulate and distort sight, smell, taste, touch, and hearing. Individually, they can conceal a truth or give a critical advantage over an enemy shinobi. When used together, they form jutsu like the Bringer of Darkness technique, which is why Kurone had Naruto master them first. This should be easy for the boy, given his skill in the advanced version of this jutsu. Could it be that because the Bringer of Darkness technique requires so much chakra, control isn't exactly necessary? No, that's not the case. It's more likely that Naruto can better utilize his chakra in larger quantities, and because he has so much, focusing such relatively small amounts is several times harder for him, the red-eyed woman analyzed with a critical eye. Although she figured she was missing a few specifics, her deduction proved mostly correct as she watched Naruto overload another of the fundamental 5, causing the jutsu to collapse on itself. While more chakra normally meant more potency or a wider area of effect, in Naruto's case, he was putting too much chakra in too fast, not allowing it to flow naturally over the minds of those affected. In time, and with much practice, he could probably take such an aggressive approach to genjutsu, but he would first have to master the basics of the art. Sighing, Kurane realized it was more her fault than his. Naruto had shown surprising skill in the genjutsu arts, but like most people with great innate talent, his education on the subject was lacking. That gap made it hard, almost impossible, for him to compensate when a genjutsu didn't fit his personal mold of the high chakra cost variety. You can stop now, Naruto. It seems in my haste I overlooked a serious step in your training, and for that I apologize. You have incredible potential for someone so young, and I have no doubt that with your unique mindset, you can become a genjutsu master like no other. However, first we will need to work on the basics, and in your case, this will probably be the hardest part for you, Kurane explained, a mixture of emotions lacing her voice. I guess this is what Kushina-sensei meant when she said she saw potential in me. Naruto, you are your mother's son, and I promise you both that I will ensure the rest of the world sees that as well. Kurane vowed before summoning a book from one of her seals, which were cleverly hidden as part of her clothing. Just as last time, Naruto summoned a clone to take the copy and return home for further study, earning an approving nod from his impressed sensei. Naruto was obviously going to put in the effort to succeed, and watching him made Kurane even more eager to help him, just as his mother had helped her. Well, since you won't be reading as we walk to your next training station, I guess I can start the next lecture on genjutsu. Will you be taking notes? Kurane asked with mock innocence, and as before, a host of clones surrounded her, pens and pads ready to absorb her every word. A girl could get used to this, the woman thought as they made their way into town. Well, I'll be, the insufferable snob is actually talking with someone other than myself and Asuma, a familiar voice scoffed as Naruto and Kurane approached their destination. The apartment complex they were in was the same one where Naruto's beloved academy teacher lived. In fact, Naruto could see the man's place from where he was standing. Shut it, Anko. Just because I don't go hitting on every hot guy I meet when I'm drunk doesn't make me an insufferable snob, Kurane retorted heatedly, frustrated that Anko could still push her buttons despite how long they had known each other. In a way, it was endearing to have a friend who knew her so well, because Kami knew she didn't have many, especially since Shizun left. And I'm sure everyone calls you Konoha's Ice Queen because of your dazzling personality, Anko shot back, causing Kurane to audibly growl in anger. Smirking, Anko realized that after all the years that had passed, she could still piss Kurane off on a whim. Now all that's missing is Shizun playing peacemaker. Anko added with a bit of remorse as Naruto looked between the two women in confusion. I may be known as the Ice Queen, but if I recall, you earned more than a few nicknames for yourself back in the day, Kurane countered mockingly, causing Anko to turn a vibrant shade of red. This was one of the things that made verbally sparring with Kurane so fun, she always knew how to make a good comeback. Whatever, Kawaii-chan, Queen-chan, let me get the brat before we burn up all the daylight, Anko said as she regained her composure. Turning her gaze from the smug Kurane to the bewildered Naruto, Anko realized the daunting task that lay ahead of her. Sealing was no easy subject. There were no shortcuts to learning it quickly, only incredible amounts of time and meticulous practice could grant a person mastery over the art. Added to that was the pressure of teaching her sensei's son, so, undoubtedly, the thought of being good enough crossed Anko's mind. Kushina-sensei, please help me through this. Anko prayed, asking for strength from her teacher. More importantly, she was asking for patience because if the kid asked one more question while she was thinking, she was going to go boa constrictor on his ass. Will you shut up? Yes, we will begin training. Yes, I know Irika lives here, and no, I'm not going to try to molest you again, Anko retorted in agitation to all of the blonde's rapid-fire questions. Geez, you play a joke on someone one time and they forever brand you as a pervert and pedophile, Anko mused after Naruto fell silent. The quiet wouldn't last, though, because as Anko started talking, a cluster of clones were summoned by Naruto to take notes and act as extra ears for the lecture in case he missed something. Although mildly impressed by the boy's foresight, Anko was more shocked by the parallel Naruto had just drawn between himself and his mother. This kid, he's Kushina-sensei's son, alright, because who else would summon clones to help with their work other than her? She was the first to use shadow clone training in over 3 generations, and it's only fitting her son be the one to bring it to this generation, Anko mused as she continued her lecture. Now, tell me what you know about seals, and I will fill in the gaps from there, Anko ordered as all the clones turned and looked at their leader with wide eyes. Curious for a moment as to why the commotion stopped, it dawned on Anko as soon as Naruto started shuffling his feet that the blonde knew almost nothing about seals. Perfect. I guess it's not all bad, as now I don't have to get him to forget all that nonsense he may have heard about seals, Anko rationalized as Naruto tried to shrink away from her harsh glare. Okay, kid, pay attention because this is important. Seals are, and this is a really watered-down version, a mixture of medical ninjutsu and genjutsu, Anko explained before getting a strange look from Naruto. I know, it sounds weird, and I thought the same thing when your mother told me, but once she explained it, it all made sense, so here it goes. Seals are basically the effects chakra has on the environment, people included. Understanding that is how you relate seals affecting the body to medical ninjutsu and genjutsu, for they are chakras' effect on the mind and body, respectively. However, that explanation only covers seals that affect humans, because on the flip side, you have seals that don't necessarily bother humans, such as summoning seals, and with that, Anko paused to let the note-taking clones catch up. It was amazing to watch the clones work, she admitted, but she also wondered how well they would be able to understand the next part. These seals are pretty much the opposite, for they are chakras' effect on the environment around it, which sounds a lot like ninjutsu, right? Well, in a sense, those types of seals are, but the main difference is that these variants of seals have a huge edge over ninjutsu. They come pre-packaged. This is why battle seals, as many call them, are so popular despite the fact that so few can actually make them. Not only do they save chakra, but they save time, a commodity that's in high demand during combat situations, because if you think about it, an exploding tag will go off long before most ninja can finish a fire jutsu of equal power, so in essence, you are getting a quicker bang for less than half the buck, Anko explained, and much to her surprise, the clones managed to stay with her the whole explanation. Wow, this kid may be able to master this on top of everything else he has, Anko commented silently as Naruto finished taking notes. So I'm guessing that's why my mother studied medicine as well as genjutsu to get a better understanding of seals and how they functioned, Naruto added as he pieced together the puzzle that was his mother. You don't know the half of it, kid, because believe it or not, your mother told me she was considered a failure by her family for most of her young life. It shocked the hell out of me, considering that through her studies she was able to make findings in both areas of sealing due to the inverse properties the two types of seals had on one another, but we'll get into that later. Going back to your mother, from what she told me, her family considered that because she didn't instinctively grasp seals and had to study two lesser subjects just to understand, she was deemed unworthy of being clan heiress. I don't know the rest of the details, but from what was implied, she mentioned that because of her lack of skill she was sent to Konoha to be of some use to her clan. Anko spat, actually happy when she felt the anger well inside Naruto. To believe I had family that was such scum. I will never forgive them, not a single one of them, Naruto vowed to himself, regretfully happy that all of his Uzumaki kin were dead and buried. As far as he was concerned, he and Kyuubi were the only living Uzumaki, and if he had his way, it would remain that way. Enough on that, though, I'm sure your mother will explain all of that to you in greater detail once you start studying your family scroll. However, for your first lesson, I figure we'll start with battle seals and work our way back to body seals, seeing as they are generally less complicated to make and more exciting to use, Anko stated with newfound vigor. Having someone to vent her anger with was therapeutic, or at least that's what Kawaii-chan kept telling her, and having Naruto there to mimic both her anger over their mutual loved one and excitement over what's to come was definitely that. I wonder if this kid will be good with explosives, the woman wondered as she took out some paper and ink and began their lesson. PFT. What happened? All it did was sizzle and stop. Did I put enough chakra into the seal? Naruto asked Anko, who was looking down at the tag with a critical eye. No, it's not that. I think you put 2 dash, but that's as far as she got before the tag went off, blowing a hole in the ground behind her apartment complex and knocking down a tree to boot. I think it's time for me to get to my next station, Naruto said nervously before making his way around the building as the landlord's yells became clearer. You read my mind, kid, now let's move, the irresponsible teacher yelled as she passed the blonde in her mad dash towards the Higurashi residence. In a mere 2 hours, the blonde and brunette had become friends, more like co-conspirators with similar mindsets, but friends nonetheless. In Anko, Naruto saw glimpses of his mother and things she held dear, and in Naruto, Anko saw visions of the person Kushina was and the things she believed. Ironically enough, they both saw Kushina as a mother, one surrogate and the other by birth, but neither were smart enough to realize they treated one another as siblings because of it. I can't believe you did that. Haven't I taught you anything? Anko whispered harshly while avoiding an Umbu patrol. Ever since Naruto's parting present at the Uchihas, explosive tag regulations were taken up a notch, and if this got traced back to her, well, let's just say Anko would be sober for a long time. No, actually. And weren't you the one who said, and I quote, the more chakra the better? Some advice a teacher should be giving a first-time student. I swear Irika was never this irresponsible, Naruto shot back as they continued on their way to the Higurashi home. Weaving away from Anko's attempt to strangle him, Naruto thanked Kyuubi for opting to create an automatic defense instinct, otherwise he'd be gasping for air right about now. Yeah, what do you know? That academy teacher's probably way too timid to even try something like this, let alone show he was responsible enough to guide an idiot like you, Anko fired back. Like Korone, Anko had found all the right buttons to push with the blonde boy. Naruto was competitive, so insulting his skills was like a big red button for Anko to go buzzer happy on. At the same time, the boy was incredibly protective of those he cared for, so insulting one of them was a guaranteed outburst. And in 3, 2, 1, take it back, Anko, Naruto yelled, completing the woman's prediction. The lost honorific signified the boy's seriousness, but that only made the game more fun for Anko. So with a bit more goading, they were running through the streets, causing a scene for all of Konoha to see. Hell, kid, you may need to master seals because with that speed, the only way you're going to catch anyone is with a snaring seal, Anko taunted as she danced right out of Naruto's range. As they both grew more frustrated and fixated, respectively, neither one noticed the umbu drop down from the roofing until Anko ran straight into the man. Instantaneously, the woman's body reacted, whipping out a kunao and aiming for the man's heart. The umbu's kunao veered off course just as she realized who she was attacking. Jumping back, she stared into the masked man's eyes, peeved that she'd been caught off guard so easily. Whoever he is, he's better than most. To sneak up on not only me and Naruto, but in broad daylight at that. I'd better be careful, this one may actually be a challenge for me, the woman thought before falling into a defensive stance as the man's hand moved up to his face. I was called in to check on a domestic disturbance, and given it's been a few days, I figured I'd check and see if you were playing any jokes first, Ototo, and I was right, you were running wild in the streets as usual, the newly revealed Irika said with a smile, relieved Naruto hadn't been caught in the crossfire. However, that wasn't to say the blonde was completely innocent, and with one withering glare, Irika could tell his little brother was hiding something. So, care to explain why you are running in the streets, or do I have to check for eyewitnesses before you'll confess? Irika asked jokingly while staring down the boy. Naruto's sagging shoulders were all the evidence he needed. Unfortunately, he wasn't just dealing with Naruto. Hey, teacher Umbu, where do you get off accusing me and my pupil of causing explosions? Anko asked, before noticing her slip of the tongue when Irika merely raised an eyebrow. Why, is that an admission of guilt, Mitarashi-san? Irika asked formally as the gears in Anko's head began to turn. If she couldn't guilt her way out of this, then she was going to have to use her secret weapon, because after all, she was dealing with a man, and men all had one common weakness. Irika-kun, isn't there any way you could let us off with a warning? Anko asked as she closed the distance between her and the scarred Chunin. Her voice was husky and lust-ridden, and her cleavage seemed even more noticeable from Irika's position, but the Chunin was able to hold his ground. I could think about it, but you'd owe me one, the Chunin managed to say as he regrouped, keeping his brown eyes locked with Anko's and not her ever-noticeable assets. He's good, I'll give him that, Anko commented as she backed off, more than mildly impressed at the man's control. Alright, it's settled. I'm in your debt, and with that, we'll be on our way, Anko said, walking with Naruto past the Chunin. I'll remember you said that, Irika replied, then vanished in a swirl of leaves and smoke. You can count on it. Anko thought to herself as the Higurashi residence came into sight. Good to see you again, Naruto-kun. For once, I can say that without an ounce of guilt, Tenchi said with great enthusiasm, locking eyes with the boy. Having worked under him for 6 years, Naruto had a good sense of the man's character. He was kind and caring, dedicated entirely to his work and his daughter. From the small hints Tenten had dropped, Naruto suspected his wife's death played a role in his current somber moments. I know if you could have told me, you would have, Tenchi-san. I'm just grateful you've let me stay in your home all these years. I know it must have hurt your business, Naruto responded sadly, recalling the stares from customers who would rush out after seeing him. Nonsense. If they can't look past their own pain to see what you are, a proud young man with an unspeakable burden, then they don't deserve to use any of my weapons, Tenchi exclaimed, jolting Naruto out of his gloom. In a way, the large man was perfect for situations like this. He was the very definition of cheerfulness, and to those who knew him, a few minutes in his company would brighten their day. This thought alone filled Naruto with excitement about his training, as weapons had always been his favorite subject since his apprenticeship at the shop. So, with that out of the way, I'm guessing you're ready to begin. Before we do, I will explain this only once, Tenchi said, pausing to make sure Naruto understood the gravity of the situation. The way of the weapon you will be learning your father's way is one that does not shy away from bloodshed. If you apprentice in this style, you will temper your mind and body to become a honed blade. Once unsheathed, your enemies will know no mercy, and your judgment will be as cold and decisive as your weapon's sharp edge. So I will ask you this before we start, can you willingly accept this training, knowing its sole purpose is to end the lives of others? Tenchi asked, and for the first time, his trademark cheerful aura was gone. I don't know. My philosophy has never been to kill, but if it is to protect Konoha and all that I, and my parents before me, hold precious, then I will gladly give anything to ensure the truth, Naruto stated passionately. Spoken like a true Hokage. He's Minato's boy, alright, Tenchi thought as his smiling aura returned, heartened by the fact that Naruto would use his blade for protection, not destruction. Good answer. It's one that will surely be tested by the world. Anyway, enough of this seriousness, let's move on to the fun part of your time here, training, Tenchi said excitedly, leading Naruto to the back and into the dojo. The dojo, which occupied half of the home's first floor, had spotless hardwood floors and countless weapons hanging from its walls. Ranging from naginata to katana, the weapons were all expertly crafted and had been taken from the front of the shop for one reason or another. As he scanned the walls, Naruto's eyes landed on the ninjato he'd seen on his first visit to the shop. The blade rested on the wall, sheathed in a lacquered black scabbard. Naruto could see his own reflection in its glossy finish. Noticing the blade sat alone at the highest point in the room, Naruto felt Tenchi's hand on his shoulder as the man stared at the honored weapon with him. Naruto, did you know each weapon in here has its own story? They all belonged to a dear friend who carried them into their respective final battles. As the crafter of each of these blades, I couldn't be more proud that my friends would trust their lives to my craft. With each of their deaths, I honor the trust by placing them here. Naruto, this dojo is my personal nirvana, a place where I can find enlightenment and see the memories of those who have passed through the things they carried in life. Tenchi's solemn words struck a chord with Naruto. The blonde silently looked around the room with reverence, trying to absorb a fraction of the truth Tenchi found there. Again, Naruto's eyes landed on the ninjato. It's funny, though, that you would pick that blade over all the others. I guess it's only fitting that the one blade I failed to make on time would be so strongly tied to you. Given your unpredictable reputation, it's even more fitting that you would sense the tie instantly, Tenchi mused aloud as Naruto looked at him in confusion. Sorry, boy, just an old man rambling about the past. Naruto, what do you know about that sword? Tenchi asked, his eyes still locked on his own reflection. Tenten said it was made for a dear friend of yours, and based on what you just told me, that friend died before you could finish it for them, Naruto answered, trying to make sense of the situation. Yes, that sword was made with the sole intention of saving Konoha from the Kyuubi by harnessing the powers of the Shinigami. An arrogant goal for a mortal to have, but nonetheless, I pursued it with all my being. However, that wasn't enough, and because of my failure, the Yondaime gave his life to save our village. Since then, this blade has rested here in my home, a constant reminder of my personal failure and savior. It's times like this that looking at my creation is both heartwarming and painful. On one hand, it's a surviving testament to my noblest of friends, and on the other, it's a living image of a world where he may have lived, Tenchi explained to an awestruck Naruto. To think a human could make such a blade. To harness the power of death is a power no single being should control, and yet, at the same time, if it were possible, so much heartache could have been avoided, Kyuubi mused from the back of the room. Standing off to the side had forced her to realize something. Naruto's training was just that, his training. Although she'd been more than welcome to join all of his practices, seals were the only subject that truly interested her. Everything else was something she had already studied in depth over the course of many millennia. There's probably something else I could do to pass the time while I wait for the seals lessons, Kyuubi figured, her mind beginning to tinker with the options at hand and the other logistics of her new lifestyle. Outside of the demonist's thoughts, Tenchi had taken the revered blade down from its post to let Naruto get a closer look as he finished his explanation. This is the blade you will be learning, Ryusuken, with the style your great-grandfather perfected and the style your father used during his days as a shinobi, Tenchi uttered as an impassioned ring found its way into his voice. Gripping the handle of the blade in reverse, Tenchi held the sword as if it were sheathed on his hip and beckoned Naruto to approach. Come, see if you can defeat the river that has flowed since the dawn of our village, Tenchi challenged, letting his ki flare for the first time in Naruto's presence. The force was as crushing as the Inu Umbus had been all those years ago. However, unlike the young Naruto who had been knocked out by the blast, this Naruto managed to stay on his feet, though even he had to admit it took a conscious effort to maintain his awareness. This is Tenchi. The man who laughs at everything and wouldn't hurt a fly, can be this intimidating? Is his aura really this suffocating? Naruto asked himself before bringing his hands together to form his favorite jutsu. More than a dozen shadow clones were formed from his panicked burst of chakra, and once the smoke cleared, all of them surrounded the static man. Charge! Naruto cried as all the clones launched themselves at once, each more powerful than the Naruto 2 days prior and far more capable in battle. Unfortunately, Naruto's newfound skills were not enough. In fact, they weren't even a factor in his blitzkrieg, as in a flash, all his clones were destroyed. Looking up from the ground, Naruto's eyes followed the still-sheathed sword up to Tenchi's standing form. Only a light fluttering of the man's robe suggested that he had moved. How were you able to move so fast? Naruto asked after he tried to find the answer himself in the clone's memories. So far, he'd only gotten a disjointed mass of images, each showing how a single clone died. Individually, the images weren't confusing since they all showed Tenchi wielding the ninjato as it dealt some sort of critical damage to a clone. No, the confusing part came when Naruto tried to figure out how Tenchi could be wielding the sword with one hand in one image and then with the other in the next without the slightest loss in skill. There are many answers, most of which center around years of training. However, from the shocked look on your face, you, or your clones, must have noticed something unorthodox about the way I wielded this blade, right? Tenchi humored, only to get a dull nod from a still awestruck Naruto. Well, the secret lies in the mastery of Ryusuken. Like a flowing river, the blade must flow with the body as if it were part of it. By mastering that, the sword will become a part of you, and you a part of it. This is something that goes beyond mastering kata or special techniques. This is your blade becoming a reflection of you and interchangeable with any part of your body. This is why I can handle the blade with both my arms, without the slightest difference in skill, and to master the style, you will have to do the same, Tenchi finished before helping Naruto up with one hand. Once on his feet, Naruto looked up at Tenchi in surprise when the giant of a man offered the sheathed blade to him. I can't accept this. I'm not ready, Naruto started before Tenchi stopped him with a stern look. If anyone has the right to claim it, it should rightfully be yours as his son. I have no right to it, you do, and that's that, Tenchi uttered with stubborn cheerfulness. Sighing, Naruto knew he wouldn't win this battle, so with a slightly shaking hand, he took the ninjato. Studying the sheath closely, Naruto noticed the flowing fire patterns etched into the lacquered finish and instantly connected them back to the same pattern that had adorned the back of his father's cloak. The connection to his father was heartwarming, and with great pride, Naruto tied the ninjato to his back, which drew an odd look from Tenchi. "What?" Naruto asked, noticing the look before he went to inspect himself for anything off. "Nothing, it just seems we'll have to put training on hold for a moment to make sure you are outfitted with some proper clothing," Tenchi added with a chuckle as Naruto face-faulted. "You can't be serious," Naruto asked groaningly. "Deadly. Tenten, get your things, dear, we're going shopping," Tenchi shouted, making sure Naruto caught the devious twinkle in his eye when he called for his daughter. It was no secret that Tenten wasn't like most other girls. While many preferred talking about boys to sharpening kunao and pampering their bodies to grueling days of hard training, there was one thing Tenten had in common with the female masses, and that thing was shopping. "Please, Tenchi-sensei, you can't do this to me," Naruto shouted in fear. He had made the mistake of going shopping with Tenten once before and had regretted it ever since. What started as a simple errand to buy some more material turned into a 4-hour shopping marathon, which left the 8-year-old blonde gasping for air and clutching his feet in agony. To this day, Naruto never understood how Tenten managed to do it all without looking the least bit exhausted, but his curiosity was not nearly strong enough for him to willingly relieve that experience. "I'm sorry, Naruto, it's for the greater good. Besides, what kind of friend would I be if I let my comrade's son go into battle in nothing more than a tight-fitting shirt and grossly undersized pants?" Tenchi asked with mock seriousness. "A good one who knows the dangers of shopping with your daughter," Naruto shot back desperately, but it was to no avail as Tenten was already downstairs and ready to go before he could even get another word in. "Have a good time, you two," Tenchi yelled, before getting a crazed look from Naruto. "He's abandoning me." "I am sorry, Naruto, and may Kami bless you, for you will need it," Tenchi prayed as Naruto was dragged out the front door, leaving Tenchi to his work. "Now to step this up while they're away. I wonder if we still have the blunt kunao," Tenchi wondered aloud before brushing the thought aside, because no matter what Naruto would be doing blunt kunao or not he would still be hurting by the end of the day. "I hate you," Naruto mumbled weakly as he staggered into the dojo, shopping having thoroughly worn him out. Physically, he could have done that for days, but mentally, however, another second would have left permanent scarring. "Come now, Naruto, hate is such a strong word," Tenchi humored while watching him plop himself down onto the dojo floor. From his vantage point, Naruto could see why this place was so calming for Tenchi. The smell of pine contrasted nicely with the sharp scent of metal, and the neutral beige and tans decorating the hall allowed the mind to wander without any inferred emotions via colors. All it needs now is a zen garden like back home, and it'd be perfect, Naruto thought silently as he continued to let his stress ebb away. "Well, I hate you for abandoning me to that fate. 4 hours, 14 stores, 400 outfits. Do you have any idea how torturous that is?" Naruto shouted at the snickering man. "Welcome to my world, and I'll have you know her mother was at least twice as bad. But if there's any silver lining to this situation, then let it be this one. Now you can go out into the shinobi world wearing your favorite color and not look like a complete moron," Tenchi replied, much to Naruto's ire. He's delusional if he thinks anyone can be worse than Tenten. "However, I have to agree, this outfit does look pretty good," Naruto thought as he looked over himself again. Dressed in black and orange, Naruto could still recall the hour he and Tenten spent arguing over what would be better in the field, all black or all orange. The argument lasted so long that the store's owner ordered the two to compromise or they would be forced to leave. So, as a result, Naruto was now fitted in a black jacket with 2 orange panels on the front and back of the torso, and black pants with similar panels on the sides of the leggings. The colors contrasted well together, so well, in fact, that the store's owner commented on how much Naruto reminded him of the Leaf's native tigers in the Forest of Death. That comment spurred Naruto into filling his whole wardrobe with the same outfit, replacing his old orange jumpsuit, giving the boy a far more sophisticated look. "Silver lining or not, can we get on with the training? I need to forget all that shopping as fast as I can," Naruto urged, much to Tenchi's amusement. "Alright, kid, but remember you asked for this," Tenchi warned before instructing Naruto to stand in the center of the dojo. "Okay, Naruto, this is the first exercise of the Ryusuiken. All you have to do is deflect the kunao around you with your sword," Tenchi explained. Naruto just nodded, figuring how easy this exercise would be with his sixth sense, before the first kunao was launched. The whistling of steel cutting through the air was the first thing that alerted Naruto to the weapon's position, but unlike the shuriken Konohamaru had thrown, this one hadn't been launched by human hands. Because of that minute fact, there was no ki behind the blow, and with no ki, Naruto had no automatic defense. "Ow, what the hell?" the boy yelled in exasperation before countless other blunted blades came flying at him from the very walls of the dojo. Moving to draw his blade, Naruto found that it couldn't be removed from its sheath. So with increasing frustration, Naruto just held the scabbard sword as he would a buken and took a defensive stance. "Kuwabai, what's wrong with me? Why isn't my body reacting? Naruto asked as he began to be pelted from all angles. I should have suspected this would happen. Naruto, the defense system only works based on the perception of ki. Without that key element, it is up to you to defend yourself from incoming attacks, Kyuubi explained, prompting Naruto to begin swinging at the incoming knives. His efforts were not very helpful, as Naruto hit far less than he missed, only adding to his frustration. Much help that will do. Why didn't you just overlay my defense system directly onto my senses so I wouldn't have this problem? Naruto groaned as a kunai hit him right on the back of the head. And what, have you react to every sudden sound or flash of movement as if it were life-threatening? Naruto, that would be a far less productive system. 1. It would be far too inconvenient for practical use, and 2. Your own skills would rot if everything was done for you, Kyuubi rebuked, causing Naruto to think over what she had said. Of course, he found the fox woman's words to be true, and with renewed determination, he began to focus. Instead of thinking of it like meditation, concentrating on all his senses was a broadened state of mind, which was almost impossible to actively use on a whim. However, Naruto managed to get some control over the situations, increasing his perception of his surroundings and thus his defenses, and that change was visibly noticeable to those watching. Good, he's getting the first steps, it shouldn't be long before he can master them, Tenchi thought as Naruto continued to dodge and deflect incoming projectiles. Slowly the flying kunai began to lessen in number, and before Naruto knew it he deflected the last flying knife. Sagging to his knees, Naruto felt his right arm groan unhappily from the exertion. Even for his new body, that level of intensity was still taxing for him. Good. Your movements are still beyond rough and your perception is still bad, not to mention you only used your sword in one arm, but all in all good for a first try. Now to make things a bit more complicated, Tenchi said before setting a ring of metal around Naruto's feet. You are not to leave this circle, Tenchi commanded as the kunai were summoned back to their respective launchers. Throwing a heated glare at Tenchi, Naruto grit his teeth as the man pretended he wasn't there before the onslaught began all over again. Kami, what a day, Naruto said to himself over a steaming bowl of ramen at his favorite ramen stand. His body ached abnormally from all the stress he'd been under that day. Naruto realized it was a good hurt for in the end it would only make him stronger. I can't wait for tomorrow, right Kazumi? Naruto asked while looking at the redhead beside him. It was hard to think of Kyuubi by any other name, but in public he'd always have to maintain appearances lest he start a riot right in the middle of the village. Yes, but I won't be joining you for training, Naruto, Kyuubi stated factually, without looking up from her bowl. Although she was a sentient being trapped in a proxy body, if left out for too long she would experience all the normal signs of life, such as hunger and fatigue, just like any other human. A trait she found positively irritating given her life as a higher being and then a demon, both of which did not need food and sleep in such quantities as humans. What do you mean Kentucky, Air, Kazumi? Naruto shouted, stumbling over the demonist's name yet again. His outburst was visibly ignored by the eating female, and it remained that way until the girl was done with her food. Upon setting her chopsticks down, Kyuubi turned to face Naruto, thus locking eyes with the visibly irritated blonde. Look, this is your training, something I will take little to no benefit from. Most of the subjects I am already extensively knowledgeable in or have no interest in learning, so to better utilize my time I will be going over other things while you work, Kyuubi explained. Listening to Kyuubi's cool explanation took all the fire out of Naruto's refute, but still left the blonde curious to what she'd meant by other things. Instead I will focus on these Uzumaki seals, and from what I've read it will take me months if not years to fully comprehend all of them, a task that I will have to devote my full attention to, Kyuubi explained, drawing a shocked look from Naruto. Although there was an explicit amount of trust between the two of them, the same did not hold for all the other citizens of Konoha, especially the Hokage, and if he caught wind of Kyuubi studying seals in great detail he may think that she was trying to break the seal that bound the two together. I guess that's alright, but be careful with your research, Naruto advised. To the people around them it sounded like the worried warning of a friend or loved one, but to the two conversing parties it meant don't do anything that may cause trouble and was a sentiment both parties respected. Believe me, I will, and in the off time I've been looking through some of the techniques your father created and I have to say one really caught my eye, Kyuubi said with a smile. And what might that be? Naruto asked, genuinely curious what type of technique could bring a smile to a nigh all-knowing demon's face. The legendary Hiraishin was all Kyuubi had to say before she had Naruto's full attention.